I'd like to call this meeting to order. Today is the second day of our Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board meeting. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I thought my voice was loud enough. Good morning, Barbara Boyer, calling this meeting to order. Thank you all for being here this morning. And I'm sorry I missed the tour yesterday. I can't wait to get an update from all of you on that tour. As I mentioned yesterday, I sit on a lot of boards and I had another board meeting last night. So just a little bit of housekeeping, reminding board members to fill out your travel expense sheet. April has kindly filled most of it out, so it'll be easy for you to do so. Is there anything else I'm missing this morning? Any late agenda items, anything late breaking news?
No, I would just, for the record, Lisa, I would just say thank you, everybody, for rolling with it last night. A few unexpected events, but I think, we all recovered and it looked like everybody had a good time. So thanks for your flexibility with all of us. And thanks to staff for quickly putting things together.
All right, so Liza Jane, I'm passing it to you.
Good morning, it's Liza Jane. Good morning, faces in the squares. Mark, to see you could join us back from Belgium. Yeah. So let's get going this morning with some of our favorite general public comment. Yesterday we had Vanessa Green scheduled to give us comment and couldn't connect with her. So she's gonna start off this morning if she's ready.
I am ready. Can you see my camera though?
No.
Okay, it's April, it's not showing up as an option to have a camera showing. It's not necessary, however, that you see my face. You've seen it. So I'll just roll with that and hopefully you can, oh, here we go. Stay as attendee.
Now we can see you, but we can't hear you.
Hello.
There you go.
Okay. Thanks for rolling with it, everybody. So I have two comments today sandwiched together. So I asked April to provide me with 2 speaking time slots. So if you're thinking like, wow, this lady's really going on, like just know that that's the case. So I will do my best to keep my comments brief. For the record, my name is Vanessa Green. I serve as the Executive Director of the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils, known as NOWC. I wanted to take a moment to add on to yesterday's comments by my Oregon conservation partners, Kelly Beamer and Jan Lee. So first, if you recall from our July comments, I let you know that the ORCP and NOWC was planning 2 community tours, and I'd like to let you know how they went. On October 13th, we had a group of around 23 people take a tour of the headwaters of Rudio Creek, hosted by the North Fork John Day Watershed Council in Region 6. Our participants included local landowners, representative of the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla, other watershed councils, OWEB and BLM staff, and some elected officials. The Watershed Council was joined by Monument SWCD to learn about challenges such as drought and invasive lodgepoles. We got to see a great beaver dam analog up close because it's dried out in October, and we learn about how it works during the spring run. On October 14th, we had around 25 people take a tour hosted by the Mackenzie River Watershed Council. We learned about their collaborative work with Mackenzie River Trust and the Eugene Water and Energy Board to restore their large floodplain habitats for better native species support and for flood and wildfire mitigation. We had a similar crowd there, including local landowners, OWEB and ODF staff, and statewide elected officials. The most valuable part of the Oregon Conservation Partnership, in my opinion, is the capacity support that it provides. These funds support our executive director salaries, and they allow us to provide services that overlap with each of our organizations, and they provide unique support within each one. So in my case for NOWC, that means services such as one-on-one support for councils that are experiencing organizational growth, We support board development, and we provide common resources such as standardized document templates so that we can all literally work from the same page. It also enables us to provide webinars that are focused on becoming better nonprofit organizations, such as how to have best practices for financial policies, insurance needs, and planning for leadership transitions. Our ability to support is constrained by the amount of capacity support that we have. So in NALCY's case, the ORCP grant and our membership dues only support my position as a part-time position. We are constantly looking for ways to supplement that amount, and capacity dollars remain difficult to find. We would like to thank OWEB for your continued support of our partnership. So now switching hats, this comment is only from NALCY, not wearing the ORCP hat. So OWEB board, I wanted to let you know that as part of our mission, we always seek to improve opportunities for watershed councils to effectively learn from one another. And we also provide a collective voice to state agencies and funders. And I come here today wearing those hats. I'd like to talk for a moment about the project completion reports that watershed councils submit at the conclusion of every OWEB funded project. Each of these reports includes a lessons learned section. OWEB regional program representatives, they typically encourage watershed councils to complete those sections thoroughly and candidly. And they're meant to describe the learning process so that we don't make the same mistakes again and again, right? Across projects and across time as staff and stakeholders come and go, and ideally across watershed councils. And this information could contribute to systemic improvements, a shared and evolved understanding of best practices. Now, however, at present, those lessons learned sections, they are only available within each completion report. So if a watershed council wanted to glean those insights, they would need to spend extended time in OGMS and search out and open each individual report and scroll around, and they might find information that might be easy to find, it might be relevant or helpful. And I think that it would benefit both OWEB and its conservation partners if we could improve upon this system. So I understand that the current OWEB staff have also identified this need, and that OWEB has included a request for additional IT staff in the proposed spending plan. And based on this situation that I'm describing, I would like to just make the board aware of this need and support that request. And when that staff capacity is in place, I would like to ask that OWEB front load our request to streamline those lessons learned so that they can become easily accessible and searchable across grant types and project types and regions and habitats, and that OWEB reports back to the board with a timeline. NALCY would be really glad to help by describing the needs and goals in more detail and work with OWEB staff on that, and to coordinate beta testers through the development process. And that's it. That's all I had to say. So thank you for your time. And as always, it's really nice to see you. I'm sorry I missed your rainy evening last night.
Alexis Barton, are you ready? Thanks, Vanessa.
Hi, I am. Yeah, I just switched over to panelist. So I think I will be able to also bring up screen share. If you'll give me just a moment, I'm just going to pop some slides up. Awesome. Can you guys all see that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you all so much for having us. Good morning. My name is Alexis Barton. I'm the coordinator for the Tryon Creek Watershed Council in the Portland metro area. I also serve on the board of the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils, where I'm one of 2 Region 3 Willamette Basin representatives. You'll hear next from my co-representative, Dov Weinman. We're teaming up to share comments on this topic and hoping to take questions together after we've both concluded. So thanks for having us kind of back to back today. We're here to raise awareness and call to action at the OWEB board level about an emergent issue that will have serious impacts on the health of the watersheds and the salmon populations that you and we work together to protect. You may already know of this, but to ground us in shared knowledge, I'll just outline the issue first by providing an overview and details that I hope are valuable. So the emerald ash borer, or EAB for short, is a small invasive beetle that has become the costliest and most destructive pest in North America since arriving in Michigan in 2002. Since then, it has spread to over 30 states, killing over 100 million ash trees at a 99% mortality rate. The first documentation of emerald ash borer on the West Coast was just this June, and just 50 miles east from where you all are now in Forest Grove. The closest that it had been before this summer was in Colorado. Now, one of the things that makes detecting emerald ash borer difficult is that the trees can take a few years to start showing signs of decline. And this was the case in Forest Grove. So it has already been here reproducing for several years. And what this means is basically in the next 10 years or so, we'll effectively lose all of our Oregon ash trees. And Oregon ash is important. Mature forested Oregon ash wetlands are considered an aquatic resource of special concern by the Oregon Department of State Lands. Oregon ash often comprises 100% of the tree cover in small remnant forest islands that are commonly scattered among agricultural areas in the Willamette Valley, where you'll see whole stands of just Oregon ash like this. There's no single other species that fits Oregon ash's niche. Like cottonwood, for instance, can grow in wet areas as well, but not in wet areas that are dry the other half of the year. So ash is the only native species that can withstand that fluctuation. And of course, their roots provide erosion control by stabilizing stream and river banks, and ash also shades our waterways, keeping them cool. So the impacts here will be pretty devastating. It's catastrophic, and we won't be able to completely eradicate emerald ash borer, but by slowing its spread, we will have more time to prepare for the knockdown effect that this will have on native ecosystems, including on threatened species like coho and Chinook salmon. So with that, and for the positive part, I'll turn it over to Dov.
Thanks, Alexis. Hi, everyone. I'm Dov Wyman. I'm the Executive Director for the Middle Fork Willamette Watershed Council. As Alexis said, I'm also the Region 3 co-rep on the NOWC board. So Alexis talked about some of the ecological considerations, and so I wanted to talk about the intersections with climate change and human impacts. So as Alexis mentioned, as we lose our ash trees, we lose their ecological functions. There's going to be less canopy interception of rainwater. That's going to lead to more burn on stormwater infrastructure systems, and the same as well for the functional shifts in wetland habitat. Based on patterns we've seen across the country, Oregon ash is likely to become critically endangered, and that'll mean cultural losses for native communities. That includes the tree's medicinal, ceremonial, and food uses. Researchers have also found a lot in urban areas where there's a lot of tree deaths, contributions to safety and health issues. That includes falling tree limbs, as well as increased issues with cardiovascular and respiratory illnesses, especially in areas with really high infestations. When Oregon ash trees are infested, they need to be chipped, which can be really expensive. Anticipated costs in Portland, where ash is the 4th most common tree, were calculated a few years ago, and the total cost to remove and replace them was $49 million. So we know that the economic and human impacts are significant. They're tied to the ecological ones. What I want to do now is mention something that's positive and also a course of action. The State Readiness and Response Plan, finalized in 2021, has people from across the environmental sector participating in 7 subcommittees. Includes governments, water utilities, conservation district, contract crews, nonprofits, professors, etc. OWEB is listed in the Readiness and Response Plan as a potential partner in funding and securing funds for control activities and in outreach. So we're hoping that this testimony can serve as a call to action. As an entity that provides watershed restoration and preservation funding and is responsive to ongoing catastrophic issues such as wildfire, we think it's critical for OWEB to determine what roles and engagement you can have looking ahead to your own response and planning. At minimum, we know there's going to be a lot of work to protect, reestablish shade along streams. That requires a lot of funding and planning. So we view this as an opportunity for OWEB to tap into your strengths and resources to be a part of a statewide coordinated response and also meet several priorities in your strategic plan. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much. That's valuable, and we appreciate your time and coming to talk to us.
Thank you.
So our next agenda item is I. This is some more, we have one more. That's a goodness, we have two more. Such a good morning. Okay, I'm sorry. Holly is here to talk to us from Marys River Watershed Council.
Yes, thank you. For the record, my name's Holly Papira. I'm the Executive Director of the Marys River Watershed Council. And I wanted to thank you for all the work that you all do. And I wanted to also thank you for supporting the council capacity program and to let you know a few of the many things that the council capacity program has allowed our organization to support over the first half of this biennia. I wanted to recognize Mark's comments from yesterday. The council capacity grant helps us connect with diverse communities and underserved communities throughout our watershed to advance on the ground restoration and address the nexus of local priorities for restoration, as well as the Oregon Conservation Plan priorities. This grant has also allowed us to develop countless projects. It allows us to be quick and responsive when strategic opportunities arise, such as the $7 million fish passage proposal that we submitted to address 19 different fish passage barriers in the Mid-Willamette to NOAA in July, and working alongside our partners with Mid-Valley River Connections. This grant allows us to do so much to build more resilient climates and to help Oregon watersheds. I wanted to suggest a potential area of opportunity for the OWEB board to increase equity among grantees while providing greater opportunity for advancing on the ground restoration and climate resiliency. The time commitment involved into submitting all OWEB grants is significantly more than other grants I've seen working with watershed nonprofits over the past 8 years. To give you an idea, we spent over $6,500 in staff time to submit our monitoring grant this past cycle alone. And that doesn't include any project development time. And that's likely significantly less than what our organization actually spent. And that $6,500 equates out to about 5% of our council capacity grant. And it's significantly less time than it took us to prepare that $7 million NOAA grant we submitted, as well as applications to many other state agencies. And I would encourage you all to consider that time spending writing OWEB grant applications is time that we can't spend to do on the ground restoration, especially for the 50% of grants roughly that get do not funds. And this limits our capacity to further on the ground restoration. It limits our ability to build other projects, to spend time on the ground. And I would encourage you all to please reconsider reducing the amount of time it takes for organizations to apply to OWEB grants.
Thank you, Holly. And Kristen.
Good morning. For the record, Kristen Larson at the Lucky Mute Watershed Council based in Independence. And I'm still working on my first cup of coffee too, so I brought it with me. So good morning and thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I wanted to speak briefly on the importance of technical assistance grants and also talk about the limitations of the $75,000 cap that is on the TA grants that you heard about yesterday. And as Holly mentioned, the LWC, the Lucky Mute Watershed Council, is also a partner in the Mid-Valley River Connections group of watershed councils. We were awarded a TA grant yesterday as a partnership to develop projects and work on a regional collaboration to pursue large-scale restoration funding for the Mid-Willamette. This project and many others highlighted yesterday underscores the importance of the technical assistance offering, especially now. Many of you mentioned in your updates yesterday the new and increasing funding available due to recent federal legislation. For local partners like us, the TA grant and the stakeholder engagement grants as well are critical to us to setting us up to put implementation dollars on the ground. Many of the federal dollars are implementation focused or prioritized. And so having the TA funds to help us to support project development, get designs ready, get budgets developed, help us be ready to take advantage of those federal dollars and put our best restoration project foot forward when we apply for those funds. In addition to helping us seize those opportunities, as Liz noted yesterday, the TAs also support cooperative partnerships like the Mid-Valley River Connections, which take time and resources to develop and support, but are important for competing for large-scale opportunities and working at landscape scale. So as you think about the next spending plan, I'd like to encourage you to think about removing or at least substantially increasing the cap on the TA grants. Currently, it's at $75,000, and I don't know exactly how long it's been there, but it's been a while. The RPRs yesterday in their FAQ podcast talked about how they'll advise applicants to build a budget based on what they need to get the work done. But with a TA grant, that's not possible. We're basically building a project to fit what can we do with this amount of money. We find ourselves negotiating with contracts to scale their scope of works back and saying, well, we can't afford that with the cap right now. So what can we cut so we can meet and fit under the $75,000? This is even more difficult when you have a partnership, which is the direction we all want to move forward in. And we find success with partnerships. So when you bring more partners to the table, that $75,000 goes even less far for the group. And we all have increasing costs, we have inflation, and projects are increasingly complex as we've been moving our way through our project list, and permitting costs are going up and becoming more complex as well. So please consider removing the cap or substantially increasing it, and I mean at least doubling or more. And then as you think about that in the spending plan, supporting TA grants, and if you do remove or increase that cap, increasing the allocation so we can continue to fund multiple TA grants per region as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate the time you took to come. Your input's really valuable to us. So the general public comments are valuable. Thank you for your time and your thoughts.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will have OWEB 101, agenda item I with Lisa, Eric, and Diane.
For the record, Lisa Sharp-Low-Hansen. So thank you. We talked about when we were in an enterprise doing a little bit of 101 around some of the work that we do with OWEB. You got some of that yesterday around open solicitation in the podcast. I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope it was a good refresher. Today, Eric and Diane Lloyd, our contact attorney at the Department of Justice, are going to talk about some of our funding sources and some of the opportunities, as well as some of the challenges that we have with them in terms of limitations based on the constitutional language around Measure 76, and just to help ground us in that as we look forward to developing our next spending plan. And we'll talk about that later today.
Okay, good morning. Co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, my name is Eric Hartstein, Board and Legislative Coordinator with OWEB, and I am joined by Oregon Department of Justice Assistant Attorney General Diane Lloyd to discuss the types of funding that OWEB administers for agency grants and some of those sideboards on the projects that can be supported by these funds. And yeah, we have this on the agenda because they're looking around the room. There's a number of new and newer board members, and we thought it would be a really good overview of the grant program funding sources and allow for some ample time to ask questions. So we'll begin with the Measure 76 lottery funds. So Measure 76 was passed by Oregon voters in 2010 and constitutionally dedicates 15% of lottery revenues for parks, beaches, fish and wildlife habitat, as well as watershed protection. So Of that 15%, half is dedicated to watershed restoration and protection. So these funds are then split into the Watershed Conservation Grant Fund at 65%, which is then aligned with the board's spending plan for grants. And then 35% goes into the Watershed Conservation Operating Fund, which is legislatively allocated for operations between state police, ODFW, ODA, DEQ, and OWEB. And as was mentioned yesterday, OWEB receives, or at least for the current biennium, receives about 19% of that operating fund. And then also, as noted yesterday, there is the wrinkle of, as a part of the ballot measure, if the lottery funding were to surpass 150% of the 2009 to 2011 levels of funding, the split changes from 65% grants, 35% operations to 70% grants and 30% operations. So some quick program stats around Measure 76 funding. Historically, lottery revenues account for about 2/3 of OWEB's budget. And funds deposited in the Watershed Conservation Grant Fund have a 6-year lifespan, which allows time to complete some of those really complex restoration and conservation projects. Since Measure 76 was implemented in the 2011 legislative session, OWEB has awarded nearly 5,500 grants that have included lottery funds. Okay, so now I'd like to shift to the Watershed Conservation Grant Fund purposes, which are described in Oregon statute. So ORS 541956 describes one purpose of the Conservation Grant Fund as acquiring from willing owners interests in land or water that will protect or restore native fish or wildlife habitats. The interests may include, but need not be limited to, fee interests, conservation easements, or leases. So this is directly tied to OWEB's land acquisition and water acquisition grant programs. Second purpose of the Watershed Conservation Grant Fund is for projects to protect or restore native fish habitat or wildlife habitat. And this is well aligned with OWEB restoration grants that have that focus on fish or wildlife habitat. The third purpose of the Watershed Conservation Grant Fund is for projects to protect or restore natural watershed or ecosystem functions, to improve water quality or stream flows. And these would also be restoration grants that have a focus on restoring or protecting water quality or flow. And finally, the fourth purpose of the Watershed Conservation Grant Fund is the resource assessment, planning, design, and engineering, technical assistance, monitoring, and outreach activities necessary for carrying out subsections 1 to 3 of this section. So in OWEB terms, these are the technical assistance, monitoring, and stakeholder engagement grants that are necessary for implementing the first 3 purposes that we just described. So moving now to a second major funding source, and this is the Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Fund, which was established by Congress in 2000 to support the conservation of Pacific salmon and steelhead in the Pacific states and on tribal lands. So in addition to Oregon, the states of California, Washington, Idaho, Alaska, and tribal nations within this geographic region are eligible for PCSRF funding, with NOAA as the federal agency that administers the grant. So some quick program stats on PCSRF. Historically, it has provided about 1/3 of OWEB's budget, and we are typically awarded an average between $14 and $15 million per grant award. Grants operate on a 5-year award period, which means there are always 5 open federal fiscal years where PCSRF funds are available. And OWEB has been awarded a PCSRF grant each year since the program first began in 2000. And at this time, OWEB has reported over 6,000 projects, which is consistently the largest number of projects reported out of all the grant recipients in the program. So in order to receive and use PCSRF funding, projects must be eligible. There are several PCSRF priorities for funding, but the main criteria we look at is whether a project addresses the limiting productivity of Pacific salmon and steelhead listed under the Endangered Species Act. This means that for OWEB, PCSRF funding can be used for restoration, acquisition, some technical assistance, program administration, and direct personnel grants. During the grant application reviews, OWEB staff look to whether a project answers 2 questions. Are there salmonid benefits? And is the project within a recovery domain? If a project meets these criteria, they are considered eligible for PCSRF funding. So as mentioned, to be eligible for PCSRF funding, the project must occur within a recovery domain, which you can see indicated on the map, which is about 55% of the total land area of Oregon. The evolutionary significant units for salmon and steelhead are priorities for PCSRF. And it's worth pointing out that 40% of salmon and steelhead species that are ESA listed on the West Coast are found in Oregon. And before I move on, I do want to note that in addition to PCSRF, OWEB has received federal funds from other agencies, including U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, EPA, Bureau of Land Management, and Natural Resources Conservation Service. And each of these agencies has had limitations on the types of activities that their funding can support. And new to OWEB in this biennium, for the most part, are general funds. And these were provided to the agency to support the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program, post-wildfire recovery grants, drought relief, and water acquisitions. For OAHP and water acquisitions, the funding was deposited into accounts that changes the source of funding from general funds to other funds. And for all these grant programs, funds may be used for OWEB operations and grants as specified in the legislation that allocated funding to OWEB, or in the case of OAHP, the statutes that guide the program. And we do have other funding that OWEB distributes as grants. That this includes the salmon plates, which OWEB receives half of the revenue of the sales, which is about $500,000 per biennium. And these funds are statutorily required to be used for salmon habitat restoration or passage projects, and are generally distributed through eligible open solicitation restoration projects. And we also have transfers from other agencies. That includes funding from the Oregon Department of Forestry to administer the Forest Collaborative Grant Program on their behalf, and Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission to support the Upper Middle John Day intensively monitored watershed. So with that, I will turn it over to Diane to discuss additional details on OWEB grants, as well as some of the sideboards, particularly around Measure 76 lottery funding.
Eric, I'm just going to add, can we flip back to the general fund slide? So Eric said something that I think is really important for people to understand. When the money is deposited, it changes to other funds. The unique part of that is, if it were general fund, it would revert back at the end of the biennium. There are 2 separate accounts right now for OWEB that fall over to other funds. OAHP has its own account, separate and distinct from, as well as the Flexible Incentive Fund, separate and distinct from. So the money goes into those accounts. The another unique piece of that is they also accrue interest. And that interest goes back into the funds as well. So we can use that towards programmatic work. But the really important part is it doesn't revert. So we have the ability to carry over from biennia to biennium, like the other funded programs. And I think, Barbara, you would be familiar with this, thinking about it like the license programs at ODA that you're familiar with, where ODA collects those registrations, they go into an other funds account. They're typically specified for work specific under those statutes and kept separate, but it runs the programs from biennia to biennia, like a checking account or your family's budgeted account.
Thank you. Eric, would you like us to ask you questions now or wait for Diane to finish and then we'll ask you all the questions?
I think it might be helpful to allow Diane to finish the presentations. I think she might be able to answer some of those questions.
Okay, great. So hold your questions.
Thank you. Good morning, board members, Director Hansen. For the record, I'm Diane Lloyd. I'm with the Oregon Department of Justice, and I'm going to be providing some background on DOJ's role in assisting OWEB, a little bit on the Administrative Procedures Act, and then just really dig into Measure 76 because that's kind of the bulk of what we do in implementing these agreements. And so I'll just share, I've been advising OWEB for about 10 years. I don't meet you all very much because OWEB doesn't have a lot of legal needs other than kind of what happens behind the scenes. I also advise DEQ and the Department of Geology and Mineral Industries. But in part, I got my assignment working with OWEB because prior to going to law school, I worked for a land trust up in Washington State, and I implemented a lot of PCSRF projects on the ground there. So I do have some background in conservation. There we go. And so also I'll share that in Oregon, there's a statute that says state agencies can't hire their own attorneys. They're all represented by the Attorney General's office. And so each of the agencies has general counsel attorneys that are assigned as contact counsel to them. Part of the policy or reason behind that approach is to make sure that the agencies are getting impartial legal advice, separate, outside of the agency. So that's some of the thought there. So we say that agencies are creatures of statute. Agencies can only do things that statutes give them authority to do. And so at DOJ, when we're looking at an agency's intent to take a particular action, that's something that we look at. A unique thing about OWEB is that there's the constitutional language that directs the Measure 76 funds. So it's not only the statute that we're looking at the Constitution. Oregon's Constitution is kind of notorious for having a lot in it. We put a lot in the Constitution. We have the ballot measure option. And so in doing that, when we're looking at what the authority is to take an action, we're actually trying to determine the intent of the voters in enacting that ballot measure. So that's also unique in that if we get into a statutory or constitutional construction question, we're looking at that rather than the intent of the legislature. And so then, of course, the agencies take actions. In general, agencies take action two ways: through rulemaking, which you do. In doing that, you're implementing those statutory directives, and then through agency orders, which just are directives to a named individual on behalf of the agency. And then OWEB is, of course, entering into these contractual agreements in its grant making. And so part of DOJ's role in that is doing legal sufficiency reviews of public contracts, and that includes grant agreements. And so one thing that we do is there's a statute that requires that anytime a state agency is entering into an agreement that calls for a payment of $150,000 or more, or transfer of an interest in land, acquisition of an interest in land, that DOJ is required to review that agreement. There's some exceptions to that. And so if an agency is doing the same type of agreement over and over again, and they're doing so based on a template that's been developed and approved by DOJ, we can do kind of a class exemption. And we've done that in the case of OWEB because there are so many agreements for certain types of work that are consistent. So things like habitat restoration. What the DOJ review gives the agency is assurance that the contract is consistent with state law and with the applicable requirements. But the main thing that we look at, so the third bullet point describes what the legal sufficiency review includes. The number one thing that we look at is authority to enter into the agreement. And so when, and I actually review all the OWEB contracts that come to DOJ. And so when they come through, the first thing I'm looking at is, okay, what type, what is the scope of work? What's the intent here? And how does that fit into the language of Measure 76? And generally that's a pretty straightforward analysis, but sometimes it brings up some questions. Additionally, we look at whether the binding elements of the contract are present, that it's consistent with other requirements, that the statement of work is clear and could be enforced. We'll talk about that a bit more, and that the agreement allows the agency to terminate the contract and pursue rights and remedies. So on that, and this slide just shows kind of the hierarchy of those legal requirements. And so at the bottom of the pyramid there, you'll see the grant agreement. And of course, that has to be consistent with, if there's a federal source of funds, federal law, any state law requirements. And when we're talking about Measure 76, that includes the constitutional language that's parroted in statute, and then the regulatory requirements. We've included policy and procedure there because, of course, best practice would be that any agreement would be consistent with that. To the extent that it wasn't, there wouldn't be a legal claim there, but that would be one of our expectations. Okay, and so Measure 76, Eric talked about this a bit. For those of you who've been around longer, you'll know that Measure 66 was first enacted or first adopted by the voters in 1998. And then it was reaffirmed, changed, the language was tweaked a little bit with Measure 76 in 2010, but that signaled the voters' intents to continue dedicating this portion of lottery funds to this purpose. It amended the Constitution, Article 15, Section 4B, and provides the purposes that the lottery fund shall accomplish. And so this is then was added to the statute by the legislature as well. So the statute that Eric cited parrots this language, but these high level, protect and improve water quality in Oregon's rivers, lakes, and streams, secure long-term interests for native fish and wildlife habitat. These are kind of the high level goals of the program that are important. And then 4B describes specifically what the money shall be used only to do. And Eric also read these because they're in the statute, but the one, so A, B, and C, you'll see are fairly straightforward, acquire from willing owners interest in land or water. So that obviously that's the acquisitions program. That's, we can look at a project. It's to, buy habitat for conservation. It very clearly fits into that purpose. That's very straightforward. Carry out projects to protect or restore native fish or wildlife. Same, any sort of restoration work clearly fits under that. And then the watershed functions is similar, improve water quality. It's fairly straightforward to see what a project that meets that goal looks like. The one where we spend the most of our time is in D, and that's carry out resource assessment, planning, design, engineering, technical assistance, monitoring, and outreach activities necessary for projects funded under A through C. So we get, grant applications seeking to do work that falls under one of those categories, and that can become, where we have to do more analysis to determine, okay, how is this work actually supporting a projects or a project that's funded in A through C? That's where more of the questions come up. And so I'll describe kind of how we look at that. Oh, and then this is, of course, the language in 4B is the grant fund. The language in B3 is the operating fund. The operating fund has much broader purposes listed, but of course, there's a lot less money there. And so, you know, where you can fit the scope of work into the grant fund, that's certainly, you know, preferable to try to cover as much in the grant fund, because the operating fund is limited and is already directed to a number of things. Okay, so I don't expect you to be able to read that, but it's really up there for illustrative purposes. This kind of gets at what we've been doing to try to streamline that analysis of what are those activities that are necessary for projects. And so we get a lot of requests for, you know, outreach activities or to do publications, to work on social media, things like that. And so OWEB has tried to develop guidance to applicants to describe how to fit those types of activities into your funded projects to make that direct line of authority really clear. And so this kind of lines that out for those certain categories. I guess one example too, just for those of you who were on the tour yesterday, to think about, you know, how this comes up. Anytime there's a sort of a new or novel application, we will have to consider how it fits into those authority elements. And so the plant nursery project that we went to yesterday is an example of when that first came through. I remember thinking, okay, how is OWEB funding a nursery? Is that, you know, it doesn't look like restoration on the ground. It doesn't look like, you know, they're not acquiring property for conservation. And so we had to make sure, you know, that it was clear that there was a link to OWEB projects, that those plants would be used in OWEB projects, and that this was, and that really the only way to get that necessary seed stock in those plants would be to fund that type of activity that really didn't exist. And to make that really clear, and to make sure that, you know, I'm on the same page with OWEB staff about what their position is on why that can be funded, and that we're, you know, that we have a clear record for that. And then, you know, those of you who were there yesterday probably heard that now they're turning the page to where, you know, the nursery's been developed and they're moving towards a more standard approach where the grantees would include the cost of those plants in their applications for a specific project that would clearly fit under A through C. That's a more direct, you know, approach, and more consistent with, you know, historically how projects are funded. So I think, you know, that's one example to make that clear of how we look through when those types of things come through that we haven't seen before. So this is just other elements of that. But I think another important thing for you all to be aware of, and for you know, applicants to think about, is that the way that OWEB has historically developed grant agreements is the grant agreement just incorporates the scope of work that's included by the grantee. And so OWEB is not, you know, summarizing a scope of work and lining out these direct objectives. But from the DOJ side, we're making sure that the scope of work is clear enough and does have those objective steps. And it's very clear what OWEB's funding, so that, you know, it's an enforceable agreement. And so OWEB does try to ensure then through the application process that that scope of work will be clear, because it is directly incorporating that into the agreement. If there was an issue, that would be what we would be looking at to determine that public funds were spent correctly. And so, of course, I haven't mentioned, you know, if to the extent that an agreement was entered into that wasn't consistent with the constitutional requirements, you know, that is potentially could be a misappropriation of public funds, and that's a serious issue. And so that's kind of like the background of what we're looking at DOJ. And then we do use a template agreement for OWEB's agreements, but they're, each agreement also, or each project has different elements. And so when necessary, we include particular special conditions for those agreements. And so that's generally in our Exhibit B of the grant agreement is where we put in unique project conditions. And so if you're reviewing a grant agreement, it's just, I think, helpful to know that the template is all stock language that we really don't negotiate. But if there's the need for grant specific agreements, those will be in Exhibit B. So hopefully not too in the weeds. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Stephen, good morning.
Morning. Just a question for Eric on the Pacific salmon funding, which is clearly a major part of OWEB's funding source, and you all have been extremely successful in getting that funded every year, which is congratulations to that. Are there other Oregon entities that also get funded by the same program? And is there any requirement to interact with those other projects?
For the record, Eric Hartstein, yes, tribal governments are eligible for PCSRF funding. And I believe that there is coordination with tribes and OWEB.
Anyone else? Do state agencies go for it, or academics or anything like that? Or?
ODFW gets a portion of the funding as well. It runs through OWEB though.
Okay.
Okay, Mark, and then Kelly.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Mark Labhart for the record. First of all, just a comment. I apologize I couldn't make the meeting yesterday. I was on the other side of the planet at that time. So, but I hope you enjoyed the Southern Flow Corridor project. That's been really close to me personally and professionally for a long time. And I'm very proud of that project. So I hope you had a good time yesterday. So I have two questions for Eric regarding the same thing, PCSRF. You said it started in the year 2000. What was the funding? Can you recall what the funding was then? And then what is it now? I'm trying to figure out, has the federal government increased funding over time or stayed the same? Because it is a significant portion of our budget. So those two questions. What was it in 2000 and what is it over time?
Oh, I've phoned a friend.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. It was pretty consistent for many years, around $15 million. Recently, we've seen a slight drop in that base PCSRF award. That's mainly due to a couple of things, and Kelly might be weighing in on this a little bit. More tribes have applied over time, so there are more applicants to the pot of money. And in addition, a lot of the applicants are improving their applications. So we are historically the second highest funded grantee within the PCSRF program, just behind Washington. But we have seen a slight drop in that base PCSRF award over time. But currently, with the inclusion of the IIJA funds in that application, we actually saw an increase in our overall award this year. And that increase was made up with the IIJA funds.
IIJ.
It's the Infrastructure and Job Act. Some people call it the bill funds, but it's these infrastructure funds that were passed that PCSRF received some of, and they're incorporating it into their annual award that they make to the applicants. Does that help, Mark? Okay.
Thank you, Courtney. Kelly, you're next.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay? Okay. So for the record, Kelly Coates. Yeah, so as far as the PCSRF goes, the tribe has been receiving PCSRF funds since 2010, and I've been managing that program, so I'm really familiar with this. And as far as the question about coordination goes, we have really good coordination with OWEB on PCSRF funding, because some of the funds that we get fund projects that OWEB has also funded through PCSRF funds, some of our partnership work. And so what it really comes down to is great coordination regarding reporting, because for PCSRF, you really have to make sure that what our portion of PCSRF funds is funding is not the same as what OWEB is funding with their PCSRF funds. So it may be a situation where the tribe would get funding from PCSRF to do design work, and then our local watershed council would get funding through OWEB from PCSRF to do the actual implementation. Or sometimes we're both funding implementation through PCSRF, and then it's what elements implementation OWEB PCSRF funds funded versus what tribal PCSRF funds funded. And so we have to be really careful about that and specific. And there's quite a bit of reporting required for PCSRF as well. So we have really good coordination there on that. And then just to follow up on what Courtney said, as far as the funding levels, I think that's a great question. PCSRF was pretty standard in their funding levels for quite some time. And yes, we have more tribal applicants now applying for funding. So, and it is very competitive. So we had seen a little bit of a drop in funding in previous years, but because of the IIJA funding, which kicked in officially like this year, which would be last year, we have 4 more years of that funding at an elevated level. So we could really take advantage of that. All of the applicants for PCSRF, especially OWEB, hopefully can take advantage of that and get some additional funds and a little bit of a bump up in funding over the next 4 years.
Thank you, Kelly. Meg, then Bruce,
Thank
and
you,
then Dan.
Jane. Meg Reeves. I have a couple of questions about the water acquisitions funding that's described here. I assume that's in the other fund category. It's a lot of money. It can't get spent in one biennium, so it must be carrying over. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. And then what is the purpose? I mean, it's described somewhere and it's not OWEB's normal purposes. It's some other purpose.
I'll take a crack at it first, Lisa. So yeah, it was passed during the 2022 legislative session for water acquisitions over time, a big kind of input of funding into that program, knowing that it wasn't something that would be spent within the biennium, so it was placed into an account that would have that flexibility, so it could be utilized into the future for water acquisitions, in addition to our regular spending plan item on the water acquisitions grant program.
Right. I would just add, I think it's complementary to. With an expectation that part of the water goes back in stream for conservation. That's how I've thought about it, is complementary to.
Well, I've been assuming that it's subject to the same criteria for granting as OWEB's general, but maybe there's a specific something in the statute that
I could speak to that, Board Member Reeves. So Diane Lloyd, Oregon DOJ, and that brings up a point that I kind of missed and I wanted to talk about anyway, so I appreciate the question. So we are now seeing various legislative appropriations for specific purposes from the legislature. And so when those come in through statute, then we're looking at the language of that specific appropriation rather than the Measure 76 language to try to determine the purposes for those funds and what that appropriation gives OWEB authority to fund. That said, when the legislature funds a grant program and describes that OWEB shall grant funds for these purposes, we assume that they mean, or that they're aware that OWEB already has a grant program, has statutes and rules that explain how that program will be implemented. And so we've been implementing those programs consistent with OWEB's granting statutes and rules. And our expectation would be if the legislature wanted OWEB to do something different, they would say something different there. And so we're not really held to the constitutional language for those appropriations, but the other elements of OWEB's statutes that describe how the grant program would be run, we are following those.
And that's true for these water acquisitions.
Yeah.
Good job. Bruce.
I saw on the stipulated fund uses that we have on 4, we have outright reach activities. I think in one of your slides, Counselor, you actually, the word education was used. But over the period of my tenure here, I have repeatedly heard that there is a prohibition on the use of OWEB funds for educational activities. Could you explain that to me again and the newcomers?
Sure. Thank you, Board Member Buckmaster. This is Diane Lloyd. So education is a topic that's come up over the years many times. And so you're correct that there's an aspect of the grant fund that provides for outreach necessary for projects. And so that has been interpreted as providing, public awareness about projects that are being funded under the ABC categories. So the acquisitions and restoration, water quality projects, that sort of thing. In discussions about the ballot measures, my understanding is there are specific conversations about environmental education, interest in environmental education, and that specifically wasn't included. And so I think when that analysis has occurred in the past, it's taken that into account that wasn't the expectation of what was being funded here, that was being funded in other areas. So there is the opportunity to do outreach and then to, of course, involve volunteers and projects, that sort of thing, but to run a program only for the purpose of education, not that's linked to projects, I think it's been assumed that that's not within the scope of the funding.
Good answer. That helps clarify. Thank you, Bruce. Dan.
I had a question about the PCSRF. I think, Eric, you had mentioned that over the years, OWEB has funded 6,000 projects, which is sort of seemingly a higher delivery rate than other grant recipients. So I was wondering if that was, obviously in a testament to how well OWEB works, but is it that we're more effective, or is there some, like some of the coordination with the tribes? Are we kind of counting all of that as OWEB, or why do we have such better results than other recipients?
Do you want to tackle that one?
Sure.
Okay, good.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, a business operations manager. OWEB does such a great job with the PCSRF essentially outcomes because we are able to leverage the federal funds with our state lottery dollars. And so none of the other applicants have that additional revenue to help leverage projects on the ground. So that's really what it comes down to, is the ability to really leverage the state lottery dollars. We don't run a separate grant program for PCSRF. We just incorporate it into our open solicitation, our focused investment grant awards. And so it just really helps us get more done on the ground. And we're really fortunate to have those resources.
Yes.
So that being the case, I was just curious, like for the focus investment program, then this sort of kind of bias salmon projects in that grant program because we're leveraging the PCSRF fund.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, business operations manager. We actually were really explicit when we run open solicitation and focused investment grant cycles. We are not prioritizing projects that align with PCSRF over lottery. We are just looking for the best projects. And then we take the money that we have and we plug it in where it fits best. And so we were beneficial with the FIP award cycle that 3 of those FIPs that the board awarded do align, and we can use a significant amount of PCSRF funds on those focused investment partnerships, but it's still not 100% because sometimes they need state lottery dollars for match, and we can't use PCSRF for like the partnership capacity funding.
But that's tricky reporting.
We have 2 full-time staff that are focused on our PCSRF reporting. We are considered an A+ reporter. They do amazing work, but it is a lot of detailed work, and they do it very well. And we're really, really appreciative of their work.
Great. Chris, you have a question.
I do. Good morning. For the record, Chris Allen. Clearly, the PCS RF funds are critical for OWEB. I'm curious if if future delistings or additional listings of salmon and steelhead ESUs influence the amount of funding available. Do we know?
I needed my steps in today. Courtney Chef, Business Operations Manager. The congressional appropriation for the PCSRF is pretty consistent over time. One of the reasons I went back to DC with the other states is typically that annual trip is to advocate for that money, to that amount to be consistent. So I'm not sure if changes in the state of Oregon alone would change that, because it's happening at the congressional level.
Thanks.
Okay, Lindsay and then Greg.
Good morning. Thank you. For the record, Lindsay McClary. I have sort of a technical question related to those categories A, B, C, D. And it sounds like D is a little bit more of a gray area and harder to link directly to some of those other more clearly defined objectives. When you mentioned D, it sounds like the way that the statutes and the rules are written now, it has to be related to something that's already funded. And in the FIP applications, that makes sense because you have sort of those categories all rolled in under one umbrella. But the way that my brain works, I'm sort of thinking that sometimes you need to do that stakeholder engagement, outreach, and other things to be prepared to then apply later. Is that a hiccup or?
I can speak to that. Thanks, Board Member McCary. Diane Lloyd. So we have not actually, so we interpret necessary for projects to include projects that may be coming, or that there's some evidence will be coming. And so but that is a question that we've looked at historically of, do those elements have to be linked to current projects, but necessary for projects? You know, you're right that there's a lot of planning and a lot of advanced work that has to be put into place to get projects, you know, to the place where they are fundable. And so in order to support that, OWEB has interpreted that provision as including those activities when they're necessary for projects that will be coming. So thanks for the question. Thank you.
Thanks. I have a question, Diane. Thanks. It's good to see you. Greg Addington for the record. Thanks. Diane, you mentioned the legal sufficiency review, and then also sort of a review for new or novel applications of the money. Does that just happen automatically, or does the agency come to you and say, can we do this?
Sure. Thanks, Board Member Addington. Diane Lloyd. So as the slide described, where you're funding anything above $150,000 or transferring an interest of land, then that comes to DOJ. It's required to come to DOJ. There are some exceptions like I described. And so when we have, a program that's running and based on a template, but so only when, those defined categories are coming through, those don't come over. But otherwise, anytime there's a new bucket of money with all the new appropriations, each of those requires a new template specific to those that cites that new unique statutory authority. So all those would come over. And then, of course, the agencies are always free to consult with DOJ, when there's a new legal question. And I think, OWEB does that for sure.
And if I could just follow up, Greg Addington for the record. So not to get too far ahead, but our next agenda item to me is a unique request. Has that gone through DOJ review?
Thanks, Board Member Addington. Yes, so the next on the agenda, there's some discussion of directing funds to Klamath Restoration. That is certainly something that we've consulted about, and that's a project, given all the complexities of that's had a lot of DOJ involvement over the years. And I'll be on hand for the next presentation in case there are questions related to that.
Thanks.
Meg.
Thank you, Liza Jane. Meg Reeves. We were talking yesterday about audits, and I didn't realize that the Constitution requires the Secretary of State to audit these funds. And I was just wondering how often does the Secretary of State audit OWEB? I mean, I know there are other agencies involved here under this provision. You guys know?
For the record, Courtney Sheff, Business Operations Manager. Seems like Renee has stepped out.
I was wondering why everybody was turning here.
For the record, Stephanie Page, Deputy Director. So in terms of the expenditures of lottery dollars, there was last an audit in 2019 and 2020 of both OWEB and then the other state agencies that receive lottery dollars. So that was published. There is currently an audit underway. The report is in the drafting stages related to water. So I think the focus of the audits can change over time or can rotate, but those are a couple of recent audits that we've received. And then there was one back in the early 2000s as well that OWEB was a part of.
Was the current one related to water involving these funds, or just a more general?
It's a more general look at water. Several state agencies have been interviewed as a part of that audit.
Thank you.
Okay, Barbara, you have a question.
Thank you. Good morning, Barbara Boyer. Trying to figure out how to formulate this question. So we have a 35-65 spending plan, right? With lottery dollars. So I think of the pie chart on how we are allocating our 65%, right? The board allocates the 65%. Where does the PCSRF funding plug in? So I'm thinking like our bottom line, we give this much money towards FIP. But if staff, I feel like what I'm hearing today is staff determines when to pull from PCSRF funds. Where is that reflected in our spending plan bottom line? I'm just trying to figure out when does you think of the bottom line for FIP, do you pull out and put that somewhere else and then plug in PCSRF? I'm trying to figure out how to formulate that question, but.
For the record, Courtney Sheff, Business Operations Manager. Essentially, the PCSRF funding is just built into that whole spending plan. And so one of the reasons halfway through the biennium, so in July of 2022, you rebalance the spending plan is because we get that second award from PCSRF for the biennium. So you adopt the spending plan in July 2021 for the biennium, and you only have 1 year of your PCSRF award at that time. So the spending plan is inclusive of lottery projections as well as 1 year of PCSRF award. And then halfway through the biennium, we receive that second PCSRF award and we incorporate that award into the overall spending plan. And again, our pie charts for restoration, technical assistance and such in those spending plan categories don't call out differences between lottery and PCSRF. All that is done behind the scenes with our PCSRF reporting staff and our fiscal staff and myself to figure out where we put the different pots of money.
Okay. I'll formulate that some more. And then I just wanted to thank you for having OWEBs back.
Any other questions? I have one. On the 76, I understand the split and the other agencies get some of those that you listed. Are they under the same requirements, the same splits? Because they didn't look like grant funders to me.
No. So for the record, Lisa Sharplow Hansen, OWEB is the grant funder. We do all the 76 grants. It's on the operations side that the money is split. And so their operations have to fall into those restoration type work tying it to watershed, but they're not doing grants. So as an example, at ODA, they get money for the Ag Water Quality Program. They get money for the Invasive Species Program. They get money for the Japanese Beetle Eradication Program. They had an allotment of lottery funds for grasshopper eradication during the 2022 session, which was a big chunk of money to help because of that infestation. So it has to tie to that watershed piece of it, but it's the operation side. You as a board are the entity that oversees the grant portion of the Measure $76.
So there's a whole big amount of lottery funds, and of the whole, we get 65%. The other is split with the agencies and it's directed funds. So
that's correct.
Yes.
So that 35% is split between DEQ, state police, ODF&W, agriculture, and OWEB. And I can talk to you, I actually have the percentages because I've been doing budget stuff recently. So after the 2022 session, 23% of the funding goes to the state police. 15.6% goes to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. 24% goes to the Oregon Department of Agriculture. 17.7% goes to DEQ for water quality work. And then the 19% that comes to OWEB, that makes up that whole.
Makes up the whole of
the whole pie, the whole 35. Yes.
Okay, there we go. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great information, good questions. And when we go to the spending plan, won't we be smart this afternoon? So thank you, everybody. This is, oh, Dan, one more. Oh, there's two more down there. Okay, I didn't see the order. Mark, you want to go first and then Kelly? Thank you, Dan.
Kelly was before me, so I'll punt to her. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, just a quick comment. So I wanted the person who provided input about OWEB grants and helping to be as efficient and effectiveness as we can. So I just appreciate Eric and Diane's discussion about the process. It is cumbersome. It is difficult. But from my perspective, you know, the reason that we get extra funding from the legislature and we get funding from the feds and funding from state and transfer to us is because we do it right. And even though it's complicated and we've got to have DOJ folks really make sure that we are following the process and crossing T's and dotting I's, it is a somewhat cumbersome process. And I'm sure I can speak for staff and say they're looking for all kinds of efficiencies and effectiveness as we go through the grant process. And I know for some small watershed councils, it is a difficult process. But we do understand that. And I think I can speak for the rest of the board members. We're very cognizant of that. And I'm sure staff is too. But we do get it a lot of money because we do it right. So yep, it's going to continue to stay a little bit complicated, but we have a really good reputation for getting money out on the ground and doing good work with it. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Kelly.
Yeah, I think this question is appropriate here. as opposed to the spending plan discussion, but just tell me if it's not. I'm trying to follow how right now it's 65-35, but it's going to be changing to 70-30 because we've hit a benchmark. And that actually means there's going to be less funding for OWEB staff and operations. And I'm wondering, one, how that's going to affect us, and two, can we change that and get that 5% back?
For the record, Lisa Sharplow Hansen. So we have not hit the trigger yet. We're anticipating we'll hit the trigger sometime toward the end of the biennium. It's in the Constitution. And I think Diane could speak to this. I don't think there's a way to get it back without some constitutional change. When I think about our Measure 76 funds, people talk to me about statute, and I'm like, no, I care about the Constitution, because there are ways to change statutes. The Constitution is much more complicated. So in terms of the 35% operations going to 30 and tightening up, it's going to take some work, because that 30% is actually dictated, allocated by the legislature. And so we can do a lot of work on our side in whatever comes out in terms of, agency request budget, governor's recommended budget, but ultimately, legislatively, during the legislative session, when they allocate and balance and set legislative priorities, that's how that 35% or 30% when we trigger will be allocated.
So, Barbara Boyer. So with this going down to 30%, the potential of going down to 30%, but there's an increase in revenue, right? So I'm trying to figure out, is it really a decrease for operations? Do you know what it might be?
Lisa Hansen, that is a great question. And that's one of the things we're working on right now. Some of it is the timing of this happening. And having carryover, there are just a lot of timing pieces to it. So I always anticipate the worst when it comes to budget and hope for the best. During my career, I've been through a lot of budget reduction exercises. In fact, I think that's what I know how to do much better than to grow a budget. So we are preparing for the worst and doing a lot of work around that, hoping that over time it'll balance.
Meg has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Meg Reeves. I might be getting too far into the weeds, but those general fund programs that became, particularly the ones that became other fund programs, do they come with staff?
Lisa Hansen, yes, they did. They came with funds for staffing.
And they can continue those funds when you, assuming you get numbers.
So the funds in the Ag Heritage Fund and the flexible spending account carry biennia to biennia. That said, the money may be there, but we have to be authorized by the legislature to spend it or to have the staff to do the work. So the money could be there, but
it's another look at the staff.
Absolutely. Yes.
Ooh, I need a break. Yes. Wonderful. Thank you very, very much. Let's have a break let's come back at 25 till. All right, everybody. Just a logistical information for you, for everyone that's here in our audience. There's a sign-in sheet, and we'd like to know who's here and that you joined us. So please sign up in the back. Let us know. Thank you. And Dan has some information as well.
Yeah, before the meeting gets started. So somebody misplaced a pair of black rain pants yesterday, and April has them on her table if you're missing them.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, we are back in session and we are on item number J, the Klamath River Post Dam Removal Habitat Restoration. And I see Renee and Mr. Minor in front of us. Nice to see you today, Jason.
See you.
Thank you. All right, take it away.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, OWEB members. It is fantastic to see you all here today. And I just want to start by saying thank you for affording me a little bit of time on the agenda to bring this opportunity to you. My name is Jason Minor. I serve as the Governor's Natural Resources Policy Director. And with me today is...
Good morning, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Fire, Klamath, and Drought Programs Manager at OWEB. Good to see you.
And as I said, I couldn't be more excited to be here today. We have an opportunity in front of us to be part of a restoration of really what I think of as one of the three great rivers of the Pacific Northwest. And not to cut any out, but there are three rivers that, when I think about them, cut through the Cascades, have the power to power through the Cascades. The Columbia, which across the world people have heard of and know. I counted the Fraser with our Canadian neighbors to the north. But then the Klamath as well, which is far less known and probably has far less of a reputation than it deserves across the country and really across the world, is one of the fantastic rivers of the Pacific Northwest for the power that it demonstrates in breaking through the Cascades. It's also counted, and I know in the previous presentation to OWEB, counted as one of the three great salmon producing rivers of the Pacific of the West, in which you sort of count a little bit differently and include the Columbia, the Klamath, and the Sacramento. And again, we are poised with an opportunity to be part of a truly historic restoration project that will impact those salmon stocks of the Pacific and particularly of the Klamath Basin. There is a lot of experience at this point with large-scale river restoration projects associated with dam removal. And I know that this board has heard in a March 2021 presentation about the scope of the Klamath project. Specifically, the Klamath project as a whole, it encompasses the removal of 4 main stem dams. 3 of those dams are in California. One of them, J.C. Boyle, is in Oregon. These dams are privately held assets of PacifiCorp, and in the process dating back to 2001 and really culminating in 2009 and 2010 of evaluating the efficiency, efficacy, and impact of these dams, the decision was made that the best course forward, both as a business decision and for ratepayers, was that these dams should be surrendered and decommissioned and ultimately removed. As I said, there's a lot of experience across the Northwest at this point with dam removal projects, the Elwha, Little Sandy, White Salmon. And in all of those cases, sort of some of the most dramatic and most really the point or the heart of the matter has been what restoration happens behind those concrete structures that restores the footprint that has been a reservoir or been impacted by the big piece of infrastructure, restores it to salmonid habitat, to something that is a better insulator, a better producer of high water quality downstream. That part of the project is the part that I am excited to be back as a representative of the administration in front of OWEB, following up on Richard Whitman and Maida Lofsgarden's presentation in March of 2021, to say we would like, and it's really a priority of this governor and a priority of many governors before her, for OWEB to be a participant in this project by providing up to $50 million of contingency funding in Oregon for Oregon side restoration projects that are associated with this really historic opportunity. As Richard said before me, it's not just about salmonid habitat. It's also a water quality issue. These dams have impacted and led to hazardous algal blooms and stagnant water held in the reservoirs that have impacted fisheries downstream, including a historic die-off of hundreds of thousands of fish, I think in 2002, if I have my year correct. And that opportunity is really what sits before us. I was going to call up a slide, and I don't know if I will lose track of the folks up there on screen when that happens. But could we call up the first slide just to level set for everybody? So as we're waiting, we really only have 3 slides in this slide deck, and it's largely to orient you to the geography and orient you to the time that's been involved, because these are big geographies and big time. I'm going to wait for a sec to have it queue up. I'll get back to the geography while the tech is, landing us in our spatially. I'll shift for a second to what'll ultimately be the second slide. But again, these are really big reference points. There are very few details on these slides that I expect you to look at and really internalize, because that's not so much the point. The point is the large scope of things. So I'm going to kick from geography, and as I said, sort of massive, incredibly important salmon stronghold basin, incredibly important place in the geography of the Pacific Northwest, both culturally and ecologically. Shifting for a second to the timeline that's going into this project. I know that this will be, again, referencing back to the presentation you heard in March. This is the 3rd Oregon governorship, I think, that has held this project, this opportunity, and the opportunity to take a step in the Klamath Basin towards restoration and a sort of ecosystem balance that will benefit all communities in the basin. This is the 3rd governor to really hold this as a priority. So dating back to 2001, I know Governor Brown was on the ground in Klamath Falls during the Bucket Brigade meeting with Oregonians. I know Governor Kitzhaber was there as well. And, this project also brings in Governor Kulongoski, who sits as one of our board members, State of Oregon's board members on the Klamath River Renewal Corporation. So 3 Oregon dates back as a priority for 3 Oregon governors. It's also been a priority, and I've had the opportunity to meet with 2 California governors, Governor Newsom and Governor Jerry Brown, deeply involved in this project. Both Governor Browns were at the mouth of the river at the signing of the KHSA, Klamath Hydroelectric Settlement Agreement, and KBRA, Klamath Basin Restoration Agreement, and held this project as a high priority. So it dates back, the work dates back to at least 2001. As those efforts ran into struggles and needed to be reevaluated, the states got together and established a separate entity, the Klamath River Renewal Corporation, KRRC, which I know you have heard about again in the March meeting, as an independent entity to facilitate the project and the process of dam removal. So that entity was launched and has 4 Oregon board members: Christina Wolniakowski, Governor Kulongoski, as I mentioned, Jim Root, a basin resident, and Mike Carrier, former natural resources advisor to the governor, and former deputy regional director of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. A pivot point, again, reiterating information that you've already heard, the entire project budget is $450 million. $250 million of that comes from California bond funding. $200 million of that comes from ratepayer funds already collected by PacifiCorp and held by the PUC. That funding already exists and is already in hand. And that is not really the heart of the matter that I'm here to talk about today. That funding was in hand, the project is in hand, the planning is in hand. KRC has contracted with the largest, one of the largest large project contractors, Kiewit, for the majority of the work of deconstruction, or the work of the deconstruction of the dam. We've also, KRC has contracted with RES as an entity that does the restoration work, or contractor charged with doing the restoration work. That infrastructure, that funding all exists. In July of 2020, FERC indicated to the states that the structure that had been set up with KRC lacked certain elements that FERC was more familiar with. Federal Energy Regulatory Commission is FERC. And so FERC in licensing hydroelectric facilities and and power facilities, FERC is far more familiar with dealing with utilities and dealing with states, and far less familiar with dealing with independent entities or a nonprofit set up specifically for the dam removal purpose. So in 2020, the states, having now spent 19 years committed to this process, sat down with many, many other partners, including the tribes in the basin, the Karuk, the Yurok, the Hoopa Valley, and the Klamath tribes, as well as PacifiCorp and the Department of the Interior, and all agreed that we had come too far to not go farther and stay committed to this process. And so the state stepped up and agreed to be, instead of the license transferring from PacifiCorp to KRC, the state stepped up, the states being Oregon and California, and agreed to be co-licensees as the transfer occurred with KRC, providing FERC that surety, that familiarity, that system that they're a little bit more familiar with, that they're a little bit more comfortable with. Part of that 2020 conversation was an additional question from FERC asking about the funding of the project, asking about the assurance and the guarantee of the funding of the project. And as I said, $450 million budget in hand, 250 from California, 200 from Oregon. The insurance, the surety structures around this are as strong as one could wish for. Kiewit has provided is providing a guaranteed maximum price of GMP, so a guaranteed maximum price of what the work will cost, and that's the first level of assurance. The second level of assurance is a stacked system of performance bonding. Should for some reason Kiewit be unable to complete the work at hand, performance bonds exist in place. And lastly, there is traditional insurance to guarantee that the project goes forward as planned, and that any unforeseen circumstances, this is something that is sort of unprecedented in scale, but should anything unforeseen occur, those three levels of protection are in place so that additional costs don't come to the states, or so that the unexpected becomes a little bit more expected and a little bit more able to be dealt with. However, we also expect and are here today to ask that there be contingency funding in place. And that's where our ask of OWEB comes in, up to $15 million for should the unexpected become even more unexpected, should at the end of the project there still be needs for restoration work, that there be the potential for there to be available funds through OWEB funding for this on-the-ground restoration work associated with the project. So that's really the reason, the long timeline, the geography and the long timeline of how we come here today. I have in your materials in the slide deck, there's a geography of the basin, which I know you've seen before, although I know we were all remote at that time. So I brought it again today. And you can see the massive scope of the basin, much of it in California, but the incredibly valuable and vital headwaters in Oregon, and J.C. Boyle located on the Oregon side. I offer the timeline. That's good. We'll stick with that. I offer the timeline, and I want to point out the timeline is not current. I'm aware, and you should be aware, the timeline is not currently accurate. And the purpose of that timeline slide that we just had on screen, you can look at your leisure, is not so much to give you specific dates by which things, in fact, it can't be for specific dates by which things happen, because they haven't necessarily happened by those dates. Those dates are no longer necessarily accurate. What is accurate is the tremendous amount of work and process that has gone into this project to date, with Kiewit lining out really about 95% of the specific work that will happen on the ground around dam removal, and RES lining out a tremendous amount of work of habitat restoration that will occur associated with the project. So purpose that slide, not specific dates. Purpose that slide is to show you the amount of work that's gone into it. And I think to show a little bit of the unpredictability. So we are now, and in fact, last time you heard a presentation on the Klamath Dam removal, there are two things that I should come here today and correct a little bit about those timelines. In the prior presentations, we anticipated FERC approval of the surrender of the dams in March of 2022. That has not happened. We are now anticipating a potential FERC decision in their November 17th meeting, so about a month from today. And I have listened to your March meeting and came with the intention of making sure that I'm correcting a couple of days that were anticipated at that time. And that slide in federal permitting both adds to the potential risk that costs will be slightly higher because time has gone on and we're all aware of inflation and supply chain issues. It also means that the majority of dam removal will happen in 2024, and the majority or the dam removal will happen, I should drop the word majority, will happen in 2024, and that restoration work will continue from 2024 at about a period of 3 to 5 years from now. So again, presentation in March, timelines are a little bit different. That's the big picture. I hope I've given you a sense of how this administration, Governor Brown, see the big picture. I want to shift to breaking down a slightly different approach, breaking down the 4 phrases or 4 words in the phrase contingency funding in Oregon for restoration, just to make sure that that's all entirely clear and this presentation is clear. First, contingency. As I said, and to echo comments from the past presentation, the insurance or assurance of cost and protection of cost around this project is belt, suspender, extra belt. We have GMP, we have stacked performance bonds, and we have insurance. It is highly unlikely that costs will exceed expected costs. But it is also a simple fact that this is probably the largest river restoration project in the country that the country has seen. And so there is a necessity to expect the unexpected. And for that reason, FERC and the states believe that this contingency funding, up to $15 million from the state, is necessary to have in hand should these eventualities arise, either in the coming year or in the coming 3 to 5 years. That's how I see the definition of contingency, and I'm welcoming conversation or question about that too. Funding, as I said, up to 15 million. In 2020, when FERC threw a bit of a curveball into the process, the states and PacifiCorp sat down and agreed that as entities that care deeply about this project moving forward and believe it's the only responsible way to move forward to both the ratepayers and a responsible business decision, that the costs associated with any potential overrun at the end of all the other insurance mechanisms would be split 3 ways among these 3 entities. That's the source of up to 15 million and that's roughly 10% of the entire $450 million project. Next, I offered to break down in Oregon, and that's where I threw in the first new slide to y'all. All of this contingent restoration funding would be spent in Oregon. And what does that mean? That means the area, the footprint currently under the reservoir of the J.C. Boyle Dam. So that breaks out to, and then I'll shift. So that's the in Oregon part. And I'll shift quickly to the last thing that I offered to break down for you. Restoration. What does restoration mean? The environmental permitting documents associated with the project, the EIS, the documents from RES, list out about 15 different plans for salmon return to the basin and for restoration. The most relevant of those plans for you and for your consideration, and the plan that is referenced in your materials today, is there a ramp, the reservoir area management plan. The problem with making an acronym that's actually a word is you forget what the words refer to. So the ramp, reservoir area management plan, right? Yep. And that lays out, I mean, I invite you to read it. It's an exciting document. It's a fascinating document to read because you can imagine drawdown and restoration of about 258 acres that currently are underneath the reservoir and associated riparian areas, creating recreating a main stem, revegetating the riparian area of that new main stem, recontouring the banks of the is underneath the reservoir currently to a more natural bank, recontouring the reservoir footprint where tributaries come in, and they've either dumped historically large or inappropriate gravel or need new sediment courses to reconnect these vital tributaries that will now be flowing into a main stem instead of flowing into a reservoir. Reconstructing the bank where things like culverts and other infrastructure exist, so that because the bank will no longer be the bank. So restructuring those areas. I may have said replanting. I think it's 157 stems per acre of herbaceous vegetation in the exposed footprint of the reservoir, and then a somewhat smaller number in upland sites subject to restoration. And that brings in upland sites, so staging areas, roads, other areas that are associated and may be impacted by the deconstruction of the dams and the restoration of this area also being restored to a more natural footprint, with the ultimate goal being that a natural river that improves water quality and houses salmonid habitat and other natural habitats is recreated in the footprint of the J.C. Boyle Dam reservoir currently, again, adding up to about 258 acres. Restoration also means adaptive management, like I said, and I'll keep on reiterating, this is a big project, and no doubt things will happen during the course of the project that need to be adjusted and adapted to. Currently, there are I think there are 27 sites associated with J.C. Boyle that will be monitored both by RES, but also by our regulatory entities, so DEQ, ODFW, as adaptive management sites. 6 of those are in the riparian area of the recreated main stem. 4 of them are in the tributaries that flow into the recreated main stem, and the remainder, leaving 17, if anybody's counting, are associated with upland sites, largely because upland sites are drier and probably harder to recognize how they recover. That's a breakdown of contingency funding in Oregon for restoration. And I hope that gives you a good perspective of the role that we're hopeful that OWEB can play in such a large project. Again, the sentence begins with contingency, but it's a critical role because no regulatory entity wants to enter in an agreement that doesn't have belt extra suspenders, and so some level of belt and suspenders is where we see OWEB playing a vital role in this. I'm going to shift for a second and just say a whole bunch of thank yous. Richard Whitman sat in this chair in March and gave this presentation and has since retired. has done a tremendous amount of work on this project over, again, 21 years of involvement. I also want to thank Maida Lofsgarden, who did a tremendous amount of work in bringing this to the prior decision of the board in March. And I want to thank Kurt Melcher, Director of ODFW. Department of Fish and Wildlife has delegated, or the Fish and Wildlife Commission has delegated authority to Kurt and the agency to accept parcel B lands that aren't immediately under the footprint of the dam, but elsewhere, and hold them until their future disposition. I want to thank all our KRRC board members, Governor Kulongoski, Jim Root, Mike Carrier, and Christina Wolniakowski for their long service. And I also, I failed to mention it, but I want to thank, I meet bi-weekly, so every Friday morning at 8, I meet with the Hoopa Valley, Yurok, Karuk, and Department of Interior, State of California, and other stakeholders to share information and keep this project and this vision on track. And those people all spend, this effort is not attributable to any single individual. Those people all spend interminable hours working on it and trying to keep this vision alive. And I just want to thank them. And that, that brings me back to, this is an exciting opportunity. I'm excited to be able to bring it to OWEB for your consideration. I started, with a vision of the 3 great rivers that breach the Cascades and the 3 great salmon producing rivers of the West Coast. But I no longer, after decades myself, I too was there in 2001, though in a very different capacity, working on a collaborative problem solving effort in the basin. I no longer view this as a river restoration project. I view this as a community restoration project. And this as, for so long, we have lived in an environment in which the words Klamath Basin have been synonymous with conflict. And there is no silver bullet, there is no single step, there is no individual hero in these stories. We know this doesn't happen overnight. Lord knows nobody would call 21 years overnight. And this is not a final step in any way, shape, or form. There is so much more work to be done, There are so many more communities to which we need to extend every due effort that the state can to bring balance to a basin, again, that is synonymous with conflict. But I am hopeful with this project and the opportunity for this project to move forward. As I said, this is no longer about river restoration for me. This is an opportunity to shift the definition of what we think of when we think of the Klamath Basin as a place where collaborative problem solving has been successful. So that is everything that I had written down intending to say on my 3 slides. Renee, I don't know, we had a couple of chances to talk. Anything you would like to add?
Thanks, Jason. For the record, Renee Davis, not at this point happy to help with any questions, though, the board members might have as we get into discussion.
Stephen?
Very nice presentation. As a fish guy, of course, I'm going to ask a salmon question or 2. I have a 2-part question related to restoration. I'm sure these are well answered, but I just want to hear what the plan is. I think when you clearly in restoration, one of the goals is to, improve salmon populations and salmon runs and so forth. And I thought I heard you say that the restoration plan is a 3 to 5 year effort. Could you tell us how long that restoration plan actually is? To me, that would be way too short to see results. The second part of the question is related to the adaptive management framework in terms of adaptive management, I presume related to the restoration effort. Is that going to be a watershed wide restoration team or adaptive management team that puts into place? Because clearly what happens to the salmon is watershed wide and not just in Oregon or California. And I'm wondering how you implement a interstate, I guess, or in probably multiple entity adaptive management framework.
Great. Thanks for the question, Stephen. Super appreciate it. In terms of the adaptive, I'm going to hit the second part first because I've forgotten the first part. Second part, I've highlighted, because it is critically important to me that we know that OWEB funds be available as a contingency for work in Oregon. I've only highlighted the Oregon portion of the adaptive management plan. There's an extensive adaptive management plan that you can reference in the link, the ramp, and in the EIS that reference the basin-wide adaptive management effort. Really multi-species, multi-criteria, water quality, sedimentation, fish habitat, fish presence. And I think the second part of that second question was, how do you work across multiple jurisdictions? And I should have thanked Chuck Bonham at California Department of Fish and Game for his extensive work and partnership. We work closely with California. We are hand in hand, again, bi-weekly meeting, and they are both CDFG and ODFW are lead entities on adaptive management and monitoring on both sides of the border on fish, wildlife, sedimentation, and water quality. I should have put DEQ and the California Water Control Board in that list, as well as relevant agencies. So I think it's a thorough basin-wide approach. Back to your first question, it is. I said 3 to 5 years because that's the time. That's what I see as the funding, the contingency funding window, not as the restoration window. I think at least 10 years is likely the anticipated FERC required adaptive management window. Now, we won't actually know until FERC issues a decision what their mandated adaptive management window is. That said, even if it's 10 years, if it's 20 years, whatever it may be, I mean, from my perspective, the state's commitment to this basin is ongoing. This is a high priority. ODFW and their work on salmonid restoration in the basin will be working on adaptive management for as long as ODFW is around. So I 100% agree with you, and I shouldn't have fallen short on characterizing what that timeline referred to, but our agencies, that also brings up the point, our agencies, DEQ and ODFW, don't lose any of their regulatory authority as this project goes forward. They still, should anything go wrong, should there be a sedimentation issue, should there be an unanticipated issue, our agencies still have their regulatory authority in this basin. And much of this work is designed to bring it in compliance with necessary regulatory documents. And FERC has asserted that all the necessary regulatory documents are in hand, meaning a 401 certification from Oregon, a 401 certification from California, and 404 permitting from the Corps. Sorry, that was a bit of a long answer, but I enjoyed the question.
So I'm doing a little bit of agenda timing. We have one person signed up for public comment. Is that correct on this topic? Okay. Is that person in the room or online? Okay. So James, are you okay waiting to give your public comment, or do you want to do it sooner than later?
Yes, happy to wait. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Kelly.
Hi, Kelly Coates for the record. So I just have a couple of questions about the 15 million that's in the request. That is for restoration work specific to the footprint around J.C. Boyle. Am I characterizing that correctly?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Kelly. And I would say, I'm always careful to say up to 15 million since it is contingency funding, but the footprint of J.C. Boyle is the vast majority of the restoration project in Oregon.
Okay.
Correct that.
Okay, so follow-up question. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I wanted to correct that. One could think, if I said footprint of J.C. Boyle, you might think footprint of the dam itself. So I was clarifying footprint of the J.C. Boyle reservoir, of the reservoir.
Okay. So follow-up question to that. As you mentioned, there's so much more work that's going to go into restoration of the Klamath River as a whole, right, after these dams are removed. And one thing that I know I've talked with some Klamath tribal members is concerns about the drawdown of Klamath Lake as these dams are removed and the reservoirs, go back down into a river, into a river channel, and the potential impacts that it's going to have on the schwam, the suckerfish within Klamath Lake and their spawning areas. And so I'm just wondering if, as we look out kind of beyond this initial removal and restoration in the reservoir area, my assumption is that there are going to be additional impacts and additional restoration and contingency work that's going to have to happen upstream of this area as well. Have there been any thoughts around that and how we might work with the Klamath tribes on that, or other areas where we would potentially see impacts and need additional restoration work?
Thanks for the question, Board Member Coates. I may have the detail wrong, but to my knowledge, I'm not aware of any drawdown above link in the primary spawning areas for the Schwam and Cuptu in Upper Klamath Lake, which is where the focus has been on lake elevation to keep viable populations or recover populations of the Schwam and Cuptu. The state has always taken a whole basin approach to the Klamath, and I think we have a very strong relationship both with the Klamath tribes, but also with the Klamath Water Users Association on this conversation. There is ongoing work, and I think both the services, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, in particular in this case, and National Marine Fisheries Service are deeply engaged in these projects. We've been and continue to meet with DOI regularly, and I think expect a December meeting on state of the science and state of restoration funding. That you may have seen the large pool of federal funding that's coming towards the basin for restoration activities. There is I can't overstate the desire on the part of particularly the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to get to a point where federal investment in the basin is no longer characterized as random acts of restoration, which I think is something that lands pretty close to home for some folks in interior. And I think there is a strong effort to make sure that really once in a lifetime influx of federal funding goes towards meaningful projects to prevent the extinction spiral of Schwam and Cuptu upstream of the majority of where this is happening. I do think, and the state's committed to that too, is entirely committed to that. The governor has, and I have toured the hatchery facility that the Klamath tribes run, and been very inspired by that. I think the governor continues to try and direct state funding towards those efforts. The way in which I see this project most related to those efforts is water quality is a basin-wide issue in the Klamath. And this is a step that so dramatically can improve water quality in the lower basin. There are there's so many water quality challenges in the upper basin that we are taking a step that on the basin as a whole improves water quality. Now, that doesn't mean we won't continue to work on riparian areas in the upstream tributaries, Williamson Wood, Sprague of the lake. But I think the way that I think of it is it's a tangible step towards water quality improvement basin wide, particularly in that lower section.
All right. So I see Eric's hand. I know Bruce has a question. Mark, yours was up, but now it's down. But I also see us on our agenda for taking a break. Are you guys okay waiting for your questions and just take a 10-minute break? and then come back because we have 45 minutes to discuss this after break. So what's the wish of the board? Wow. I guess I'll make the decision. I'm one for plugging.
Should we take the public comment before break?
He said he was, that's a good suggestion. And then we'll take a break after public comment. Okay. Thank you, Dan. My fellow East Coaster. All right, so we are going to move on down to public comment, and we have one person signed up, and that is James Frazier. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, we are going to give 3 minutes. We don't have our timer up, do we? Public comment? They've got us right there. Okay, all right. Go ahead, James. Welcome.
Thank you. Co-chairs Boyer and McAllister, members of the OWEB board. My name is James Fraser, and I'm the Oregon Policy Advisor at Trout Unlimited. TU is a nonprofit organization dedicated to conserving cold water fish in their habitats. Our organization has long been involved in the Klamath Dam removal processes. As we speak, TU staff are restoring aquatic habitat in the Upper Klamath to prepare the watershed for reintroduced native migratory fish. TU supports the requested funding for Klamath River watershed restoration as detailed in the memorandum for Agenda Item J. I'd like to use my time to stress the importance of this matter to the bigger picture of restoring river health in the Klamath. Dam deconstruction is on the horizon and should begin soon. This request from the governor regards a key commitment from the state of Oregon towards that process and subsequent restoration work, and we note that this funding is intended solely to serve as a contingency. The 4 dams of the Lower Klamath project generate little hydropower. The dams completely block salmon, steelhead, and lamprey from accessing more than 400 miles of vital spawning and rearing habitat and are a primary factor in the precipitous decline of those species. Once the dams are out, there will be several major reservoir sites to restore, including the J.C. Boyle Reservoir area, which is located entirely in Oregon. Consistent with the findings of previous federal and state analyses, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission released a final environmental impact statement in August that recommended approval of the proposed license surrender and dam removal. One of the key findings in the final EIS is that the projected cost of removing the dams is well within the anticipated cost range agreed to by tribes, irrigators, anglers, and the current owner of the dams. The analysis also affirms previous findings that dam removal is critical to restoring Klamath River fisheries and improving water quality in the basin. But as summarized in the staff report today, FERC also indicated in 2020 that an additional level of contingency funding was necessary to secure approval for dam decommissioning. In response, the states of Oregon and California, along with PacifiCorp, committed to share that obligation. The requested dollars are essential to following through on that commitment. Removal of these dams on the Klamath River paves the way to what is arguably the largest river restoration project in history. Trout Unlimited appreciates Oregon's continued leadership towards making the project a reality. This is a generational opportunity to ensure restored river health in the Klamath system. Please approve the requested funding. Thank you for considering my comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, James. I'm not seeing anybody with any questions. Thank you so much for your time today and showing up and giving us that information.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to let's come back at 10:30. Thank you. It's 10:30. You could take your seats, please.
I'm excited to do that. Thank you. Well, look at you, little health nut, you.
Thanks, Greg. All right, I think we're still waiting for a couple of board members. Oh, there's Chris. Okay. All right, so we're going to go back into discussion on agenda item J. And I've got Eric on my list up first. Go for it.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Eric Murray, NOAA Fisheries for the record. Thank you. That was a very informative presentation. My question is, we know that a big benefit of this project would be improved fish passage, particularly into the area of the Upper Klamath Basin in Oregon. Are there currently any funding limitations or constraints that would prevent funding a project that fell outside of the area where we currently have anadromous fish in Oregon? And I'm thinking of, for instance, the map that Eric Hartstein showed us earlier that shows the recovery domains. And I think that area of the Upper Klamath Basin was included in that area eligible for funding, but I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thanks for that question, Eric. For the record, Renee Davis. So in fact, I was just texting earlier this morning with one of my colleagues about we need to swap in the correct map for the recovery domains. We actually several years ago incorporated into our Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund application and a map that specifically denoted the area of the Chinook ESU associated with some tribal treaty investments that with PCSRF funds that ODFW and Klamath tribes are involved with, and then also the ESU area for Sonk Coho to more accurately represent if we're targeting specific projects to get at Coho that now have access to the areas above the 4 main stem dams. What is that anticipated distribution for those species so that we're certain that we meet those PCSRF eligibility requirements? And then kind of in contrast, or in addition, rather, ensuring that if it's a project focused on Chinook that is an ODFW coordinated effort with Klamath tribes, that we're clear on what that appropriate footprint is. So we need to add a correction to that map that you saw earlier, and we are incredibly mindful of appropriate geographies for specific fund sources as we contemplate investments in Klamath, including PCSRF.
Okay, thank you. Bruce.
Thank you. When we discussed this in March, remembering that discussion, I believe some of us, and me in particular, arrived at the conclusion that we were being asked to essentially create a new FIP of scale. When we talk about $10 million, $12 million over a period of time for recovery in this area. And I remember there was general consensus by the board at that time that that was an acceptable use of OWEB funds moving forward. The only heartburn that I have had is the word contingency. I mean, I don't know how to vote for contingency money. I don't know what a contingency dollar looks like. If I'm asked to vote as a board member to allocate funds, no matter when they might, or even if they might not come out of the checking account, they've got to be allocated and go in. So that money is real money that we're talking about. So I am curious, because I'm supportive of this plan. I'm curious if we vote as a board to say, yes, we will allocate $15 million over a period of time, then looking at the time period, when is the earliest a check would be written? Do we anticipate that? When is over what period of time would these funds be actually coming out of the account that we have created? And is there any, the scenario in which they may not be actually spent is somewhat irrelevant to me, because I'm being voted to allocate them. And if they don't get spent, well, they don't get spent. That's fine. The money comes back in. We make decisions about that money down the road. But the real decision that I feel I'm being asked to make is, am I going to put that money in the checking account and leave it there in case, and I expect that we will need it. So anyway, that I just wanted to make a comment on that. I thought we had general agreement on the board in March, and but getting away from, I feel better getting away from focusing on the contingency part of it and really look at the actual or the action that we're being asked to take, which is a real set the money aside. And are you willing to do that? Which I am. Thanks.
Thanks for the question, Bruce. And I'll answer the part that I can answer. There may be part in the FIP process that's more a question for Renee. These dollars that you're being asked to set aside in the checking account are the last set of dollars that exist after every other dollar has been spent. So the question about when, you asked a very prescient question, I think, about when is the first time that I might be expected to have one of these dollars flow out of the checking account. And my answer to that is, in some ways, it's a bit of an unanswerable question, because I'm asking you to anticipate the unexpected. But accepting that there is uncertainty around the answer is it's the tail end of the period I'd identified of 3 to 5 years. So the very tail end ends up being 5 years. It is a long ways out. But I have to offer that with the recognition that we're talking about the unexpected. And I don't know if there's any aspect of the FIP process or elsewhere or the spend plan that necessitate additional information.
Let me see if I can help and hope it doesn't hurt. How's that? Lisa Hanson, for the record. So you literally are setting aside out of the spending plan, 15 million going forward. The reason for putting some of it in now is we need to be able to release money. You're creating a new line item because you're taking money from one place and moving it to another. We're fortunate right now with where the board sits in that our open solicitations actually came in a little under than what we had anticipated. There's a lot of money out there for restoration work. And so the board has a choice to reallocate some of that. We're also underspent in our acquisitions line item. And so we can take that and move it down to its own line and then provide some authority to spend should something happen in this current biennium.
Thank you, Director. Chair, if I can follow up. So when I talked about FIP, I only use that term to give a sense of scale, not that we're voting on a FIP, not that the most unsettling part of this for me is, as important as I know it is, realizing that this is the first time we're talking about money where we have very little, we don't have our normal set of controls of how we handle the money, going through the types of grant requests and all the technical aspects that we have. So it seems like we're doing this. It is somewhat of a leap of faith. But assuming that our Attorney General has looked at it and said we can do it, and I'm comfortable with I'm not uncomfortable enough to vote no.
And Renee can help with this. The law requires us to have an application. That's part of OWEB. And that's why we run everything through the grant process. We struggled with this, if you remember back with some of those general fund allocations as well. We had to set up the grant programs. So we will have to set up a grant program. KRRC, the corporation, will have to apply. We'll have to have some standards around and some controls then within that grant agreement. And I'll go ahead and let Renee take it from there because that gets detailed past.
Thanks, Lisa. For the record, Renee Davis. So just really following on what Lisa said, that is exactly right. We have an incredible amount of detail already existing in the Reservoir Area Management Plan, which is very helpful and akin to a lot of what we see in a grant application. And we will set up a specific offering for this specific grant offering for this specific purpose. So we receive the appropriate grant application or applications, given the incremental nature of this work. And we will still go through a review process with these applications. So it will feel somewhat different in terms of not having a structured regional review team as an example, but we will still have a structured review team, technical review team for the applications that KRC would submit. So, and quite another important piece is very frequent communications and quite frequent progress reporting. We are going to need to come back to this board very regularly and let you know how things are proceeding, where things are off course, successes, adaptive management learnings. And that is exactly what we would build in at some frequency, whether it's every 3 months, every 6 months, what makes most sense to ensure that you understand that investment's progress.
And Chair Bruce, we have communicated that to all the partners. When I mentioned those biweekly calls, we've been clear that our expectations are that that this follow those. Should this be the course forward, that's the course that that Renee lined out that has to be followed.
Okay, I've got Mark, Meg, and then Liza Jane.
Okay, thank you. Jason, good to see you again. The first question I had answered. But I wanted to mention before I actually asked the questions, the Fish and Wildlife Commission approved about a week and a half ago the acceptance of the purchase of the properties that Jason had mentioned. In his presentation, he talked about there's going to be some property available and would the ODF&W Commission be willing to accept that property? And we voted unanimously to do that. So that property is going to come to ODF&W, and then probably there'll be a discussion about what to do with it after it's acquired. So that answers that question. And then the second question I had, Renee, you did answer it. I wanted to find out how we are sitting financially right now, if we can accept something like this. So the third question I have is either for Renee or Jason, and that is when I read the proposal, it's a little bit unclear to me. It sounds like we would, if it was approved, we would give permission to the executive director, Lisa, to work with the Klamath Renewal Corporation, if I'm getting the words right here, if they had a request for funding. And so I don't see it in the motion, anything where we give authority to do that. The motion as proposed by staff is that we would just commit up to $15,000 for the contingency fund. So can somebody clarify that for me, just to make sure how that process would work once we, if we approve this today?
Mark, good to see you again too. I think the only element that I'm going to hand it over to Lisa and to the director in just a moment, but the only element I would clarify is to point out that there is already sort of the umbrella plan within all the environmental permitting documents and within the ramp. That is the general structure. And then so there is a structure within which individual applications would come forward for, and then I'll hand it over to Lisa, I think, if you wanted to answer the second part of that or part of that question. Maybe you didn't.
For the record, Lisa Hanson. So, Mark, within the packet, this is a little unusual in that it's a multi-staged motion. So we would commit the money. We then talk about moving some money around in the current spending plan, so it has its own line item. And then the third part of it is delegating to the executive director authority to spend within the amount that's been moved in the spending plan during this current biennia, which is much like, I think, what Bruce talked about, the FIP-like piece of this, because that's how we handle FIPs. With that delegated authority. And then the fourth piece of it is committing the remainder of the funding, or 15 million, into the future spending plans. So we have that cash reserved for what might come to us. The last piece of this, and we haven't talked about it, is if there were some situation to occur that we didn't have funding within the OWEB structure, Measure 76, PCSRF, cash available. It has been looked at as an opportunity that OWEB could go to. Help me with the name of the fund.
Water revolving fund.
Clean Water Revolving Fund at DEQ and apply to that. I think as we've looked at this, though, that's our contingency for cash. We believe we can build it into the spending plans going forward and make an adjustment within the current spending plan.
Okay, so I was going to hold this question till the last, but might as well ask it right now. So I'm assuming that staff, Renee, Lisa, and staff is recommending approval. Is that correct?
For the record, Lisa Hanson, it's in your board packet for approval. Yes, this is a once in a lifetime, once in a generation restoration project with a big commitment to doing amazing work to restoring that watershed.
Okay, thank you.
Meg?
Thank you, Barbara. Meg Reeves. I just want to say I'm in support of this proposal, but I have the same. I'm trying to put it in a box in my head, basically, because it looks to me like we are, as far as this board is concerned, we're being asked to make an award of 4.5 million or 4.05 million today and put it in the current spending plan. And so I have the same kind of contingency hesitation about this. It's not hesitation, it's more the characterization. I mean, I'm thinking we're making a decision to go forward with this, and then delegating to the agency the implementation of the award. So I have the same kind of, I don't know, I mean, maybe it won't get spent, at least not this biennium, or maybe in any biennium. But to me, we're setting it aside, we're making an award, and we're moving on, and you'll come back and let us know how things are going. And like I said, I'm in support of it. I'm more just, I feel like the contingency aspect of it creates a little confusion or something. Kind of was following on Bruce's comment.
All right, we've got Liza Jane, Greg, Stephen, Bruce, Dan. All right, Liza Jane.
This is Liza Jane. So I'm working on the box, and this is how I see it. Bruce, it's kind of like an opportunity cost, right? We're going to agree to set aside $15 million. We want to go on a great fishing trip, and we have to put $5 million for the next 5 years ahead, 3 years, and then we'll have enough to go. But then we don't want to go. We're not going to go. We're going to go do something else somewhere else. So, but we have it. So what the possibility is, the reality is we don't have it for something else, but we value this so much that we're going to set it aside and say it's there because this is what we want to spend it on if needed. Before in 21, what I remember is it was all this contingency upon, and FERC was nervous, and they said, we've got to have everybody in Oregon pitch in and say, if it goes bad, we're covered. We don't have to do that. We're covering restoration. that the restoration work's going to happen, which is what we care about and what we do. So that's why I think it's perfectly aligned. And I believe we have it to do that. So, and maybe we won't need it and then we'll go spend it there anyway, or whatever we want, whatever fits at the time. But I think for me, it's legit. I hope that helps, but that's how I see this. The fishing trip you got? Yeah, okay.
It's gonna go Greg. All right. Bruce.
Just let me follow up. I really appreciate that. And on a purely accounting approach, in the unlikely event that this money is still in the account 5-6 years, we're going to want to do something. OWEB and the board at that time. And it may be other projects on the Klamath. It may be by that time we'll have wanted to establish a FIP for the Klamath. Does our action today need to have an end date or any kind of what happens? Well, I mean, what do we, that money's just going in there. Then if it's not spent, what do we do? How do we get it out? How do we make any changes down the road? So it may be a moot point, but it's an accounting issue.
Lisa Hansen for the record. So you adopt a spending plan each biennia at the beginning. We just did an adjustment to the spending plan in July at the board meeting because we acknowledged that PCSRF money coming in. We talked about that in our last presentation. What I think would happen is we would get to the end of the project. The work is done, contingency. There were no costs. Let's just say that. Best case scenario, there are no costs. That money then could be reallocated back up into some other part of the budget. So you would just do another amendment to the spending plan and reallocate that cash to a different place.
Lisa, may I add something for the record? Renee Davis, I think the other important door opening that occurs with this is that very frequent communication with KRC, understanding what they're experiencing, what Kiewit and Res are experiencing on the ground. I think we will begin to have much more defined resolution on this in terms of what some of that risk or lack thereof is as we move forward. And so we would need to consult with Department of Justice on this, obviously, given kind of structural questions, but just as we better understand what risks may or may not play out, understanding then what does that mean in terms of that up to number. So it may, not have to wait until the end, but just understanding if there is some incremental space to adjust or reconcile those numbers based on where we are with project implementation.
All right, so I've got Stephen and then Greg and then Dan.
Thanks, Steve Brandt for the record. My question gets back to the timing a little bit. It seems like what is being asked for is $4 million for the 21 to 23 biennial to do restoration. But I also heard that the dams aren't even coming down till 2023. So what sort of restoration can you spend any of that money in before the biennial is over? And what sort of restoration efforts would be done? I would almost imagine before the dams come down.
For the record, Renee Davis, thanks Steve for the question. So I think the initial $4 million allocation is for this biennium. Those funds could be needed this biennium in 23 before the dams come out in the event that there is some precursor restoration that can occur. If there are components of upland planting, that I think still is a question, and we would need to work through exactly what that viable implementation pre-dam removal would look like in 23. The action though before you is to support post-dam removal restoration contingency costs. So you may be making the allocation of $4 million now, and that could sit, I think to Bruce's point earlier, that could sit for 1, 2, 3 years until we are completely into the restoration phase after deconstruction of the dams.
So putting the money in there this biennial doesn't require it to be spent this biennial.
Correct. Does not.
If I might add, Lisa Hanson for the record, I think what it does is create certainty that there is money available should something go wrong, and certainty for the other partners.
All right, Greg, you're up.
Okay, I have a little history here, and so I'm going to ask for some indulgence from the chair and the board and from Jason. But this last go around of questions was interesting and made me think of another question, which is if we're allocating contingency, and I hear what Bruce, you guys are saying about we're just allocating the dollars, and I sort of get that, but let's just go back to the contingency. Is there how do we signal that is, how does the KRRC not just look at that as we have an extra $15 million here? You know, because is it really a contingency? It's only for emergencies if you run short, or can the parties go, well, let's add some more bells and whistles on this restoration plan because we've got an extra $15 to $45 million.
Chair and Board Member Greg Addington. I think, you know, the project budget is defined with that 450 tightly defined, tightly allocated. I think that the answer to the question of how does this stay contingency is there is additional process. One, it's circumscribed by the agreement that it's circumscribed by the definition in the agreement that is put together in the staff report. And two, it's circumscribed by KRRC having to come back to the director with individual grant applications for individual work. And then to me, that's the proving point that you are actually in this point of contingency. And I think the reason why there is an impediment to just viewing the budget as there's an impediment to KRRC viewing the budget as simply having grown. It's clearly defined as contingency funding. There's an additional hurdle that they would have to go through for additional funding or accessing these funds.
Okay. So Jason, I appreciate your presentation, and I wanted to just, you don't have to pull it back up, but the timeline that you had up there started in 2016. And I just want to note that timeline, the front end of that timeline could go way back, right? You could go back 30 years or 100 years. I personally will go back about 10 years to the 2005, 2006 timeframe, when Oregon's portion of the $200 million, the ratepayer money, that required federal legislation to do, or state legislation to allow Pacific Court to charge ratepayers for either dam removal or upgrades to the facilities. You know, the ag community in the Klamath Basin walked the halls in Salem and lobbied for that to happen at some significant political cost, I would say. And the reason they did that is because this was a bigger agreement than just taking dams out. This was an agreement that included a settlement of water issues, of intractable water issues with tribes, conservation groups, farmers, refuges, up and down the river. And it was very, very comprehensive. And by the way, these agreements, the water settlement and the dam removal component were indivisible. It could not, one could not happen without the other. But That's not where we're at today. One is happening without the other. And so for 10 years, the ag community was part of this discussion in a really meaningful way and was part of getting this to the place it's at today. For reasons we could talk about if you want to, it's not really going to be that productive. Congress didn't act on the water rights settlement. Everything died, but then the KHSA was re-signed in 2016. So I just want to read this portion. Section 1.9 of the Klamath Hydro Settlement Agreement commits the parties to engage in good faith efforts to develop and enter into a subsequent agreement or agreements pertaining to other water, fisheries, land, agriculture, refuge, and economic stability issues in the Klamath Basin, with the goal to complete such agreement or agreements within the next year. That was 2016. I would just say that I do not believe that has happened in any meaningful way. I believe that the focus and the energy has clearly been on removing dams, not on these other issues. So with that being said, I just want to throw a couple things out, and Jason, I'm gonna let you react to it, and maybe there'll be a question here or not, but I'm concerned about what happens, and this was the ag community's position, is what happens if dams come out? Don't put us in a position to oppose dam removal. If we have endangered species swimming up into our neighborhood where they haven't been for 100 years, what does that mean to our community? There are 6 dams on the Klamath River, essentially. We're talking about taking 4 of them out. The other 2 are the uppermost dams in Oregon that divert water for agricultural use. They're essential. So right now, Pacificor owns one of them. Pacificor doesn't want it anymore if they're not using it to ramp up and down for power production. So what happens to that facility? Who runs it? Can the Bureau of Reclamation take title? Do they have the authority to do that? Who pays for the operation and the maintenance of that facility? What are the necessary upgrades going to be? Here's another question. What have the states done to prevent new regulatory burdens for agriculture as a result of dam removal? Fish entrainment is going to be a big issue. There are major diversion channels. The water flows both ways that will have to be screened somehow. And that is a very, very expensive proposition. Who pays for that? So I'm going to leave it there and just say that I know that Jason and I know the state knows about these issues. I know the parties know about these issues. And when I say parties, I mean, a lot of these folks are my friends after 10 years of being in the trenches and working on these things. But there is not an energy or an enthusiasm for these other issues. There's an energy and enthusiasm to remove these facilities and do a major restoration project, which I agree could be good and is good for the system. But there are other things that must be addressed.
Thanks, Greg. And Chair, if I can, I think you asked for reactions and comments. And so I'm interested in providing those. And I do think there is an incredible investment of effort. And I don't know if effort always corresponds to energy and enthusiasm necessarily, but I know that we at the state are as committed as we can be to sort of 2 concepts. One, the project irrigation, the irrigators are a critical community in the Klamath Basin about which we care deeply, and we I think we can back up that commitment with the strong effort that we made on the drought package in December of 2021, about $100 million, terrible water year, about $100 million with preferential points in most of the grant programs for Klamath Basin participants essentially extra added points in any kind of review system, so the Klamath Basin could benefit from that drought relief package, or that drought relief package could alleviate some of the burden of the drought of 2021 on the basin. So we've held that principle close to all the actions we've done. And I think the second element is we are committed to those agreements of those elements of the KPFA, to those agreements moving hand in hand with dam removal or the KHSA, or with these restoration efforts. So those are two principles with which we run inside this administration. I'm confident that the next administration will probably run that way too. I think further evidence of those commitments, we are engaged in pretty much weekly conversations with the federal agencies between ODFW, CDFG, and the federal agencies about screening and how to pay for screening, as you say, the entrainment or entrapment of listed species, how to prioritize that, how to prioritize it accurately, how to prioritize it in a way that allows for including like immediate actions and investment in more pit tags for fish, so we understand where they're going, so we can make sure that prioritization is accurate. I think we're also engaged in a conversation with the federal agencies about regulatory assurances, and hopeful that continues to be a productive conversation. So those two things, and then lastly, I think pursuing state funding for adaptation in areas where fish are now present that they haven't historically been present. So at least those first two elements, we're investing a tremendous amount of effort, and from my perspective, it reflects the commitment that the commitment to the agricultural and irrigated community walk hand in hand with the commitment to the dam removal project and the opportunity to restore water quality, really for the benefit of all in the basin. Those two things walking hand in hand, and I know we're spending the time on screening, prioritization of screening, working with the federal agencies on that screening prioritization, and on the possibility of regulatory assurances for the community above the dam removal project. The second thing I made note of was, as you referenced, the 6 dams. And I do think, in particular, we recognize, and there's been there's an equal amount of investment in the conversation that Keno Dam plays a valuable role. And there are challenges around fish passage at Keno. And I think, the two principles in which we think of Keno in the future is there has to be, Keno shouldn't serve as a fish passage barrier, but Keno should still serve the valuable purpose that it serves in creating a pool that adequately waters the water facilities for the project and diversions for the project. So those things have to coexist. The conversation with the federal agencies has always been about how those things coexist, that there cannot be a diminution in the degree to which Keno provides adequate water sourcing for the project. So those things also walk hand in hand. I think there's an effort, there is federal legislation to assure that that as it should be the Bureau of Reclamation take Keno, that any costs associated with upgrading or operating Keno are non-reimbursable by the beneficiaries of the project. I know that Senators Merkley and Wyden have co-sponsored language to that effect and are looking for avenues to move it forward immediately. At the state level, we have been working on legislative concepts to protect or to make this work better, essentially. So looking at opportunities to adjust state water law to specifically in the Klamath Basin to allow for combination of points of diversion or alteration of points of diversion. So that as we're looking at screening, we can get the most bang for the buck on some of these large places where you'd either be looking at large screening or innovative screening where we're not actually sure if our current screening technology can work. So I hear the concern. I know from where I sit that we're working on federal legislation, state legislation, and policy, and actual, on the ground screening and on the ground work within our agencies to try and make sure that no community is left behind, that no community is sitting second chair to this project. And I think, as I said at the end of my presentation, my passion for this project is that it brings benefits to all elements of the Klamath Basin, primarily through water quality, in particular in the lower river. I appreciate the question. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to continue this conversation and just take a shorter lunch. I just thought I'd let you know, give you a little heads up on that. I have Dan next, please.
For the record, Dan Brown. So this is more of a question for, I guess, Lisa, OWEB staff and the board. It's a process related question. And so this is, I guess the question is, has OWEB ever done a commitment of funds like this for a project before? And is this gonna set any precedent for future requests of OWEB? And then how would the board sort of process those kind of things?
Thanks for the question, Dan. For the record, Renee Davis. Not at this scale. We've not made an investment of this type or with this structure. And I'm really harvesting the recesses of my memory banks to give some comparables. I would say that potentially with some of the emergency salmon funding that happened in the mid-aughts probably could be in that vein. I don't remember the magnitude of this. I would say that something that you have had for quite a number of years in your spending plan is the governor's priorities line item, which is really intended for catalytic projects. So you have made investments in that particular line item, delegate the authority to enter into agreements to the director, and we don't have an application in hand in that case. So that's $1 million for the past six biennia, probably at least you've invested in. Again, it's a different scale when we're talking about up to $15 million. So I think that would be the precedent setting piece, but I think that some past precedent has been set. But I would invite certainly any of my colleagues behind me who have been around for a long time also to comment if I'm forgetting an analogous example.
Eric Williams is coming forward.
Co-chairs, members of the board, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB. The one comparable one, the other one, in addition to what Renee mentioned that I would speak to, and Jason knows much more about it than I do, is that in 2015, as I mentioned yesterday, the board did commit to spending $10 million over a 10-year period to improve sage grouse habitat. The structure of that, of course, is completely different. However, it seems analogous in the situation to the board making a kind of a longer term decision affecting long-term investment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Mark Labhart for the record. I do recall that we did do some fire funding, of course, a lot lower scale, but we did some unprecedented work there with some funding that we allocated for the fire funding for the 2020 fires there. So Renee, question for you. Has Diane from DOJ reviewed this? Is it legally sufficient what we're talking about today?
Thanks for the question, Mark. For the record, Renee Davis, she has not reviewed for legal sufficiency in the form of a grant application because we do not have one in hand, but Diane has been intimately engaged in these conversations as we've developed this staff report. Yes.
Okay. And then my last comment, and then I'll be quiet because I've talked quite a bit today, but I'm going to support this project because I think it does a number of different things. It supports strategic plan priority number 3, which is the community capacity and strategic partnerships, achieving healthy watersheds. And it also, I think, achieves strategic plan priority number 4. Watershed organizations have access to a diverse and stable funding portfolio, and strategic priority 7, bold and innovative actions to achieve health in our Oregon's watershed. This is doing something that's definitely out of the box, but I think in terms of the amount of funding and what we're doing with it, but it's inside the box of what we're all about. I really appreciated Greg's comments. The Klamath still have some major issues to deal with, and they are important issues, and we should not lose sight of those important issues. But that's not what we're talking about today in terms of this allocation of funding. But again, Greg's points are very valid. We should make sure that we do whatever we can down in that Klamath Basin to address some of the major watershed issues that come under OWEB's prerogative. Thank you.
All right. Is it Jane? Did you already? Yeah, you get
already. I have one question for Renee. I need to be really clear. All restoration monies currently committed to this project will be spent before ours would be tapped. Is that correct? That is correct. Perfect. Greg, I have a comment for you. You can have it all.
All right, I've got a couple questions. So the KPRA, which is the restoration agreement, right? Isn't that what it's called? KPRA restoration agreement? I remember that from our 2021 March 2021
Chair,
meeting.
KBRA, Klamath Basin Restoration Agreement.
Okay, yes. Is there any money in that particular agreement slated for restoration?
Yeah, the KBRA, so the KBRA the KBRA and the KHSA were sort of two agreements.
Right.
Neither, and that symmetry or those symmetrical agreements did not pass Congress. So
Okay.
I think Board Member Addington referred to that as the failure of that era of sort of collaboration.
Okay. And then I'd be really curious to kind of visit the State Clean Water Revolving Fund. That struck me as an interesting avenue. So can anybody speak to that?
Board Member Boyer, Diane Lloyd, I just want to jump up for that one because I've been advising, particularly on that because of advising DEQ and OWEB. And so that's listed as was described as really a plan B for the contingency, maybe like double suspenders element of the proposal. And it's included because in the event that there were not sufficient Measure 76 funds during a period of time, that DEQ has that fund generally well funded. It's the fund that's used to do all sorts of things around the state for water quality, build wastewater treatment plants, but also to fund riparian restoration. So this is specifically a type of work that can be funded. Being a public agency, OWEB could apply for a loan there. It would really be bridge funding essentially, where we'd use some of those funds to try to fill in that gap in the meantime until the Measure 76 funds or other funds were available for OWEB. But it's really not our preferred approach because you would have to go through all the administrative steps to do that. OWEB would have to apply for a loan. But because that has been discussed as a potential pot of money to use to assure those other, to assure California Pacific Corps, we have the money, wanted to be sure to include that on the list of possibilities and include that in the board resolution.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Greg.
Just a quick one. It's Greg Addington. Jason, I'm just curious, Pacific, you said Oregon, California, Pacific Corps are asked to come up with 15 million each. Is Pacific Corps' portion of, is there 15 million coming from ratepayers or shareholders?
Greg, for the record, Jason Minor, I don't currently know the answer to that question. I have stayed focused on Oregon's responsibility in that conversation.
Okay, and then I just have a comment on all the numbers, Barbara Boyer. Just all the numbers being thrown at me. So the footprint of the dam, or the footprint of the reservoir is 258 acres, right?
Chair Boyer, yes, that's from the EIS, the final EIS, you'd see about 258 acres, I think, is the footprint of the J.C. Boyle Reservoir.
And so for restoration purposes in my brain, how many miles is the Klamath River? How many miles would that restoration be?
I don't have a total
Okay.
mileage of the river.
I'm thinking of the restoration part. Okay, so just based on the footprint of the dam part, I think of stems per acre, and you said 157, and that's 40,000 some odd plants. I just hope that there's some nurseries on alert that this is going to be happening, because I was not on the tour yesterday, but being part of the Yam Hill Soil Water Conservation District Board, we have a native plant nursery, and I know the need and the shortage that's out there. So I just like to put that on record that somebody needs to be communicating with some of these native plant nurseries, because it's going to be a big impact.
Chair Boyer, I certainly appreciate the point. I know we've worked through nursery shortages with reforestation around wildfires and a wide variety of issues. I'm confident Res and Kiewit have it under control, but I will put that back into our biweekly updates as something to make sure that we have in the pipeline.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions? Comments? All right.
I just want to say one thing.
How
It's
much?
gonna, it's
This or this?
just right before we vote.
Go ahead.
It's Greg Addington. I just want to say that I do appreciate this, and I want people to understand, I appreciate the need for this restoration to occur. I mean, if these facilities, and if you haven't seen them, they're enormous. If these facilities come out, I mean, there's a definite need for restoration. I am going to vote no on this, but I'm voting no because I am concerned a little bit that the cart is ahead of the horse. I appreciate there's federal legislation and state legislative concepts, but I'd like to see those be further along. And as importantly, I just want to send a message to the partners and to the KRRC that this is still important. This stuff is really important. And it's very important to me that these other questions get answered. So I just want to let people know that's what I'm doing.
Thank you. All right, we have 5 action items in front of us. So we are going to start with number 1, and I'm looking for a motion, please.
I want to change it though from what it's written. Can I just write it? Say it? If I want. Sure. And if you disagree, that's all right, but I would like to make the motion. I move the board commit 15 million over 5 years for grant funding for Klamath River Post Dam removal watershed restoration.
Second.
It's been moved by Liza Jane, seconded by Bruce. Is there further discussion?
Only to understand what you're thinking is, Liza Jane, about that.
I chose to reword that because it's less squishy. It's very clear. Yeah.
Okay.
For me.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to number 2, looking for a motion, please.
Sure, I'd be happy to make that motion. This is Jamie. I move the board amend its current spending plan to reallocate funding to include $4.053 million for post-dam removal restoration contingency costs in the current biennium. That's the 2021 to 2023 biennium.
It's been moved by Jamie, seconded by Meg. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, moving on to number 3. Looking for a motion, please.
This is Mark. I move the board award an initial amount of $4.053 million for the Klamath Post Dam Removal Watershed Restoration line item in the board's 21-23 amended spending plan to support post dam removal restoration contingency costs incurred by the Klamath Renewal Corporation, and delegate to the executive director the authority to distribute the funds through appropriate agreements with an award date of October 26, 2022.
Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved by Mark, seconded by Liza Jane. Is there further discussion? Bruce?
Just for a point of information, should the word contingency be in this particular motion? If we are actually awarding the money
There's
and
no-
giving
not in there.
the executive director authority to disperse the money.
Okay, I would modify it just to say dam removal restoration costs, and then delete the term contingency. So need the second to agree to that.
Can I just make one comment about actually, maybe it's a question for panelists, but if we have it in our heads that there's some sort of an obligation for the people doing the restoration to use this as a contingency fund, rather than coming straight to us, then maybe we want to leave the word in there. I don't know. Any thoughts on that?
May I add? Oh, Diane's here. Yes.
Sure. Board members, Diane Lloyd again for the record. So we've been referring to it as the contingency fund in our agreement with the other entities, and that's why we've been consistent in doing that. Understanding that you are making the commitment, but that reference is how it's being referred to in the other, in the other follow-on agreements. So I think it's helpful in being clear that that's the pot of money that this is being dedicated to.
It's a title.
Yes.
I'm fine.
Thank you.
So motion stands as read. Is there further discussion? And that was great information. Thank you, just to keep it consistent. All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, motion passes. Moving on down to number 4. Looking for a motion, please.
I move the board include the remainder of the $15 million in funding or $10.947 million in future spending plans.
I'll second that. This is Jamie.
It's been moved by Meg, seconded by Jamie. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, moving on to the last motion, number 5, please.
This is Jamie. I move that if existing funding sources are not sufficient, the board authorizes OWEB staff to apply for a loan of funds from the Clean Water State Revolving Fund for post-dam removal restoration activities.
Is there a second?
Second.
Choices.
Mark. So it's been moved by Jamie, seconded by Mark. Is there further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, motion passes. Thanks, everyone. Great discussion, great presentation. Keep doing good stuff.
Thank you, Chair Boyer. Thanks, members of the board. I can't thank you enough for the amount of time that you were willing to spend talking about this. And I just want to say that the conversation resonates with me, and I will carry it forward, all elements of it, and all the work that the state continues to do on these priorities. It's incredibly valuable to me. I said it at the end, this is about a community. It's not about a specific project, and I'm committed to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've done it. It's okay.
All right.
All right, we are moving on now. Go ahead. Jane, yours. Wash my hand.
You all right?
Yeah.
You need to run around the room?
Boogly, boogly, boogly.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. And as my panel participants are coming forward, I'll just start the introductions. We do have one slide that I'll ask them to pull up. I know you guys have been sitting and listening to a really heavy, complex topic. So if you need to stand up behind your seats and move around a little, great. But I really, and I know we're between you and lunch, but I really hope everyone will, you know, engage with this opportunity to talk to our local partners who came here today, to share some really amazing insights and information about, you know, how they operate on the North Coast in this really unique landscape that we've had the chance to visit in and be out and see the water. And like, I felt like I was feeling the water come down last night. It was in my head. It woke me up last night at some point. And so we just wanted to really quickly pop up a map here to show the black line you can see in the bigger picture. There is the map of Region 1. And I got a little star here in the city of Tillamook where we're located today. And what we're going to do here is we've got our panel here, and we'll have folks introduce themselves in a second. And Katie's really going to ask them some questions, and they're going to tag team answering collectively and kind of help paint a picture of what the work they do up here in the North Coast. And I'm going to just watch the time to make sure we stay on track. But Katie and the partners here are going to do most of the talking. But before I hand it off, I want to do one really kind of quick acknowledgement, especially for some of our newer board members. So as you know, we have watershed councils and soil and water conservation districts that OWEB funds all across the state. And we are actually located here in the geography of the Tillamook County, which currently does not have a watershed council funded by OWEB. They were one of the councils due to various reasons that the board did not fund for this biennium. You did see, if you were at the reception last night, there were some folks there representing the Tillamook Bay Watershed Council, and they are working with local partners right now to kind of get their feet back under them, evaluate their purpose, their niche in this community, re-engage with partners, look at their governing documents, and I'm in regular communication with them ahead of the next council capacity grant cycle. So it's why they're not sitting here at the table today, and just the partners asked me to kind of acknowledge that gap, and it's something that they're all working through as a community right now. And so with that, I think you can, we'll leave up the map for maybe the first question, and then we'll pop it down. Katie, why don't you introduce your partners?
Okay, good morning. Katie Duzick, Region 1 Program Representative here on the North Coast. And I think that was a really good introduction from Courtney, but I wanted to add that I think this is another one of those presentations that a little bit of the OWEB 101 type vein to just get our newer board members familiar with the work that a lot of our smaller organizations and bigger organizations are doing with OWEB funding. So with that, I'd like our partners to introduce themselves. Go ahead, Sarah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Whistler. I'm with Trout Unlimited, and I'm the coordinator for the Salmon Superhighway Partnership.
Hi, I'm Zachary Mallon. I'm the Lower Nehalem Watershed Council Coordinator. I've been there for about 4 years now, making me one of the longer sitting coordinators on the North Coast.
My name is Guy Siebert, and I'm a board member at the Nestucca-Neskowin Sand Lake Watersheds Council. Been there for about 15 years, past president, and I'm also currently the president of the network of Oregon Watershed Councils.
Thank you. So starting with Guy, I'm hoping that you can tell us a little bit about what it's like to work on the North Coast as a smaller watershed council.
Well, first, our watershed council is the furthest, what we consider North Coast. we used to consider the salmon Drift Creek watersheds as in our North Coast group, but they just joined Mid Coast in the merger. So we kind of think of North Coast as starting at Cascade Head and going north to Astoria. It's about 80 miles as the crow flies. It's about a 2.5-hour drive. So you can understand that explains a little bit about the geography. As we know, I mean, every region, and I think this is, why OWEB has regions. I mean, we're all unique in our geography. I think here on the North Coast, we're heavily forested. So forest to farm to the ocean, it's a pretty short distance. We are blessed with great estuaries. I know that Jason talked about the 3 great rivers of the West Coast. We think of the 8 great rivers of the North Coast, 5 of which you're sitting in the middle of here in the Tillamook Bay Area. We also think of ourselves as very productive in terms of salmon and other fish and wildlife, and the value and importance of our estuaries and our partnership that we have with the Tillamook Estuary Partnership, which you kind of heard about a little bit yesterday, I think. So it is a very unique geography. We have most of our forests are privately owned. We have the only publicly owned forest that are within the watersheds other than the Tillamook State Forest. We have Forest Service land and BLM forest lands only within our watersheds in the South Tillamook County area. The rest are mostly private. Tillamook County, as you know, is very dependent on dairy and other farms, and so working with those dairymen and private forest landowners is one of the things that we really have to do. So I was supposed to address a little bit about the demographics, I think, of our communities. We're really blessed with a number of coastal towns that have become very popular tourist attractions, which is both a blessing and a challenge at times, especially for us working in conservation. We have a lot of resource workers within forest and farm and fishing industry, which is quite active here in the North Coast. A lot of service workers. One of the things that one of our challenges we have, because we have a population that is a lot of second homeowners, a lot of tourists coming. Cost of housing is very high. Many of our workers, not only if there's availability to live inland, about a recent study in Tillamook County showed about 50% of our service workers had commute from out of the county. Our particular watershed council, we're based in Pacific City. The previous 2 watershed council directors, executive directors, one commuted from McMinnville, the other one commuted from Lincoln City. There were no places in Tillamook County that they could afford to live in a satisfactory way. So huge challenge for us in terms of demographics. And for people who work here, we have a large number of rural poor. People kind of think of the coast as not that, but I can tell you that we have our homeless and people who are living within our forest and other places, barely getting by day to day. And of course, we have a lot of older retirees, people like me who, come to the coast for its beauty and its natural resources and end up doing all this work we do for watershed councils and other kinds of things. And then, of course, COVID brought us a lot of remote workers, which was kind of different for us in the last couple of years. We've had people who discovered that they can live on the coast and work. And so that's like a whole new population for us. Quickly about land ownership, I mentioned most of our forest land. I think I saw a study recently done by the Wild Salmon Center that said about only 3-4% of our forests are publicly owned. And those are where the headwaters of our streams that service our wildlife, fish and wildlife community. We have a lot of, especially in Tillamook County, again, dairy farms, a lot of organic farms have started up within our areas. We have, I think, many kind of small coastal communities that are not great tourist towns, unlike, let's say, Cannon Beach or Seaside or other things, you know, but we have a lot of communities that are, you know, Bay City and other areas around here that are less attractive to a major tourist thing, but in fact, really are, do attract a number of short-term rentals and other kinds of things. That's about it.
Thank you, Guy. So for the next question, I'm hoping that one of you can tell us a little bit about the work that your organization does. Who do you partner with to get that work done? And then just really painting a picture for us and the board of the kind of pre-work that goes into implementing a restoration project.
Sarah Whistler with Trout Unlimited. Well, I can speak as someone now who I'm coordinating the Salmon Superhighway Partnership. So we are focused on fish passage in the Tillamook and Nestucca watersheds. But I have also served as a watershed council coordinator in my past. So I participated in sort of the breadth of coastal watershed restoration work. Currently with the Salmon Superhighway, we engage with local, state, and federal partners. We work on fish passage projects. So we're removing in-stream barriers. We're working from a prioritized list. So speaking of some of the pre-work that goes into these projects, you know, there's watershed assessments, prioritization, identification of projects. And so, you know, there's a lot of work that goes into that initially, and then it's up to the implementers like Trout Unlimited or the watershed councils or Tillamook Estuaries Partnership to develop those projects and turn them into something that can actually move forward. So there's identifying and engaging with the landowners, which sometimes can be very time consuming and requires, you know, several meetings to get support of private landowners if you're working on private land, or even coordinating with public landowners to get those projects in the development stage. Once we have identified projects, we engage our partners. So we work with state agencies like Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Oregon Department of Forestry, and with the Salmon Superhighway, we are fortunate to work with very engaged federal partners as well, from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, BLM, U.S. Forest Service, and the NRCS. So there's a lot that goes into, you know, identifying the project, working with the landowners, engaging with our partners, identifying the steps that we need to do to get this project to the design phase. And the vast majority of that work, you know, is sort of unfunded in terms of, you know, when we're coming to OWEB or other funding sources, generally we have a project in hand. We'd like to have funding to get engineering for this project, and then we're going to come back and request implementation funding. But all of the work up until then usually is funded if we're working with a watershed council partner. That's going to be coming from OWEB capacity funds. So those are really important in actually bringing these projects to the point where they can actually, you know, turn into actual on the ground projects to, you know, achieve our restoration objectives. See, what am I missing? I just want to acknowledge that as someone, I work for Trout Unlimited, which is a, you know, larger national conservation organization. So I'm sort of working in a different context, but the watershed councils that we work with here on the North Coast, they serve a really specific function in our communities. It's very unique. And so it's really important to support those watershed councils because of the way that they involve and engage with the community. And so it's really fortunate that we have the Nestucca, Nesco, and Sand Lakes Watershed Council and the Lower Nehalem and the other North Coast watershed councils. And we're really hopeful that we will, again, have a functioning Tillamook Bay Watershed Council as well. And I don't know if Zach or Guy, if you want to add anything to that.
As the coordinator of a council who's sitting here has probably some stuff I can add. And honestly, I want to look at. And so Sarah mentioned that there's a fair bit of kind of work that happens before we're even able to bring a project to, a grant application. And a lot of that is dependent on the capacity funds that we get. And also, as a result, is kind of competing with a lot of the work we do to just keep an organization with doors open and attract people to the council to work. I mentioned in my introduction that at 4 years with the Lower Nehalem, I think in what we consider the North Coast, I'm the second longest sitting, coordinator, director, whatever title you want to have. And the only person who has more years in that role up here is Maggie Payton, who's been doing it for 25 years, but much longer than I have, with the Upper Nehalem Watershed Council. And kind of part of the struggle to keep people around is some of the capacity available to attract employees to these positions. It's hard to find housing. We're small organizations, so everyone has to wear a whole ton of hats, which means we're juggling a whole lot. And also we're small organizations with volunteer boards. And so there's often an issue of, is there a compensation package that can attract people? And, that makes a big difference, especially when you combine it with the housing and the number of hats that we're forced to wear as 1 or 2 person organizations to attracting and keeping people, because it ends up being a very stressful position in that way. And I'm not sure
Thank
what
you,
else
Zach.
I can hear later.
Well, I think that really segues into my next question, which relates to funding. And so I heard you mention the lack of being able to offer a competitive package. And so I'm hoping that maybe Guy, looking at this from your organizational perspective, you might be able to tell us, or start with Guy anyway, what types of funding sources you access for the council, and then notable gaps in availability, like what kind of funding sources you really need that are limited out there.
Well, our watershed council is very fortunate because we're the only watershed council that has public land and has Forest Service and BLM land. So the Forest Service for us is a huge partner. And to be honest, I don't think we could do much of what we do without the forest, without working with the Forest Service. And that's not just in terms of funds, it's in staff as well. Their expertise, their hydrologists, their engineers, all those kinds of things are invaluable to us. The other huge partner for us, we have at least one OWEB board member who knows a little bit about this, but Tillamook County occasionally has floods. And so we have a great partner in our Public Works Department in Tillamook County. And so there's so many of our projects benefit both the public works and the public safety of the people in Tillamook County by replacing undersized culverts, other issues that are with flooding, destroying roads. And so we're able to work together to accomplish both our goals in terms of improving habitat and also for public works to improve the safety they have and protect their bridges and other kinds of things. So we have done a number of projects with public works and funding and joint funding with them. And they're a huge partner for us. Of course, people like NRCS, actually working together with the Salmon Superhighway partnerships, all brings us together in terms of opportunities for funding. The main limitation for us, to be honest, is the OWEB capacity grant. I can tell you as a board member, I'm not on the front lines like Zach, or even lately like Sarah, who's trying to carry on the work of the Tillamook Bay Watershed Council. But as a board member, I have my executive director saying, I have no more capacity. I can't do anymore. We can't do these projects. I mean, we're 3-4 years out with projects that need to be done. We don't have the capacity, staff wise, grant writing wise, others that in other ways to do those projects. So when we talk about limitations, our biggest limitation in our watershed council is capacity. And it's the limitation of not being able to have funding. I mean, we're on the coast. We don't have a lot of major industrial. We don't have large utilities giving us money to fund projects. That doesn't work here. We're pretty much on our own with OWEB and in terms of capacity. And then we take a certain percentage off of some of the grants that we get, some we can't. And we help fund some of our educational outreach and other kinds of things, which we can't fund with capacity. We do that through some of that offset money. But to be real honest, as a board member, if we had more capacity grant money, we'd hire another staff person and we'd do more projects. And it was interesting listening to the comment earlier about the lack of open solicitation grant request. And I can tell you our council did not submit several because we knew we couldn't do them. We don't have the staff. The other thing that's happening here on the coast is, and some of you are familiar with, is in FEMA's new regulations that we're working with, and the kind of costs that are going into projects for us to do no-rise analysis and other kinds of things where we have to hire civil engineers to do a lot of expensive work. And it's making projects that used to be fairly simple, even small grant funded, more difficult, and things that we're working on now, trying to work with our various planning departments to work through. But costs are going up for us. The availability of staff, I know, again, major partner for us, Forest Service, they're losing staff. We've been told by them they no longer have some engineers to help us work doing some projects. That means we have to pay for them. So it's lack of capacity that's really hurt. And maybe Zach can talk a little bit about our technical assistant grants that from OWEB that really do help us with some of that capacity.
So I want to point out that one thing you referenced was that we have to do no-rise analysis for things that we previously haven't had to do them for. And specifically in this case, what we're talking about is planting projects. Riparian plantings are now requiring a no-rise from us here in Tillamook County when they're happening within the floodway, which is in some cases a very unexpected burden that comes with a pretty big price tag. So that was fun. And I know as speaking from the seat of the Lower Nehalem, we have about to be and much anticipated strategic action plan coming out. And it contains a wealth of thoroughly prioritized projects. And we have partners on board who want to do those projects with us. And we've been looking to find capacity to be able to implement more than what I can do in a year, because I'm already sitting relatively thoroughly at, or maybe even a little bit beyond, a reasonable capacity for project implementation. So we've been looking to some funds that have been made available to us through ODFW, and we've submitted a grant to NOAA seeking additional capacity funding. But opportunities for capacity funding for things like project development and project implementation are really hard to come up with. And if you don't have that body that's sitting there developing the project with the landowner in the phases before an implementation grant comes through for you, then you don't have that trusted person who knows the project already to then proceed with the implementation and work with that landowner who has developed a relationship with them already. And that can be a big barrier to getting projects done, as well as to having the confidence to apply for those projects and questioning, are we going to be able to attract somebody out here to implement this project that's beyond our capacity when we don't know if they're going to be able to afford housing out here. We don't know if they're going to be able to provide them with work for more than, that 3 to 6 months for implementation of that project. So it becomes this barrier to getting people out here of whether or not we have the stability for them.
Zach and Sarah, Courtney Schaff for the record, Business Operations Manager. I have a follow-up question that kind of builds on the capacity, because we know that there's a lot of implementation money coming down the pipeline right now. Beyond capacity to prep and prepare proposals, what is the North Coast like capacity wise for people to do the work on the ground? You've talked about engineers to design projects. What about contractors? Because we've definitely heard about that, a backlog of contractors. Is that also inhibiting your ability to get work done on the ground?
It is starting to, yes, definitely, especially with the infrastructure funding coming through. Everybody sees this amazing opportunity to get your projects done. So what we're running into is that our engineering consultants are getting very busy. They're not submitting proposals for our projects because they're trying to, deal with their own internal capacity. And then contractors, I know of at least 2 projects that were supposed to go to construction this last summer that were delayed because of either a lack of bids or just astronomical bids that were far beyond what we had budgeted for the projects. So this is something. And then, there's the regulatory agencies and the whole permitting process. And so that is a capacity issue as well within those agencies. And, but to Zach's point, as the implementers and developers, our staff needs to be able to shepherd those projects through the whole process. And so that requires a certain level of organizational capacity that I think we're all struggling with at this point.
And we definitely want to make sure that there's time for board questions. So please, we're kind of committed to wrapping up by 12:15 here. So if you guys have questions, please pop in at any time as these guys as we're asking questions. I have one more question to ask before we pivot for the board being able to ask questions. And we've heard a lot about capacity funding, or just capacity funding being the limiting factor. And we know that, OWEB's capacity program is one of the only sources of this kind of unrestricted funding available. And so I think, just so we're not talking about it in an abstract way, I'm hoping that, maybe Zach and Guy, as Watershed Council representatives, you could share with us, what exactly do you do with the capacity funding? I mean, give us some examples of where that money is going.
As the person who probably spends the most capacity funding here, I'm going to start. I mean, one of the first things it goes to is making sure that our organization has just general organizational health. Do we have a board operating, which requires recruiting a board from, in a rural area, a very limited pool of people who have a lot of other demands on their time. It involves making sure that our governing documents are up to date and that they're being followed, and that we have just that kind of organizational health. It's fiscal management of the organization. And this is all before I even get to phone calls from landowners wanting me to come out and look at their culvert, look at their bridge, look at the erosion on their property, look at, whatever other things are going on, and then maintaining and developing relationships with these other landowners. We have a lot of ODF land in the Nehalem, which is nice because it's also a public land resource, but there has been some turnover with some of their positions that has delayed projects there. I've also, a lot of the watershed councils, when it comes to laying out large wood projects, which for me is one of the major things we work on a lot of, we go out and we lay those projects out with a ODFW representative, and the person for that work is Derek Wiley on the North Coast, and Derek is one man. And that position used to actually be two positions covering smaller areas in the past, and then it was consolidated. I forget, Troy Laws used to be in that job, and I forget what date Troy told me that consolidation happened on, but it essentially at least doubled his coverage area. And these are all miles to get out into the forest land to lay out these wood projects. And then when it comes to implementation, that's another bottleneck individual who is needed on the ground to direct those wood placements, to make sure that those log jams go in. And without that, we're hiring a contractor to come in and fulfill that role, which has an additional cost to it, and often is drawing someone from very far away. I know that we have brought in contractors in the past, from as far as Eugene to direct large wood placements. And those should be projects that require, that we shouldn't need to be drawing someone from that far away for. And so that's another one of those contractor capacity bottlenecks that we face, as well as that agency bottleneck that I talked about, and so yeah, there's probably more I should.
Guy, do you have thoughts on how you're using your capacity?
Well, we track, believe me, every month our board, in reviewing our finances, we track how we use OWEB's capacity grants separately, because we want to be able to report, and there are limitations on what we can use that for, obviously. So we want to make sure we're spending the money appropriately. The biggest cost for us is just operations, for our executive director, for our office, for all the expenses, having somebody out in the field, monitoring projects, whatever. If you think of, I kind of think of the analogy of our watershed council as an umbrella. The size of that umbrella really depends on the capacity grant that we get from OWEB. And under that, we're able to bring in all these partners and all these funds. I mean, really, OWEB's capacity grant enables us to utilize all this money that's out there available. Yes, we have contractors. We've been lucky in our watershed council with contractors so far. We've not really been limited. We have not, I mean, there's very few projects that get delayed because of lack of contractors. And we got a couple of good local contractors for us. But engineering is one, I agree with Sarah, that's becoming more and more of an issue, especially with Forest Service staff, lack of staff. But yeah, so it's operations for us to enable to have an executive director who can pull together all these other funds, talk to landowners, which is a lot of the work, as Zach knows, is being out in the field, because no project will happen without the permission of the landowner. And we have almost all of our projects on private land.
Thank you all. Any question? I just want to check with the board here if folks have questions. I saw Greg leaning in at some point, just shuffling. Any final thoughts from everybody?
I just wanted to add one more piece to how we use that funding too. There's also, we're often called in to be on a variety of panels. And this can be everything from like OWEB panel, but also to there's a panel developing a tool for consolidating water data right now on a statewide basis. And so I'm in those meetings, and I'm in a meeting about green infrastructure development on the coast, and I'm in meetings on I'd have to pull up my calendar and give you all the list of panels that as a regional representative, we're called in to also serve on, and we should have a voice there, and we need to have a voice there. And also that draws away from all the other things, and it's work that's only funded through the capacity funds. So I wanted to bring up that point as well.
Thank you. Dan, you had a question.
Yes. Ouch. I had a whole lot of questions, but but I'm hesitant to ask most of them because they involve utilizing capacity, which you obviously don't have. But one that I will ask is, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday, is you know, kind of reaching non-traditional partners. And, you know, in my mind, you guys are like the people who are the closest to other stakeholders that we want to bring into the conversations. And so my sense is that that's what I'm hearing, is that that's pretty limited based on the limited resources that you have. If you had additional capacity funding, what would be your priorities for that money?
So I think my first priority, and this goes to the fact that we as the lower Nehalem is very focused on project implementation, and we also have the strategic action plan coming out. So the first thing I'm doing with additional capacity is trying to piece together enough of it to have another project manager. Because we already, so for every grant that I bring to, you know, the review board as a submission, there are probably 5 or 6 others that are floating around in various stages of getting ready to be submitted. And that's just what I have time to react to. Those are the projects that are coming to me. We're not even actively getting to be proactive because there's enough work in a limited enough capacity that I'm not reaching even much more beyond that. But also, I would love to see us being able to have a better outreach branch for our organization. Again, the lower Nehalem is just me as the one employee. And so we have our speaker series that we do, where we do some educational programming. But largely, I feel like we're a mystery to our community, which is not where I want to be. But again, because of my capacity, I don't have the time necessarily to be out being in the community actively as a representative of the Watershed Council more often than I am, just because I've got these projects and I've got more projects than I can necessarily even bring to the table right now. And so for me, it would be another project manager who either can also double as doing some outreach or free up my time enough that I can get some outreach done as well, because we want to reach more of these partners. And when we're already tapped, there's not the time to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly, you have a question.
Yeah, Kelly Coates for the record. I really appreciate your thoughts and the panel today. What I've heard loud and clear from this meeting, not just from this panel, but from other public comments as well, is that folks are really, really counting on those capacity funding dollars, and that you guys are really capacity limited right now. And I fully understand that. And I understand needing money to keep the doors open and being soft money and what that's like. And so I really appreciate your perspective on things. This is something that I've been a bit concerned about with our watershed councils and our partners with OWEB, just given rising costs of everything out there, and how difficult it is right now to recruit employees. I'm in that boat as well and totally understand that. So just really, really appreciate this perspective, and I just want folks to know that it's not falling on deaf ears. We're taking this to heart, and understand that, you know, you are the folks that get the work done on the ground. And if we don't have you, the work doesn't get done. And also, if we don't have you, the outreach to additional partners, as Dan mentioned, is going to be a lot harder for us to diversify that. So just really appreciate the time you've taken to come and share with us. So thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Go
May I
ahead.
make a comment?
Of course.
Again, Guy Seaver for the record. You know, again, I'm thinking of a comment Jason made earlier in the presentation about that he works for community. You know, he's come to that point. And when I started in our watershed council 15 years ago, I thought it was about projects. But it is, we have a board that consists of 2 timber managers from Tillamook County, representative of the Tillamook Creamery, representative of our dory fleet, representative of our sports fishermen groups, whatever. When our board meets, it's all the stakeholders, you know, a water district manager, all the stakeholders for our community. Watershed Council, our Watershed Council really, when it meets and talks about what do we do for the health, and certainly, you know, culvert projects and other kinds of things, fish passage barriers are an important part. But we are looking broadly at the watershed system health and trying to promote that and do it as a community of all the stakeholders. So that's one thing I wanted to comment. I mean, it just kind of, as I think about our work as a council. The other thing is that OWEB's technical assistant grants, we utilize one on the North Coast to help us together write grants. And we have 5 watershed councils that through a technical assistance grant, I think we've had for about 15 years, Courtney, probably as long as you've been.
A little shy of that.
Okay, it's close.
Critical. Thanks for touching on.
I think Denise was 14 years, but anyways, that helps us because we don't have the capacity to do a lot of the grant writing because our staff is out in the field a lot. So that technical assistant grant really works for us. Could we use more time? Yes, sure. And could it be larger? And I know that you heard an earlier presentation about taking off limits of the TA grant. Yeah, the more the better for us. There's no question that helps us. The other TA grant we have, and actually through Zach's work, and this is a grant that's taking the 5 watershed councils on the North Coast, and how can we better work together and do things like our financial things, our insurance stuff, and other kinds of services that are just basic operational kinds of things. Where can we look? You saw actually one yesterday in NORP. There's a great example of us working together to keep our costs down, to make it possible for us to do a lot of the riparian plannings that we do. So those TA grants are important to us. We're looking forward. We just met actually with our board just met with a consultant that we're working on the grant, TA grant that says, how can we work more efficiently with other watershed councils? So that's in the works too. We're trying everything.
It's an organizational collaboration grant specifically. Thank you.
Not a TA grant.
It's a type of, it's a category. It's okay. I wrote the thing.
Thank you. So this is Liza Jane. Guy, did I hear you say that you are embracing many hands make light work?
I think it's many hands from different parts of our community make light work.
Yes. And as watershed councils, you're learning to do the work together in this corner?
Absolutely. It's, you know, and I know it's sometimes, you know, people from certain parts of the environmental world look at us and say, how could you be out there working with, let's say, Stimson Lumber, whose forest manager is on our board, putting culverts and helping with fish passage on some of their properties and working together with them. And then they're providing us with large woody debris to do something in another project. I mean, it's, you know, our mission at our watershed council specifically talks about working lands. That's what we're about. And we can't do that with all the various hands that are in those working lands coming together.
So also my question would be, if you had more money, do you believe you could actually find people to hire?
You know, that's a good question. We're looking for innovative ways to house people. I mean, that is the biggest thing is housing here on the coast. And we're fortunate in one way, in that the community of Lincoln City, of Pacific City, through a grant provided by the county, Tillamook County, and I think by the state, is facilitating the building of an apartment complex that is kind of, for lack of a better term, rent controlled, but based on income. And we have actually talked to the developer of that as to whether a watershed council wants to get first dibs and reserve one of those apartment complexes for our staff coming in. We would, if we had more capacity grant, we'd hire another project manager like Zach would, and possibly have a place for them to live. Actually, it would be about 200 yards from our office. So yeah, there are possibilities, and we're trying to be creative in that, in how we can house people, but that is our biggest limit.
So you believe people would show up to work if they had a place to live?
I have hired, as I was board president of our watershed council just until this summer. I've hired 3 watershed council executive directors. I have never had less than 40 applications for those positions. We had, I think it was about 6-7 years ago, we got down to 20 some finalists who were qualified.
Wow.
And certainly a lot of these folks are young, coming out of grad school, looking for their first job. I mean, yes, we get those, but they're coming out of grad school with a lot of, today's graduate student isn't just going to grad school for 2 years. There's, the last grad school person we hired took him, I think, 4 or 5 years to get through grad school, because he did a whole thing in Nepal. He did a whole thing in Madagascar. He did whatever. He came to us more experienced than most employees. I mean, but he just graduated from Berkeley. He was a Berkeley grad in natural resources. So yes, the people are there. We don't pay great salaries. Would it help to pay more? Sure. But it's housing is our biggest limitation.
Thank you.
If I might jump off of that as somebody who's getting paid off of a capacity grant. It's one of the big struggles is providing also a competitive package, including salary and benefits. When I stepped in, and I know every council sets that themselves, right? And so this is based off of what our council can afford to set with our other expenses. But I walked into my position with 32 hours a week and a modest health insurance stipend as what was being offered. And I have definitely built off of that to provide myself something that can keep me here because I want to stick around. But it's challenging to put together a package that is going to attract the talent and skill sets that we need. And then keep them here in comparison to other offers that might be out there in other either agency positions or in other parts of the industry. And so, yeah, that is definitely one of the challenges in addition to the housing. And part of that is the reason for the frequent turnover.
Mm-hmm.
One of the big reasons why I wanted to do that organizational collaboration grant is that by having those stronger connections between the North Coast councils, we end up having hopefully better retention amongst us, so that when somebody does turn over, there's less reliance, speaking of other things that are unpaid work that come on the capacity grant, less reliance on the other regional councils to provide that support during a transfer between people after turnover to get everybody up to speed so that the work all continues. Because that's something else that we do, is that we show up for the other councils as turnover happens to say, hey, let me get you up to speed on how this works or that works, or let me help you out with your OWEB grants or your other grants you're applying for. And so it's, yeah, that's attracting people, keeping people is really another big part in addition to the housing.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Stephen?
Yeah, this, and I'm sure you've thought about these alternatives, but we often find if you go to shared appointments, with other institutions. For example, community college here is, you know, a 50-50 appointment with a community college faculty, new faculty member, or even I'm thinking extension or other sorts of things where they're sort of the overall talent need can be highly overlapping. And that way you only need half the salary and a half appointment. Now getting those things together requires a lot of legwork to make those things happen, but you know, something you might think about.
And Guy Siebert again for the record, but we actually did that with the Forest Service for 2 years. Worked really well until the Forest Service had to stop doing it. And we've talked with NRCS about doing that as well. You know, we looked at where people come as seasonal employees for some of these agencies, and for us hiring them in certain parts of the year, and them doing their seasonal work in other parts. So yeah, I appreciate it. We're trying to get creative, and you're right. And that is a great opportunity for us, and we take advantage of it every time we can.
Okay, Courtney, thank you.
Again, thank you all very much. And thank you to our panelists for coming and talking about the work they do on the North Coast, and painting the picture for you guys of some of the work our local partners do. And thanks very much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've arrived, but we're gonna have to scurry. So lunch is ready, and I think we should get back at 1. Yep, so I think it's out there. Follow your nose. Okay, friends, colleagues, kind of wander your way back to work. Got quiet, but they didn't come.
Just got word from your friend Steve Fick.
Yes, how's Steve?
Well,
Are you? Yeah, it's you. No, it's you.
It's me. Cookie in hand. All right, everybody, we're going to reconvene with our agenda this morning, or this afternoon. We are down to agenda item L. And we have a panel about water. All right, Stephanie, I'll let you introduce everybody.
Right. Good afternoon, Chairs Boyer and McAllister and board members. So for the record, Stephanie Page, Deputy Director. I'm excited to introduce a panel of leaders in state government related to water issues this afternoon, including water quality and quantity issues. And we've got folks here today from the Governor's Natural Resource Office, as well as three sister natural resource state agencies. So just to review a few comments before I turn it over to our panelists, the impetus for this panel took place a couple of board meetings ago when we heard a variety of water-related updates from both board member Reeves as well as Molly Kyle, who was our EQC representative at the time, about water-related happenings. There was a lot of interest on behalf of the board. And so we thought that it would be worth having a panel and talking about these initiatives and their connections to OWEB. So 3 take-home things that we'd really like to emphasize with you today is one, just the extent of interagency collaboration and agency involvement on the water-related initiatives that you'll hear about. Number 2, the extent of OWEB's involvement and the workload that is associated with that for the agency. And then third, the significant connection between the initiatives that you'll hear about today and the work of OWEB. OWEB grants support projects that help accomplish many of these efforts that you'll hear about. And in some cases, the statewide or the local plans that you'll hear about have the potential to influence future priorities for OWEB programs and watershed investments. Our grant-making priorities at OWEB, as you heard a little bit about yesterday, are tied closely to many other state plans. And the development of many of the plans is led by or convened by the agencies that are here to speak to you today. These include fish recovery plans, Oregon's wildlife conservation strategy, the integrated water resources strategy, place-based water plans, and clean water plans known as total maximum daily loads. OWEB is a participant in the development of some of these plans because of our relationships with local on-the-ground organizations, our potential to be involved as a funding partner, and our familiarity with on-the-ground restoration work that's happening. We work very closely with these agencies. We're in close connection, and we have ongoing conversations about how OWEB programs support the state's priorities when it comes to water. So many of our applications include questions about the connection between proposed projects, and other plans, including fish recovery plans and the wildlife conservation strategy. The agencies represented here today also sit on regional review teams to help evaluate and prioritize projects and look at their connections to some of those state plans and priorities, and be able to speak to how well each project fulfills some of those priorities. We also have leadership level discussions to share information about things going on and really understand and appreciate the connections between the programs we administer and the initiatives that we're involved in. We coordinate closely on emerging issues and funding, just as a couple of examples, drought relief and resilience, or the new federal infrastructure dollars, and just to make sure that we're delivering services in a coordinated fashion. And just a few more examples of recent collaboration. We will be having a conversation with DEQ and ODA later on this fall to talk about ag non-point source pollution grant applications and their connections with total maximum daily loads. And we just had a meeting with OWEB, DEQ, and the Oregon Water Resources Department the other day regarding the water acquisitions grant program as we prepare to stand that back up, just to help everybody get on the same page about water quantity and quality issues. And ODFW was a part of that as well. So with that brief introduction, I'm going to turn it over to our panelists to talk about key water related work they're involved in and highlight connections with OWEB now and into the future. And I think Courtney Crowell is our first panelist up. So Courtney, over to you.
Thanks, Stephanie. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Great. So co-chairs Boyer and McAllister and board members, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Courtney Warner-Kroll, and I'm both the governor's Eastern Oregon Regional Solutions Coordinator, as well as the governor's water policy advisor. So I'm excited to be here today to talk a little bit about the interagency coordination that has been happening across the state enterprise as it relates to water. So as you probably know, Oregon has many different agencies that touch on water. And as we continue to see the effects of climate change across the state, we as a state began to realize the need for more coordination among our various water related agencies. So about 4 years ago, the governor's office, in coordination with state agencies, formed the water core team, which we mentioned. And this group encompasses all the agencies that touch on water and provides a bi-monthly forum for agencies to bring issues to the table and have conversations together across agencies about both water quality and quantity. And the water core team has also helped to jumpstart the 100-year water vision that the state has been embarking upon. And that's, an effort to really think more holistically and long-term about the needs and uses of water. So to piggyback off of that 100-year water vision for a minute, I wanted to talk a little bit about today about another cross-agency effort that we're currently engaged upon. So last year, the 9 tribes in Oregon sent a letter to the governor asking for a tribal state agency task force on water. And with the purpose of that task force being, 1, educating Oregon's water-related agencies on the full component of tribal interests that Oregon's water vision needs to acknowledge and address, and 2, to educate the Oregon tribes on the full complement of all the state agencies that touch upon water and what those programs relate to. So this tribal state agency task force has been led by Oregon Water Resources Department in coordination with the governor's office, and it's been facilitated by Oregon Consensus. We've been working over the past 6 months to fulfill the mission of the tribe's request and engage in these education opportunities, and also to look for key themes and recommendations. So I will also note that Kelly Coates is on this task force, so I'm sure she can also share her perspective on this task force as well. But through this process, for the last 6 months, each tribe has had an opportunity to share their perspective on the importance of water to their tribe and the opportunities and the challenges of working with the state. And then similarly, the 9 state agencies that touch on water have shared how they interact with water issues and where further work and opportunities with tribes could occur. So we're right now we're still working together, and we're currently identifying key themes that all the tribes and state agencies agree upon. And we're in the process of developing initial recommendations, and we hope to have that report by the end of the year. But many of these key themes are not themes that I think you all are surprised about. A lot of the emerging themes really focus on better communication across both tribes and the state, integration of cultural values, greater coordination among our state agencies, and then opportunities for tribes and state agencies to work together. We have some great examples of co-management around the state, and I think there are opportunities to continue to look for that in the future. But I think a lot of the key themes are around better communication and coordination. And I think the work that we've done with the Water Core team has been great and as a wonderful first step. But I think starting to interact or starting to sort of engage the Water Core team with our tribal partners will be one of those key themes that comes out. So like I said, the task force is looking forward to issuing this report on their work, but it's very clear that this is just the beginning of a conversation between our tribal partners and our state agencies, specifically on water, because I think we all recognize that water and long-term drought and scarcity and resilience are going to be key themes sort of moving forward, and more coordination and collaboration are needed. So that's kind of one of those initiatives that I wanted to touch upon, and then I wanted to maybe turn it over to Morgan. I think she's next. So thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Co-chairs Boyer and McAllister and board members, thank you for the opportunity to join you today. My name is Morgan Gratz-Weiser. I serve as legislative coordinator and deputy natural resources and climate policy advisor in Governor Brown's office. And I just wanted to share a couple of examples really in the time that I've been in this office working with Courtney and the folks who will be speaking after me, to really highlight some of the coordination that the state agencies have been doing on a couple of example areas. And so I wanted to highlight two issues. One is around source water protection. And this is something that may have come up for folks previously, but we have a number of communities that through the impacts of drought and climate change and forest management in certain areas, there are areas of forest land that are really key for the preservation of community drinking water. But we don't have one particular agency for who that is their primary bailiwick to work on. And so we've been working across Oregon Health Authority, Department of Environmental Quality, OWEB, Department of Forestry, and other sister agencies as we are hearing from local communities as they are trying to develop the science and data that they need to really holistically look at their watersheds and how they can plan not only for the next couple of years, but for many years into the future, and looking at their water infrastructure. And that can include both their built infrastructure as well as looking at the watershed as a whole and seeing how the state can be supportive as they develop the science and data that they need, as well as looking for different funding opportunities to support continued water quality needs for their communities. And I know we've have a couple of examples, especially along the Oregon coast, of communities that are looking at how to better protect and support their source watersheds. And we have a number of communities that have reached out looking for that support. And so I just wanted to highlight and really appreciate the coordination that our agencies have been doing as we are kind of navigating through how we can best support these communities. The second area I wanted to highlight was around drought and water scarcity. Our whole state is experiencing the effects of climate change and drought in different ways. And the last couple of years have really highlighted the needs across the state, as well as some of the infrastructure challenges and funding challenges. And so we have been working significantly over the last couple of years around funding, and there's a number of OWEB programs and a lot of coordination with the Department of Agriculture, with Water Resources Department, with Fish and Wildlife, and certainly DEQ, as we are really seeing these specific issue areas, specific drought impacts, especially in central and south central Oregon, but also in other parts of the state. And we're seeing drought impacts along the coast, which is new for a lot of those communities. And so I just would like to highlight and appreciate the shared work of these agencies as we are working on these large and intractable issues, and the coordination has been really key. And so those are two areas where we will have ongoing work. We are certainly getting additional dollars out the door for communities, and the goal is to maintain and gather more data, and then figure out how to get those dollars out the door as best we can. And so the partnership has been really, really appreciated. And I will turn it over to whoever is next.
Thank you, Morgan. Chandra is next from ODFW.
Thank you. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
great.
Yep, we can see you.
Okay, great. Apologies. I'm kind of a PowerPoint gal. Do you mind if I put up some slides real quick? Let me see if I can do that for you all. And is that showing for you? Great, excellent. Okay, Chair Boyer and McAllister and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to have a dialogue with you all today. My name is Chandra Ferrari. I'm the Habitat Division Deputy Administrator and the Water Program Manager at ODFW. I'm going to touch on a few quick things today. First, a introduction to the newly formed Habitat Division at ODFW, where the water program resides. I'll touch on a few water-related initiatives and investments that we are pursuing that were fueled in large part by the 2022 legislative drought package, and conclude with providing some information about how ODFW is coordinating with agencies such as OWEB around water issues. So Habitat Division was formed in early 2022 to focus on what is often referred to in our mission as part of a three-legged stool. We have fish, wildlife, and habitat. And Habitat Division's role really is to address that third leg of the stool, habitat protection and enhancement. Of course, recognizing that habitat is the foundation of healthy fish and wildlife populations, and that this focus is really important for us now as Oregon's population grows and fish and wildlife habitat is impacted by so many things, including changing land use and inadequate water quality and quantity conditions in some areas, among other issues. So the new Habitat Division largely represents a realignment of our existing programs and positions that are now consolidated into one division, although it did come along with some really key investments for us in the last legislative session, including some significant new investment in the water program and also in providing some new regional habitat biologists. So this schematic kind of shows how the new structure is in Habitat Division, and we do have two programs in headquarters, including the water program, and also the land resources program, and then a lot of regional habitat programs that are engaging on the ground with a lot of partners to do some really great habitat related work. So Habitat Division's mission is to lead proactive, focused, and consistent efforts to protect, restore, and enhance Oregon's fish and wildlife. And we do that by pursuing a number of actions in these different buckets that are focused on both a proactive and reactive side. And the first is that we engage in land and water development review to ensure the consideration of fish and wildlife needs in those processes. We also implement on the ground habitat restoration in coordination with our partners and sister agencies too. And finally, we focus on science and prioritization and articulating species needs now and into the future and identifying where to direct resources to leverage the best outcome. And this is of course a conversation that we often have with our sister agencies as well to seek alignment in some of our initiatives. One of the main programs I identified earlier in the Habitat Division is the water program. And this is ODFW's main vehicle to advance its water-related objective to protect, restore, and enhance water quality and quantity conditions. And you can see some of those Habitat Division buckets reflected here in Water Division's scope of work also. And our water-related work is guided by a number of key documents that Stephanie did reference many of these, including Oregon's conservation strategy. And this identifies water quality and quantity as a key conservation issue. Additionally, our fish and wildlife habitat management plans and recovery plans, which often identify inadequate water quality and quantity as a limiting factor for key species. And of course, we utilize the integrated water resources strategy that was developed in combination with a lot of different stakeholders and agencies. And it notes among its many actions, the need to better understand and meet in-stream needs. So now I'm going to touch on a few water-related key initiatives that the Habitat Division has a key role in implementing. And of course, we are doing this in strong partnership with our sister agencies also. And the first is around drought planning and response, which was mentioned earlier by Morgan. And this is a priority issue for ODFW, of course, because Oregon has seen drought conditions in 16 of the last 20 years. And of course, drought conditions have led to record low stream flows, record high stream temperatures, and many other effects such as wildfires of unprecedented scale and severity. So the habitat conditions and losses that we've experienced have resulted in significant short and long-term consequences for certain fish and wildlife populations. So in addition to OWEB, ODFW was fortunate to receive funding from the 2022 legislative drought package for a number of items. And I'm going to spend most of my time focused on this $2.6 million to ODFW for drought resiliency. But it's important to note that we also received some other funding, including $8 million to ODFW for fish passage in drought impacted areas and $4 million to the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund for increasing the resiliency of our aquatic systems. And of course, while this funding has been most welcome, we have had to operate on a really expedited timeframe to utilize some of this because the majority of it must be spent by the end of the biennium. And as we've been implementing our pieces of this 2022 drought package, we've been really mindful of investments at other agencies, including OWEB, so we can understand where the leverage opportunities might exist. And we really want to align ourselves to get the biggest bang for the buck for the state as a whole. So a large portion of the $2.6 million in drought resiliency funding is being utilized to address data gaps that exist in our real-time temperature and stream discharge gauge network. And these next two items actually are both around data collection and some of our data analysis objectives. And really what these are intended to do is help us fine-tune our drought response and long-term resiliency actions over time. And then we're hoping that this information will be useful to our sister agencies and OWEB in the future also. But with this action, essentially what we are doing is contracting with USGS for the installation of stream discharge gauges and real-time temperature devices. We're currently working on finalizing that contract with USGS, and we have a list of prioritized gauges. And what we're hoping to do with this is understand the relationship between stream discharge and temperature to help inform our flow targets, to also help us prioritize areas for habitat and flow restoration, and to also, again, help us implement our management actions during drought in a more fine-tuned way. So to formulate these priorities, we completed a gap analysis of the existing gauge network, and then we considered a range of factors, including fish and wildlife conservation management objectives, and also where we have current in-stream water rights, in particular senior ones that might be able to provide water during drought conditions. So we wanted to look at areas where there may be other significant water use and where it may be really important to track the water use in drought conditions. And so we ended up with a prioritized list that you see on this map here, where we'll hopefully be getting 13 new stream discharge gauges that also include temperature. And then we'll be adding temperature to existing gauges in 25 locations. In addition, we're partnering with agencies to put a gauge at Lake Abert as well. So we've had a lot of collaboration on this effort, including with, of course, USGS and Water Resources Department, but also with our tribal partners in counties where we're trying to seek cost share opportunities that might exist and thinking through other agency priorities as well. So also in the data realm, we are looking to identify and map cold water areas throughout the state, as these are very important to species' ability to withstand heat events and adapt to changing conditions. So as part of the drought package, ODFW received resources to validate the results of a desktop analysis that we did, where essentially we utilized model predictions and professional input from our district biologists to identify possible cold water sources throughout the state. And we really focused on tributary junctions, especially where we had a 2-degree differential between the tributary and the inputting stream. And then also just stream reach cold water inputs, right, where you might have spring inputs and things like that. And so the long range plan is to validate the results of that desktop analysis by installing and retrieving thermistors at key tributary junctions, and then also running thermal imagery flights to capture some of those stream wide reach cold water inputs. So it's important to know this is a multi-year effort, and it is being phased across the state. And so with the drought funding this year, we were able to secure a field team to deploy and retrieve thermistors throughout the North and Mid Coast. We just completed the thermistor retrieval for this season, and we happily picked back up about 95% of what we put out there, which is pretty good for us. And the hope is that we'll be able to continue this field work over time, even though, again, some of these resources will expire here shortly. And then we'll be spending the winter analyzing the data that we secured, and again, making plans to go back out in different parts of the state to continue our validation efforts. And then meanwhile, we are looking at current thermal imagery data that we have and analyzing that and hoping to run some more flights in the future. We do have a POP in our ARB or a water temperature monitoring data analyst that would help assist with this, and we'll see how that goes. And we're also coordinating closely with some of our agencies, including ODEQ, on just water temperature data needs in general to make sure that we don't have duplicating efforts in this space. The drought package also allocated $4 million in drought relief funding to the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund to protect habitats and species in drought impacted areas and to raise awareness of the impacts from drought. So the advisory committee to this fund has had a lot of discussion about how best to strategically deploy these funds to avoid duplication of effort and to maximize the beneficial effect. So to that end, the committee had a workshop this summer, and it's had several meetings actually, to try to understand existing efforts to address drought and to hear from agency partners on their programs. So we were really lucky to have OWEB staff engage at that workshop, and frankly to engage with us in several other meetings as well to discuss their existing programs and drought related investment opportunities, and to really spend some time thinking with us about how the OCRF program can best fill gaps and leverage these, the OWEB programs and other grant programs that we have to maximize our effect. And so that's an ongoing conversation, and we really appreciate the support of OWEB in that effort. So in addition to funding from the drought package, ODFW's water program has benefited the last 2 legislative sessions from additional general fund investment. And we have been able to add capacity to our ranks to address water quality and complex mitigation challenges, to secure and analyze in-stream flow data, and to engage in water management and planning efforts to help further in-stream solutions. With these enhanced resources in combination with the drought funding, the water program is prioritizing a key IWRS goal to better understand in-stream needs. And this requires collecting data, in-stream data where appropriate, analyzing data, developing in-stream metrics and targets, and ultimately prioritizing locations for focus to provide the best outcome for fish and wildlife. So we pursue this in a number of ways. And I touched on some of these already, and they're in various stages of implementation, but essentially, we do have a team that focuses on conducting IFIM studies to better understand flow habitat relationships and habitat suitability for key species. We're analyzing previously collected data to develop in-stream targets, and of course, the real-time temperature targets with the aim to develop temperature flow targets for species. We have a longer range goal of identification of seasonally varying flow targets to really capture some of that hydrologic variability that we know our species rely upon so much. Of course, the cold water mapping, and finally, an aquatic habitat prioritization effort that I'll touch on in a moment, because I think that one might be particularly useful for our partners. And another water program priority is prioritization of another IWRS goal to meet in-stream needs. And we are pursuing this in a number of ways as well. And one of those is providing the information that I was just referencing to our agency partners that have more regulatory or more grant-making authority to really help direct some of the resources to our greatest challenges. Another thing we're doing is seeking additional capacity for us to do that restoration work on the ground that we've identified. And we've gotten some good capacity here with our habitat division. We also in our ARB have a flow restoration biologist that we're seeking to try to increase the pace and scale of flow restoration. We're coordinating with our agency partners quite a bit on existing grant programs and efforts to increase pace and scale of restoration, including with OWEB on the water acquisitions grant program, which we're really excited to see. And of course, we're collaborating with a lot of different groups that are doing large scale water management and planning conversations around refining their in-stream solutions in those conversations. And then we do have a couple independent actions that we can take that we are pursuing as well, including the filing of in-stream water right applications to help protect where we can flow for in-stream needs. So I'll touch on this one just real briefly, and then I'll conclude. So through the aquatic habitat prioritization effort, ODFW is assessing the ability of Oregon's rivers to support native fish and aquatic wildlife now and into the future. This assessment will essentially tell us where is habitat really good for species now, and where is it likely to remain good into the future considering climate change. And so a really heavy emphasis on habitat function. Essentially what we did is we accounted for different factors such as in-stream flow conditions, physical habitat, thermal suitability, wetlands existence, and then areas where we have species strongholds or real narrow distribution to really account for the importance of certain habitat function or certain habitat areas for the functionality of certain species. And then we ranked that habitat. And this is essentially what the output will look like when it's done. It should be completed in the next couple months here, hoping by the end of the year. We've had to push it out a couple of times, but we do, this is showing it on a HUC 10 HUC 10 watershed scale, but we have a lot of other scales that we can work with. And we're currently determining, how best to present and characterize the map and the final data outputs that you see here. So upon completion of some of these last steps, we'll be in contact with agency partners about the rollout and about the best use of the tool, including with OWEB. And we have been updating agency partners along this process and relied really, really heavily on them in some of our early conversations when we were trying to identify the appropriate data inputs to use into this effort. So in conclusion, ODFW does have a lot of efforts in the works to advance the integrated water resource strategy objectives to understand and meet in-stream needs. And we very much value the engagement and input of our fellow natural resource agencies in those efforts, and likewise appreciate the opportunity to engage within other agency processes as well. So this slide really just provides a few of the ways that we are currently engaging with other agencies, and many of these are efforts that have been touched on elsewhere by others, so I won't go into them in great depth. But we are looking forward to continuing to engage with our sister agencies on all of this work. It's very important, and in particular, the update to the integrated water resources strategy that's just getting kicked off. And yeah, and I am happy to have been able to share this information with you all today, and happy to answer questions later as well. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Chandra. Wow. Okay. Next panelist is Jennifer Weigel. And after that, we'll have Raquel Rancière.
All right. Good afternoon, co-chairs Boyer and McAllister and board members. My name is Jennifer Weigel, and I'm the Water Quality Administrator at DEQ. I know many of you are pretty familiar with a lot of the work that DEQ does. We administer a number of programs related to water quality. I say many, I would say almost all of them have touch points with other agencies. So the work that we do with OWEB, ODFW, WRD, and the governor's office are all here today, but the amount of coordination we do amongst other agencies is extensive. Today, however, I'm just going to be talking about two specific topics to provide an overview of how we have some of these interactions. Some of my colleagues have already gone over some other areas where we are in frequent collaboration. So I'll just spend time on these two today, which is first, talking about the work that we do to develop total maximum daily loads, which are basically watershed restoration plans. And, the work that we do, which is closely related to that, but sometimes not always in conjunction with it, which is really looking at how do we support reductions in non-point source pollution. So after we talk about that as one program, but there's kind of a couple of different pieces there. And then also I'm going to talk about the interagency work that DEQ is leading to scope out a Oregon water data portal. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that is in just a moment. First, just in talking about how DEQ coordinates with OWEB in its work that it does around total maximum daily loads and non-point sources, there's a number of forums in which DEQ is a participant or leading efforts. And some of those include the Conservation Effectiveness Partnership, which is not just state agencies, but also federal agencies. ODA-led efforts around strategic implementation areas, so different areas around the state where they're focusing their efforts on agriculture-related water quality challenges. Again, total maximum daily load development and the implementation of those watershed restoration plans. We're an active participant in OWEB's regional review teams that gather and evaluate grant applications and scoring. And another important element here is we also have a lot of data sharing that occur between our agencies, and in particular use of OWEB's watershed restoration inventory database, which we use in a number of different ways. So first, on the Conservation Effectiveness Partnership, DEQ is one entity that sits at that table. It includes both state and federal agencies, where we're looking at identifying watersheds with significant agency investment and specific water quality issues, and then working with on-the-ground partners to identify specific questions around the effects of restoration investments and ecological outcomes. So we help in that forum by helping to identify study areas. We also help and assist with evaluating water quality data, and also contribute to discussions about kind of the so what part of that process. What did we learn? What did we find? What did we see as a result of those investments? Related to strategic implementation areas, as I noted, this is an area where ODA has a lead in identifying areas for a little bit more focused work with on landowners, local landowners. And so there's a lot of data that we contribute to Department of Agriculture. And we also work very closely with Department of Agriculture and OWEB around funding opportunities in those areas as well. In terms of OWEB's regional review teams, we have positions within our agency that are called basin coordinators. And those are the folks that we really rely on within DEQ to have those local relationships, have a knowledge about what are the biggest challenges and priorities in any particular watershed and around the state. And those are the folks that we also have participate on OWEB's regional review teams to review proposals for grants. So those are just a few ways in which we participate in some different forums that already exist. On the TMDL development side of things, routinely when we are working on a new kind of watershed restoration plan and identifying how much pollution needs to be reduced from various entities in the basin, we are routinely coordinating with staff from not only just OWEB, but also Department of Agriculture, Department of Forestry, Department of Fish and Wildlife, local jurisdictions, other state jurisdictions, federal agencies, tribal governments, when we're in a particular basin doing analysis and development of load reductions. We really feel like we need to build that broad table when we go in and do that work, because we know there's a lot of expertise that we want to be able to bring into that process around potential sources of pollutants, what priorities for TMDL implementation, and last but definitely not least is identifying what are potential funding sources for actually implementing the TMDL and getting those loads of pollutants reduced over time. So we view OWEB as being a really important person to be in that table to both understand priorities as those are being developed, but also helping to have conversations about available sources of funding. And then once we actually do issue these TMDLs, we continue to work with these agencies as those TMDLs are being implemented, and also to evaluate progress towards achieving the goals that are set out in those total maximum daily loads. So on the horizon, we have a lot more of this work in front of us. We will be developing total maximum daily loads for many of the watersheds in the state, particularly in the Willamette, Rogue, Umatilla, and also along kind of the northern tier of the state. We also have a number of other TMDLs in flight along the coast and in the northeastern Oregon part of the state. And so we, just with that volume of work going, OWEB's partnership is just really going to be crucial for being able to provide that type of information into that process. And our hope is that from that process as well, there are things that OWEB can gain as it thinks about its programs, its priorities, and being able to bring that kind of water quality information into their processes. So that's the first topic where I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the connections that we have. The second topic that I wanted to talk a little bit about is what we're referring to as the Oregon Water Data Portal. And so what this is, the concept is that there should be within the state of Oregon the ability for water decision makers and the public to be able to have easy access to good water data and information. So a pretty simple concept, but there's a lot of challenges between here and there in terms of figuring out how we can do such a thing across agencies and even beyond state agencies. We have heard over the years in many forums, whether it's implementation of the state's integrated water resource strategy, as the governor's office was leading efforts to think about a 100-year water vision, as we've been talking and engaging with ORD or WRD and their efforts on place-based water planning, we hear time and again that in order to make good decisions, people need to have good data and they need to have it readily available. So as an outcome of the 2021 legislative session, The legislature allotted $350,000 to scope this project, and I identified DEQ to lead this initial scoping of the project. The idea being is that during this project, we would be ultimately looking at both the technological and kind of the ability to be able to put together such a portal, but also understand, what is our state of data, what kinds of data, how does it need to be formatted, what are the needs of the users as part of this scoping. So with that, those dollars that the legislature provided coming out of the 21 session, we have been embarking on what we're referring to as a DEQ led, but it really is an interagency effort to scope this project. And at the end of the day, there's been no decision made about where this portal might exist. That's kind of, at this point, we are just in the scoping stage. And so ultimately, those are the kinds of decisions that would be made further down the road. One of the things that we recognized in leading such an effort was that we really needed to ensure that we had the right governance in place and that we had the right expertise brought into this project. And so from a governance perspective, we have a steering committee that is comprised of some of my counterparts in the other agencies. So Stephanie Page is on our steering committee from OWEB. We also have steering committee members from Department of Agriculture, Department of Forestry. We also have Department of Fish and Wildlife, among others, including DAS, because of the nature of this project as well. We also have a subject matter expertise team. So we have representatives from all of the water related agencies who are knowledgeable about their own data sets, understand how they're used, and can provide input into the project's priorities, scope, and approach. So that has proven to be extraordinarily valuable. We have a lot of wonderful folks, including some of our OWEB folks on these two different teams that are really helping provide us the insight and guidance needed to be able to scope this project. The way that we are proceeding with this project, as I noted in this first stage of things, which is we're viewing as occurring during this particular biennium, is to really define the project and its outputs, determine what data and information state agencies should be able to make available that are kind of essential for this project, understand what technologies would be needed in order to make this possible and the way that the users would ultimately interact with it, and then start to think about a plan for being able to interact with entities outside of the state government. I think as many folks are aware and appreciate, a lot of important data is also held by local governments, special districts, other things like that. And so how do we bring in that? Our federal agencies also have important data sets. So in addition to the state agencies, how do we think about connecting this up with some of those other entities that have important data sets as well? We will be, from this first stage, producing a kind of a draft report at the beginning of the legislative session. We anticipate we'll still have a little bit more work to be done while the session's going on. And so we'll do a draft report at the beginning of session. And then that includes some preliminary recommendations. And then we will have a second and final report done around June of next year. If this project is continued to be funded, then we would be pursuing to begin piloting some of the recommendations and putting in place some of the technologies and beginning to think about how we engage additional data sets beyond the state agencies. Another part of this project will also be looking at the data readiness. I think, as many of you appreciate, state agencies in particular have data sets in various states of quality and accessibility and kind of where they're housed. And so this project won't solve those problems, but it will identify, for instance, what's needed in order to be able to make certain sets of data, be able to communicate and be accessed through this type of technology through a website that we're looking at. So again, if this is continued to be funded, we will continue to work on piloting this approach, begin to further identify exactly what's needed in order to make certain data sets available. And then in a third stage, then actually begin to have something that is at scale and accessible to the public in the way that it has been envisioned at this stage of things. We have done the agencies have conducted a number of public listening sessions earlier this month, and those have been giving us some really initial and early insight into the project scoping state of things. And so we will be weaving that into the work that we're doing, and we'll see that reflected in some of the recommendations that the agencies are preparing in draft form early in 23. So those are a couple of things that I just wanted to highlight real quickly in terms of some of our cross connections with OWEB. And with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Raquel.
Good morning, co-chairs and board members. Thank you for the opportunity today to present information on some of our agency's current activities that I think may be of interest to the board. In the interest of time, I may shorten a couple of my comments here, but today I will plan to cover outcomes from the 2021 legislative session, the department's work on a drought vulnerability assessment, given other agencies' discussions on drought, two legislative concepts that the department is proposing for the 2021 session, or 2023 session, sorry. And finally, the Regional Water Planning and Management Work Group and the IWRS update. You'll note that this is a wide variety of topics, and I think it's indicative of the fact that the agency has a number of significant projects underway, so much so that we actually have posted on our website a project tracking list. And part of this number of projects is because of the focus of water on the 2021 legislative session. In 2021, the Oregon legislature had major focus on water resources, as I'm sure you all have seen through your activities at OWEB, and adding significant new staff capacity across many water resources department programs, as well as creating new responsibilities for our agency. The legislative actions included funding specific water projects, authorizing a number of work groups, studies, and assessments, and supporting and enhancing existing programs, as well as these new programs. And the legislature did make additional water resources related investments in the second special session in December 2021, which for our agency, it was more focused on enforcement related to cannabis and the assistance of for owners of domestic wells that had wells go dry due to drought conditions or were damaged due to forest fires. The noteworthy legislative actions in 2021 also resulted in many new positions for our agency and over 40 significant new tasks that added to this existing workload. And as a result of the number of new positions that we did receive, which is great news, it does also mean, though, that we've been spending a significant amount of time on recruitment, hiring, onboarding. And so that is in itself its own project. So again, more information on our projects list. We can distribute that if there is interest. It is available on our website. Another example of some of the projects from 2021 is the department's work to develop a drought vulnerability assessment. And WRD received about $300,000, so it's not going to be this fully comprehensive vulnerability assessment. And we also received it during the 2021 special session, which means that we have a shorter time frame to really do this work. But essentially, the assessment will look at drought vulnerability as it pertains to drinking water systems, agriculture, and in-stream needs. We are still in the process of scoping that out. However, we have reached out to other state agencies and in fact had a great conversation last week with OWEB staff and some of the agencies on this call today for input on the scope of work. And we're in the process of working with the National Drought Mitigation Center out of the University of Lincoln, Nebraska, as well as the Oregon Climate Change Research Institute out of Oregon State University. And we anticipate that being completed in 2024. I also wanted to note for you all that the 2023 session is approaching. I'm sure you all are already hearing about that. But our agency actually has two legislative concepts that I think may be of interest to you all. And the first is related to split season leasing. You all are likely familiar with our in-stream leasing program. Water rates may be leased in stream for an initial period of up to 5 years, and that can be renewed. During the term of the lease, a water rate holder generally has to forego the use of his or her water right, or at least what's leased. And the leased water is then protected in stream by the department for the benefit of fish and other in-stream uses. However, a special type of in-stream lease is called a split season in-stream lease. And this allows the water right holder to use the water during part of the season and then lease the water in stream during the other part of the season. So for example, this can be a good tool where, for example, the water right holder doesn't want to fallow the land for the entire season. Say they want to apply water from April through June to get their first few cuttings of hay, and then let's say lease the right in stream from July through September when stream flows are most critical for salmon. So that's an instance of an in-stream lease. Participation in the program does require, consulting with our water master. So it has some additional requirements associated with the installation of a water measurement device and reporting both the in-stream and out-of-stream measurements. Currently, land can only be leased under this program for a period of 10 years maximum. And the program sunsets January 2nd, 2024. So this is obviously created issues when it comes to long-term planning for landowners and restoration projects if they're interested in using this tool, because the program has some uncertainty associated with it, with the sunset date, as well as with the fact that it can only be limited to 10 years. So this bill removes, our proposed legislation would remove the sunset to make this a permanent program, and also would remove the provision stating that the land cannot be enrolled in this program for more than 10 years. The other topic we have legislation on is place-based planning. I'm sure you've heard about place-based planning. In 2015, consistent with the Integrated Water Resources Strategy, the legislature had passed Senate Bill 266, which allows the agency to make grants and provide technical assistance for place-based planning. And the department funded 4 places that were interested in piloting this approach. Place-based planning is a voluntary and locally initiated and led effort in which a balanced representation of interests with in a basin or a watershed work with the state with the purpose of understanding both their in-stream and out-of-stream needs, as well as then working to identify and implement solutions to meet those needs. So in 2022, 3 of the 4 planning groups submitted and received state recognition of their plans by the Water Resources Commission and are now moving towards implementation. One of OWEB staff is part of that agency review team for plans, and I anticipate that some groups will actually be seeking implementation from a variety of agencies, including OWEB, for funding to implement some of the projects identified in those plans. Our agency is actually working to, we have legislation that proposes to make this a permanent program and also provide some modifications to the existing authorization based on an assessment that we did. And that is in part because the place-based planning program funding authorization sunsets in legislation July 1st, 2023. In addition to the work that we've been doing on the legislative concept, place-based planning has been discussed in another forum that I know some of you may be familiar with, which is the Regional Water Planning and Management Work Group. And this was one of those items that also came out of the 2021 legislative session, where the legislature provided funding and direction for the department and Oregon Consensus to form a work group to discuss the regional water planning and management framework. A list of members is available online if you'd like to learn more about that work group, and as well as their meeting materials. A lot of their work has been focused on place-based planning, and they will be issuing their report in December. And finally, I just want to end on the IWRS, which is, of course, the document that really is intended to help the agency undertake water actions in an integrated manner, and or all the agencies to do that. And the IWRS, as many of you hopefully know, is it provides a framework for better understanding and meeting Oregon's water needs. And the first IWRS was adopted in 2012, the next one in 2017, and we're supposed to have updated it in time for adoption in 2022. We have delayed implementation of the next update because of all the various projects that the agency has undergoing right now and the potential for those projects to inform the next update. In addition, we've had limited staff to do work on this. So as another speaker noted, the department is actually starting that work, and we anticipate that it'll be before the Water Resources Commission for adoption in late 2023, early 2024. And we do anticipate that it will address climate more holistically, as well as apply an equity lens to the existing IWRS, and then, of course, incorporate findings from the work under the 100-year water year vision. I'm sure we will identify additional topics through our outreach and engagement. And I'll also note that as part of the update that we're currently working with all of the state agencies on development of a progress report, which summarizes Oregon's accomplishments on the IWRS since the 2017 IWRS. And so we're intending to present that progress report to the legislature in early December of this year. I'll note that, of course, because it's a multi-agency document, multi-agency collaboration is critical throughout the process. And we have formed a cross-agency project team for the update, which includes the primary IWRS agencies outlined in statute, which is our agency, as well as the Department of Agriculture, Environmental Quality, and Department of Fish and Wildlife. And so these folks will be the primary authors. In addition to that, though, the IWRS really is a multi-agency document with many, if not all of the state natural resource agencies weighing in. And so the Water Core team will be another one of those key areas where we coordinate on the update to the IWRS. We've also engaged with Oregon's Kitchen Table for the public engagement and outreach so that we can develop a more inclusive approach to our engagement for this update. So as you can tell, the agency is undertaking a lot of new and important work with these increased resources. And the items today are really just a fraction of the work that we have underway. So hopefully that gives you some insights into some of the areas where we're working with OWEB staff. And I'm happy to take any questions along with the rest of the panel.
All right, thank you, everybody. Stephanie, do you have anything you want to add?
Nope, just thank you to all the panelists. And as you can see, just a lot going on and a lot of touch points for collaboration with OWEB.
A lot of touch points. Are there any questions for the panel today? That was a lot of information. It's going to take me a little bit to kind of assimilate it all. But I do see Corey has her hand up.
Hi, first, that was amazing. I would be lying if I said I wasn't a little bit overwhelmed by all of the ways in which the state is working on water things. I'm Corey Owens with the Natural Resources Conservation Service. One of the things that popped up to me was the different aspects of all of the work that the different groups are doing that involves monitoring. and collecting data. And, you know, I'm interested in it from an NRCS perspective. I was really happy to hear the last speaker talk about the drought monitor, but then I wondered if Chandra, you're talking about all the flow and temperature, like, you know, we're very involved in, you know, helping people understand the drought monitor and the data that goes into that when they make those drought designations. And when I put on my role as the USDA Climate Hub co-lead for working with looking at climate, all this kind of monitoring is really important. And I just want to give my strong support to whatever kind of clearinghouse that was mentioned for like all the good stuff about water and data. It's just one of those things where you sit here and like, wow, I didn't realize all that was happening, and whatever, you know, not only that OWEB can do, but also from the federal side of the house, to be able to kind of really put all these puzzle pieces together to give us a really great kind of sense of the depth and breadth of the work that's going on. And this is just the state so far. We could have all the feds here on the board could give their update on the water stuff as well. So I just wanted to put that out there and also say that I'll definitely be checking in with the contacts that we have at the drought monitor and make sure that they realize all the resources that we have if they don't already. So thank you so much for all that great information today.
All right, are there any other questions, Dan?
Sure. Hi, Dan Brown, for the record. And a question, I guess, for Jennifer and maybe Chandra. With the data portal, I could be wrong on this, but it sometimes seems like different state agencies are using different data for different things. So like Fish Presence, as an example, has a title implementation of water quality standards and forest practices, as well as fish and wildlife stuff. With the data portal, is there also an effort to get sort of consistency among the states? So like all the states would be using the same data sets if they're not already? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and maybe Chandra, do you mind if I start with this one? Okay, all right. Yeah, thanks for the question, Dan. Again, Jennifer Weigel with DEQ. I think in terms of consistency, I actually think we do pretty good on consistency in terms of using the data. And the couple of examples you raised, Dan, actually both DEQ and Department of Forestry are both embarking on two projects around that rely on fish presence and are using ODFW's database, habitat distribution database, as the base information for that effort. So I think, you know, in some instances we're asking slightly different questions because of, you know, whether it's certain species we're looking at or certain types of habitats. But I think in that instance, we are looking at the same kind of base level information. So I think we're actually doing pretty good. And Chandra and Sean Clemens said ODF are probably tired of hearing from all of us about that. But we are using some of that. The data portal itself, I think what it will help do is help provide data through kind of a one-stop shop. So that may highlight some other things that we just weren't aware of over time. So I think there's always that possibility. I think there are also opportunities in terms of data and data consistency that opportunistically we're already working on. And I know just again, between DEQ and ODFW as an example, that we are collaborating and having conversations. DEQ has been able to modernize a lot of our data storage database systems over the last several years. And so we're in conversation with ODFW about how can some of their temperature data get uploaded into DEQ's database so that becomes more universally available just through existing infrastructure that DEQ has. And so that just, again, provides, I think, some additional opportunity both for more utility, not just within the agencies, but the general public as well. So we're continuing to look at those opportunities as they arise, both for consistency and accessibility.
Yeah, and I guess I would just note, I don't have much to add to that. I completely agree with what Jennifer said. I think we're overall doing a pretty good job of coordinating on data sets that we have and recognizing there's room for improvement, right, on access, and the quality of information does differ at times. And so there is conversations around that. And then when we are initiating our data collection, we're generally trying to have those conversations up front first to see what we have already available, either in-house or from our sister agencies, and thinking about where the gaps exist. So hopefully most of what we're doing is value added instead of redundant, but clearly, there's probably hiccups at times, but I think overall we're doing a pretty good job at that.
I see Kelly has her hand up.
Hi, yeah, Kelly Coates. So this is just kind of a follow-up to Dan's question. Chandra, when you were talking about the stream gauges, I'm really excited to hear that ODFW has some funding for those USGS stream gauges that have been on the chopping block, or some of them that have been chopped, and maybe those can come back now, hopefully. So I assume that you're tying in with the whole USGS network. I was looking at your map and I specifically looked at the North Umpqua and I didn't see Winchester, but I figured that that's on there anyway, and you guys are tying in with that.
Yeah, so we are looking at, so unfortunately the need is greater than the amount of resources that we have. So we do have some gauges that we might have identified that would be useful that we're not going with this first round. But one of the considerations where you have essentially the infrastructure already in place and you just kind of need the operations and maintenance to get moving with it. The challenge that we have right now is that we got a certain sum for construction or for the actual initiation of the gauges, and then we only have a particular sum for operations and maintenance that is actually our ongoing funds. And so we have to tie, we only want to get moving what we can actually operate and maintain over time, and we only have a certain amount that's ongoing funding. So unfortunately we're somewhat limited in what we can do with this initial push, and a lot of our consideration for our gauge placement was around where we thought it would be most useful for our fish and wildlife management needs, right, as a consideration, or water needs for fish and wildlife, because there certainly are other considerations that other agencies take when they're doing gauge placement, like the gauge network that Raquel's agency, right, is moving forward. And so we were considering all the other agency needs, but really the funding came to us, I think, at this juncture so that we could really focus it in on a particular on fish and wildlife needs, right? And making sure that we have the information to appropriately manage those populations during drought. And so that's what we focused on.
Right, okay. And I think that, well, I'm pretty sure the North Umpqua gauge is actually funded. So I just hope that you guys will be able to take that information and use it as a part of this as well.
Yes. Yeah, we've been coordinating very closely with USGS2 and OWRD on where we have gauges, and hoping to leverage resources, because some of the ongoing work where they're already in existence, USGS has actually gotten some funding to maintain their gauges over time. And in some locations, Water Resources said, we can pick up the O&M on this one. So we've been able to do a little bit more because we're having those good conversations, I think, with folks who have a little bit of extra resource to give to the effort.
That's great. And then one more question, when you're doing the, getting the water temperature separate from the gauges, I'm just wondering about the amount of coordination you're having with federal agencies, like for example, like with Dan Isaac and the Norwest Stream Temperature Network, with the Forest Service, and just tying in with those kind of existing ones. So you guys, I know you mentioned trying not to reinvent the wheel, but recognize that there are a lot of organizations and agencies that are collecting this information. So.
Yeah. No, I fully appreciate that. And, we have not coordinated with everyone that would probably be useful for the effort, just given the time constraints of actually we need to move the money on the ground, before the biennium ends. So granted, there's probably some coordination that was missed, but one of the first steps really was looking at where the gaps were. So who else is where are these devices currently present, and where are they currently present in a manner in which they'll be maintained over time? Because sometimes you've got some short duration funded efforts. And so that was a first kind of step consideration for us in these devices. And we did have some conversations, not with all of the federal agencies, I don't think, though. I think there's still some conversation that could be had as well, but we are kind of managing the time frame on this one as well. Ideally, we would have had a little bit longer effort because it's very important, and clearly we would like to have more resources over time for this and more conversations, but we're making the best with what we got, I think, right now.
Yeah, well, when you get the money, you got to just go for it, right?
Yeah, we're gonna spend it. Yeah, take the opportunity.
Great, thank you. And thank you everyone on this panel. This was so informative. I really appreciate it.
All right, I'm not seeing any more questions, and I echo Kelly's statement. Thank you. Thanks everybody for showing up today and giving us a lot to think about. All right, we are going to take a 10-minute break, stretch break, and come back about 2:15, please.
And I would encourage everyone for at least 2 minutes to go outside and take big breaths of Tillamook air. See you back. Thank you, everyone. Reagan, I'm ready. Oh, we're all ready. Okay, everybody's reinvigorated and ready for some spending plan. Okay, I'll turn this over. This is agenda item M. I'll turn this over to Lisa and Eric.
Thank you. For the record, Lisa Charbello Hansen. So before you, we're going to have a conversation around developing the spending plan for next biennium. And this is going to be an iterative conversation over the next several meetings. You'll get a little of it. I think our hope is today to really talk with you about the percentages in the different categories for the types of grants, where it's been, and where you all might want to see it go. What we've heard over the last couple days in terms of different needs, time and space. And so I hope just to have kind of that high level conversation here, and then we'll go back and do some more work and bring something back to you in January. But I'm going to let Eric go ahead and kind of lead us through more than Lisa's introduction.
Great. Thanks so much, Lisa. Co-chairs, members of the board, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager. This is item M in your board book, the penultimate agenda item. And, I think Liza Jane was talking about how exciting this agenda item is. And there's a good reason for that. I think we're at a good place in this board meeting in particular, because we've heard a lot in the last 2 days about all of the different pieces to this, the fund sources, the program types, how they fit together. And there's a lot to think about as we're going to be spending some board time the next few meetings, as Lisa said, to develop the spending plan. And so today it's not a decision item. We want to introduce the conversation to you. We're going to have agenda items in January, in April, and July. And so at the next board meeting in January, there will be a decision item around kind of these broad percentages, but more of a direction. What direction do you want to go? And then when we come back to you in April, we are going to present to you line by line with each of these spending plan items, the details of the programs involved, the rationale for dollar amounts that we're recommending within the percentage guidance that you give us in January. And so in April, you'll hear all of those details, and it's kind of a fun meeting. It's long to go through everything, but from past meetings, and of course this occurs every 2 years at the April board meeting, we have gotten feedback that board members really having dived into the details of these programs, it's a really helpful conversation, because we don't get to necessarily spend a lot of time talking about things like, well, how does the small grant program work, for example? And at that April meeting, we'll talk about those things. And there are some policy decisions built into the choices that you make in the spending plan. And of course, culminating in July when you formally adopt it for year one of the biennium. And then, as was mentioned earlier, we'll revisit it a year later to add the additional PCSRF funds in there. And so what we wanted to do today, and you'll see some of the attachments in your board report to give some background on it. Of course, the strategic plan is in here, at least the priorities from the strategic plan that were referenced earlier today. I think Mark did a nice job summarizing how the work that we're talking about with a particular agenda item fit into our strategic plan. So that's here as background. And also at the bottom of that page, this is in attachment C. The bottom of that page that has the strategic plan priorities on it is a blue box that says long-term investment strategy. And we're bringing this to your attention because there's a lot of historical context here that goes back, as you can see, to 2013. And I don't think we have any members on the board now who were here then. But the conversations that led to this long-term investment strategy, which frames how the spending plan is presented to you, happened at that time. And as you can see in that blue box, it established these 4 categories in the spending plan: operating capacity, open solicitation, focused investments, which was conceptual at that time, and effectiveness monitoring. And just as a note on effectiveness monitoring, there are items within the spending plan that are effectiveness monitoring items that actually are within each of the categories of the spending plan. So that's why it's not broken out in some of the other charts that you see here. And so at the time that the long-term investment strategy was adopted, the board was looking at making longer-term landscape scale investments in what became the Focused Investment Partnership Initiative. And at that time, the board expressed this idea that this was going to take a portion of the spending plan that previously had been in some of the other spending plan categories and create this new category for focused investments. And they talked quite a bit at that time in 2013, and then in the 15-17 biennium when they built that spending plan. That was the first biennium that FIP awards were made. They talked quite a bit about what is the appropriate proportion of funds to put in the spending plan for these focused investment partnerships. And so you can see in attachment B to agenda item M, there's a short table there that covers the current biennium and 3 previous biennia. And the breakdown in terms of percentages of the spending plan for the categories of open solicitation, focused investments, and operating capacity. And there's also an other category that captures a small dollar amount of other programs. And you can see in 2015-17, the first biennium that FIP awards were made, it worked out to be about 17% of the spending plan. At the time, the board talked about, as we proceed in time and get new cohorts of FIPs on board, we're going to need to increase that line item because we, as you know, we invest in FIPs over 3 consecutive biennia. So with the first cohort in place in 15-17, any future cohort in the next 2 biennia are going to add to that base level of investment. And so they talked about what are we comfortable with in terms of investing there, recognizing that increased investments have to come from some of the other parts of the spending plan. Now, as serendipity would have it, lottery revenues greatly increased in a couple of the recent biennia until COVID hit, of course. But in 17, 19, 19, 21, we had pretty substantial increases in lottery revenue that really helped us increase investment in across the board in these areas without decreasing other spending plan categories too significantly. But anyway, at the time when the board talked about focused investments, there was a pretty consistent level of comfort expressed by the board to get the FIP program up to 25% of the spending plan as we work through bringing additional cohorts online. Some board members were even comfortable going to 30. It was pretty clear that there wasn't that much support to go beyond 30. But again, that's not a hard and fast decision. That was more getting a sense of the board on where we're going to go in the future. And so I think that history is important because, as I said, it's been a long time since the board addressed the long-term investment strategy. And this is something we need to think about as we're building the next spending plan. And of course, the board just awarded a 3rd cohort of FIPs. Now we do have the first cohort ending. And so that creates a little space for that 3rd cohort, but we're also going to be soliciting soon for a 4th cohort of FIPs to invest in the next biennium. And so we will be bringing to you some numbers to help frame this in your minds in the coming board meetings. But for the purposes of today, we just want to talk about those general categories. The other item to note here is on operating capacity. You'll see the double asterisk there with a note about, it looks like, gee, we're decreasing our investments in capacity. And we heard some really, I think, clear information from our panel today, from some of the conversations that we all had during the reception and on the field tour about the importance of capacity investments. And while the percentage has gone down, the dollar value has actually been increasing biennium to biennium. And that's a reflection of that increase in lottery revenues that I mentioned. That's allowed us to continue increasing our capacity investments over time, even though the percentage appears as a decrease. And then the other item I wanted to note that's really not captured in the staff report or the table is that there are policy decisions built into some of the spending plan items that we're going to be addressing. And an example of that, we also heard in public comment today around our cap on technical assistance grants, for example. That $75,000 cap is adopted by the board when you adopt the spending plan. And so that's an item I think we'll probably want to discuss. That cap has not been increased in a while. We haven't even really talked about why we have a cap in a long time. And so I think those will be important conversations to have as we work through this, particularly at that April meeting when we're talking about the individual spending plan line items. So I think I'll stop there and see if you all have any questions about where we're going or what's presented today.
Thank you, Eric. Bruce?
Yeah, Eric, thanks. As I listen to the people sharing today, it's something that I've thought about before, the idea that we have organizations who rely upon a grant facility to pay employees.
Mm-hmm.
That in and of itself is one of the most uncertain senses of it. You know, I'm going to hire you because I have a grant. Well, what happens when, I mean, how safe do I feel? I mean, so I don't know if there's any other structure that's available to OWEB or how we might look at it. But in that particular case, and with what I'm hearing, it seems like maybe it's time to think, is there a better way of figuring out if it is our desire to fund employment, then what is the best way of doing that?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Board Member Buckmaster, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager. One of the things that we do have to keep in mind, and I'll refer again, I'm so happy that this item is at this point in the board meeting because I can keep referring back to what we've talked about. When we had the presentation on the various parameters and restrictions around our funding sources, and Diane talked about our Measure 76 funding source, with lottery revenue. And if we were going to pursue that question in particular, can we just simply fund employment? We've got to think about, if we're using lottery dollars to do that, how are we meeting our constitutional requirement to make sure that the work that we're funding is connected directly to eligible project types that the Constitution has laid out. So that I think is going to be something we're probably going to be revisiting quite a bit as we're having this conversation. And I think I've just phoned a friend, just like Eric Hart.
And for the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager, and I'm point on our council and district operating capacity grants. And I just want to highlight two things. We actually have an evaluation going on right now that the board kicked off a couple years ago, and then we paused during COVID, which is looking at kind of the effectiveness and the uses of our council and district capacity grants over the history of them. And we'll be reporting back out to the board in 2023 the results of that evaluation. So that's in progress right now. And the other thing I want to point out is we have a huge variety of grantees. I mean, we have a significant number of different grantees that apply to OWEB, not just the councils and districts that you hear from, but you heard from Trout Unlimited today. You hear from the Land Trust. Our tribal assessment report talked about some of the challenges of capacity of councils. So we have, based on statute and rule, this operating capacity grants that we give to watershed councils and soil and water conservation districts, because
they're built into the Oregon plan. But there are a lot of other entities out there that are also struggling to get projects down on the ground, to secure funding, not just from OWEB, but from other funding sources. And so we are just one player in that. We are a significant player in there, but we aren't the only player in those capacity grants.
Thank you, friend.
Question,
Barbara?
Boyer. Hearing you think we're thinking ahead that April, we've some lots of information coming to us. July, we have a lot of information coming to us. So I'm wondering if maybe in the January meeting, we can talk about the cap on the technical assistance funding, the 75,000. I wonder if we could just put that to January so everything's not all loaded in April, and just a thought, because I'm thinking about what's coming to us in April and what's coming to us in July. It's a lot.
Absolutely. Eric Williams for the record. You get to tell us what you want to talk about. So we will do that. We'll include that in the conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Done. Does anyone else have comments at this point? Okay. Yes, Lisa does.
Lisa Hansen for the record. I think the other thing that is interesting is I've listened to our friends in the councils and in the districts over time. Oregon really has a unique system. We have our processes, but we rely on these entities to help us get to compliance in a lot of ways. It's not regulatory necessarily, but it's that uplift piece in terms of water quality and other things, that these are the entities that deliver the service. And I hear them over and over say, we don't have the ability to do more or the infrastructure to go look for more money. And so I find it an interesting conundrum when you talk about infrastructure, because we've just talked about it, 2 days of it for OWEB, the challenges of infrastructure and having adequate infrastructure to get the grants out. I think they deal with those same infrastructure issues, but as a state, we rely very heavily on them in terms of being the extension of the state entities and the boots on the ground.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Wow. Phew. So many.
Well, if you,
I don't.
You don't.
Want to ask more questions? All right, we are moving down to item number N.
Not Ken. Lisa calling the troublemaker.
And we have
Trouble.
Stephanie and Ken to give us a
Fun.
asking for money.
All right. Good afternoon again, board members. For the record, Stephanie Page, Deputy Director. So we are here with a request on behalf of a fellow state agency that will benefit OWEB grantees and support water quality monitoring around the state. And that is requests for funds for monitoring equipment from DEQ's Volunteer Water Quality Monitoring Program. This is a program that many OWEB grantees participate in, and it's run out of DEQ's laboratory. The program includes an equipment component, but it is much more than that. So folks who participate in the program get technical support in terms of sampling and analysis plan development, in terms of data quality analysis or quality assurance, and then equipment calibration and use. So they also have the option of purchasing their own equipment. So that is something that grantees can and sometimes do choose to do. But the value in participating in DEQ's program is that they have experts select the equipment for them and then calibrate it and help provide them technical assistance in the use of that equipment as well. The data that local groups gather using this equipment provides a variety of benefits to the state of Oregon. It complements data that state agencies and federal agencies and tribes are already collecting. It improves our understanding of watershed conditions around the state, helps us understand where additional restoration investments are needed, and then how effective our investments are at achieving the outcomes we're trying to achieve. Another benefit of the data gathered with these equipment is it has to be submitted to DEQ, and then it's housed in DEQ's online databases. So DEQ has reached out to us, and I think they last did so about 5 years ago, because their equipment needs some updating, and they need some new equipment to be able to replenish what they've got in the volunteer monitoring program. We have identified some federal Pacific Coast salmon recovery funds that are eligible to be used for this purpose. And we wanted to request the board's approval for the funds to be used this way. So I will, with that quick introduction, I will turn it over to Ken to provide a little more detail.
Thanks, Stephanie. So for the record, Ken Fetcho, OWEB's Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator. And as Stephanie mentioned, DEQ's volunteer water quality monitoring program provides valuable support to OWEB monitoring grantees and other organizations that are interested in water quality monitoring in Oregon. To ensure that adequate resources are available to these local groups, the board has provided periodic funding for water quality monitoring equipment in the past to be made available to the volunteer water quality monitoring program. So the last time the board provided funding for this purpose was in 2018. So 5 years ago. Since that time, equipment has reached its shelf life, and additional equipment is needed to meet the program's ongoing needs related to water quality monitoring. As Stephanie mentioned, this equipment enables local groups to expand the state's monitoring network. Not only are they able to meet their local needs, they're able to share this information with the state, and it helps the state make decision-making for development and tracking of total maximum daily load, but also the update of the impaired water bodies list. So to date, more than 100 groups have participated in this program and gathering data at sites at over 1,000 sites. Now we wanted to make the connection to the board's interest in climate change and the climate change resolution. So I've shared some thoughts on that in the staff report, which is item N in your binder. So OWEB's current and ongoing water quality monitoring grantees help inform the understanding related to the impacts of climate change. These grants provide data to understand environmental conditions from year to year. And some of these grantees have been continuing to monitor water quality over several years in coordination with state and federal grant agencies. These long-term data help to establish trends related to stream flow and water quality, water temperature, which have a direct link to climate impacts through time. And partners are using this data to further interpret other data, such as fish population trends, to prioritize and evaluate restoration actions. So funding are used to replace aging equipment, which will improve data collection methods and data quality, and expand monitoring capability to address critical water quality data needs. And additional data about the equipment they're interested in purchasing is in attachment A of your staff report. And I'll just hit a couple of highlights on that really quick. So to maintain a sufficient inventory of equipment that will meet the wide variety of monitoring goals of these different organizations, the DEQ is requesting funds totaling approximately $113,000. And the type of monitoring equipment includes a continuous temperature, water level, and dissolved oxygen loggers, discrete water quality meters that measure basic water quality parameters such as temperature, conductivity, salinity, dissolved oxygen, turbidity, and pH. And there's also just a need for replacement sensors, probes, and standards to maintain a functioning and reliable inventory of monitoring equipment. And those sort of represent the consumables that are needed to maintain their existing inventory of equipment, but also some of the equipment that's already out on loan. So with that, that's just an overview of this request and how those funds could be used if you approve the board request. So thank you.
Ken, this is one of the greatest programs that I think OWEB does, and I commend you. And I appreciate the fact that you've included climate in it. And I was certainly am going to support the vote. My question is, because this is such a broad program reaching across different communities, it seems like this might be a great program to at least make mention or note of DEI and think about, are there communities that might have interest in this type of program, that would familiarize them with what OWEB does, give them agency within their watersheds. We talk a lot, I rarely have I seen a tailor-made program that would allow us to put DEI to work aggressively and quickly. So thank you.
That gives me a topic idea for our next conversation with Ecumenical Ministries of Oregon. I think besides the restoration work we already talked about with them. So, and yeah, that's a good one. We'll keep thinking on additional ways to do some outreach about that.
And if I may, I think that's something that we could definitely mention to DEQ. And I think there are a core group of folks who are aware that these services are available, but not everybody may know. And so it could be some, how do we promote the program so that others who might be interested in their environment, the conditions of the water quality in their environment, just so that they can tap into that.
Well, excuse me, but Jamie's not on right now, but this is one of those areas where she would, speaking for her, she'd say, they don't know what they don't know. And let's, is this a place where, is this the type of program that people go, oh yeah, we'd like to do that in our community. So, okay.
Eric, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Eric Murray, NOAA for the record. So thank you, Stephanie and Ken. I did just want to ask a question. I think, and you may want to do some additional checking on this. So for PCSRF funds, any equipment purchased has to be used, I believe, during the term of the grant. So is that a consideration for this item?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. Because of the, so first off, I'll just clarify, this is in the contracted line item of our PCSRF budget, so we can do this transaction to DEQ. The price of the equipment that's being purchased, Eric, is actually falls into materials and supplies. It doesn't fall into that equipment category when you're looking at the federal budget categories. It falls into materials and supplies, which are considered usable. And so we don't have to worry about that condition of the PCSRF award.
Craig.
Thank you.
I'm going to shine a light on my ignorance here because I'm the EQC representative and I should probably know the answer to some of these questions. So is this a OWEB program? The equipment is sort of housed at DEQ. Is that what I understand?
So the staff that calibrate the equipment and that provide the technical assistance on the sampling and analysis plan development are housed at the DEQ laboratory in the watershed assessment section. The OWEB's role has been to help fund equipment replenishment and then to help fund the monitoring work that these local groups who borrow the equipment conduct on the ground. Anything else you want to add?
It's a DEQ program.
Yeah.
So is there and let me just preface this by saying, the information is good, understanding what's going on in the environment is good. You went through some of the groups that could apply for this. Are there any limitations on how the data can be used?
So we've actually worked with a few of the state agencies to develop a fact sheet specifically on that. And how does the regulatory agency use volunteer water quality data? And part of that has been helpful to have landowners participate in the program, right? Because part of what you heard Stephanie says is if you collect this data with OWEB funds and with DEQ support, you have to submit it to DEQ, which is a regulatory agency. And so there is no documented cases of them using it for say regulatory compliance cases. They use it to, like I described, for updating the list of impaired water bodies. They use it to develop and track progress related to TMDLs. And so that might be getting a little bit to what you're asking on how it is applied and the uses of the data.
Thank you. That was part of it. The other, I guess, specific question is, could it be used for litigation? The data be used in litigation?
I mean, the data are publicly available and I don't think there's anything that would prohibit them in being used that way. I'm not aware of any examples of them being used that way, but to be honest, I don't think there's any way of stopping that if someone wanted to do that.
So part of when we when we have restoration or monitoring grants, before we pay the first payment, they're collecting data, no matter who they are, even if it's from the federal government, they have to get landowner permission agreements. And part of that is they have to communicate them. If they're collecting water quality data, the landowner is aware that it'll be submitted to DEQ. So there's sort of this transparent process that the landowner considers those pros and cons before they allow that data to be collected on their property.
Dan?
Dan Brown for the record. So it's been great to be out here in person for a board meeting and kind of get to connect with people and realize, that it really takes a village, right? And we were at the nursery yesterday and it was just so enlightening to see how that little piece of the puzzle is a huge part of building the capacity for getting restoration done on the ground. And it sounds like this is the same sort of a thing. It's sort of providing the resources that the foot soldiers need. And we just heard from the foot soldiers that, they don't have enough capacity as it is. And so, this is just another way to incrementally help them by, preventing them from having to buy their own monitoring data, but being able to use the pooled resources, which seems very efficient and kind of like the nursery, like just more tools that help to lead to more success. I mean, that's sort of my take on it. Thank you.
All right, I have a couple of questions. Oh no, Liza Jane, you go first. Yes, sorry.
This is Liza Jane for the record. I love this program, but I don't know if you've heard the rumor, but sometimes some people think government is wasteful. And I'm pretty frugal and I have temperature water loggers on the ranch and I find them when I'm fishing and they're just left behind. And I was part of the board decision in 15 when we funded this before. And I remember asking, like, is there a check-in, check-out thing? Are we keeping track of this investment? I understand that they don't last forever and we're getting new equipment because it breaks, but I just want to be told that that is a consideration that, when we check this equipment out to volunteer groups, there's some accountability to get that back so that it can be used to its lifetime. I didn't mean to insult anybody about that, but it's just a rumor.
So, no offense taken. Thank you for clarification. Nick Haxton Evans is the volunteer water quality monitoring coordinator at DEQ, and we can certainly communicate that. He's been describing to me how he keeps track of it. I don't know if it's in a spreadsheet or whatnot, but one way he keeps track of that is they do these annual calibration checks and sort of making sure that the equipment's in check, in spec, and then some of those parameters can be calibrated. And so they have this whole call for the sensors to come back in, and they sort of, diagnose the health of them and redistribute them. And so I feel like because they have that annual check-in and they have partners that are asking for assistance, that he has a good accounting of that. And I think what you experienced is certainly happens where sometimes multiple people are collecting data in a similar location, and either loggers get dislodged and somehow lost or forgotten where they are and I can't find them or something like that. So I have heard of that and I am aware of that, and I certainly will pass on to Nick just sort of that need for accounting and ensure that our government is not as wasteful as others may be.
Thank you, Ken.
All right, they almost need a beacon on them or something. So I know in the past, so these are replacement, not an addition. Is that correct?
I would just note, I think in some cases, the equipment might have modernized since the last time we funded. So I mean, I think they serve the same purpose as the previous cohort of equipment, but some of it may be a new type of equipment, for example.
So because they're housed at DEQ, my brain goes to that the DEQ lab is processing them. Is that correct? Would they be processing this?
So these are all equipment. So none of this equipment is like you collect a sample and send it to the lab. So these are sort of electronic instrumentation.
Maybe bring one in sometime so I can see it.
Send some photos.
But just because I was thinking, because I know DEQ lab tends to fall behind. So I just wanted to make sure it wasn't adding more work for them. Question, how many pieces of equipment is it? You know?
Well, because of, if you look at the write-up, so they were able to estimate some of those, but some of this, they're still trying to figure out. When we had this opportunity that we communicated with them just recently, they were going to work on that.
Okay.
The reason that we are taking it to you now is that it'll take a little bit of time to process the interagency agreement, and all of the equipment needs to be purchased and acquired before the end of June of next year. And so timing is of the essence, but we will be doing more work with them to understand. We can come back after the equipment has been purchased and provide an update on that.
It's my curiosity, probably nobody else's. How much did we spend in 2018?
I think it was $50,000.
Wow.
So it's an increase, but they're experiencing increasing demand. We're also seeing a lot of folks that are now measuring continuous water level. That is in addition to water quality, because it's clear that the amount of water is linked to the quality of water. And so that is a sort of in addition element that hasn't been supported in the past.
And for the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. I just want to also share, we have this unique opportunity where we do have some funds in the contracted services line item of our PCSRF grant award that expired June 30th, 2023, that were originally allocated towards something else, and that paused and didn't happen due to COVID. So we have this unique opportunity where we can support DEQ, where often we don't actually have but funds in our PCSRF grant award that would be eligible to be used to something like this. So it's just kind of a unique opportunity where and that's kind of why we're coming to you quickly, and why the request is up to $100,000, because that is how much we have available.
113, right?
Okay, and that's exactly how much we have that is unallocated in the grant award.
Thank you. Kelly, your hand is up.
Hi, yeah, following up a little bit on your question, Barbara, and this is Kelly Coates for the record. Do you know if they are purchasing any continuous data loggers? Not data loggers, I'm sorry, like continuous water quality monitoring equipment, like a sonde, for example?
That could be in there. So if you look at the fourth item under water quality meters, they envision that some of those could be data sondes.
Okay, great. And then my understanding, just for a little more clarification, is that we are allocating these funds to DEQ. DEQ will be purchasing the equipment. DEQ is responsible for loaning this equipment out to the organizations. And then the organizations or DEQ are figuring out how to keep it calibrated and taking care of the equipment and that kind of thing. So it's not going to be on OWEB to deal with any of those specifics for it, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that the equipment is being used by, for example, like watershed councils, and organizations that are doing monitoring or that are being funded through OWEB to do watershed monitoring.
Yes, that's right. So a lot of our grantees receive these services, but they are available to others that are not doing monitoring with OWEB dollars.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? I just have one comment. I feel like when we do these kind of things, we're missing an opportunity to test for mercury also at the same time. I feel like if they're out there doing it, why not add a bunch of different water quality issues, especially with the TMDL, mercury TMDLs coming down right now. So I just feel like it could be an opportunity for us to, or there are these entities to do that. I feel like if they're out there doing it, why recreate? So. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Regarding the motion, this is Liza Jane. It again says up to 113,000. Is it necessary or can we say 113,000?
It's up to, I think, so.
Steps in.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. It's up to, that way, if they spend less, if you allocate the whole 113,000 and reward it that way, then we would have to come back to you to do something different with the money. But up to means whatever they use on that, we will award, and then the remaining funds will be rolled up into priority 1 for restoration grants that aren't spent on this.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, any other questions, comments? All right, I'm looking for a motion, please.
I'll make the motion. This is Liza Jane. I move the board award up to 113,000 from the quantifying outputs and outcomes line item in the 2021 to 2023 spending plan in support of new and replacement equipment for the volunteer water quality monitoring program, and delegate to the executive director the authority to distribute the funds through appropriate agreements with an award date of October 26, 2022.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Liza Jane, seconded by Meg. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those in favor, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. So we are now down to other business, and I'm going to pass the baton to you.
We'll start our last agenda item O today with some time for Lisa to talk about some January agenda items.
Thank you. For the record, Lisa Sharplow Hansen. So I wanted to just throw out some ideas for the January agenda with you all and kind of build upon the OWEB 101 work that we did at this meeting as well. So I wrote down operating capacity grants, and maybe we could spend a little more time there, given that there seems to be need and interest around that for what they're actually doing as you go into building the spending plan. I captured in that we want to talk about the technical assistance grants and the CAP. That would be another piece of that. Acquisitions. Do we want to talk about acquisitions, or we could do something more around FIPS, because we will be opening up our applications for the 4th cohort of FIPS in January. So those were a couple of options. I do think we've planned on bringing the Oregon Department of Forestry to you to talk about shared stewardship and the work that we've been doing across agencies, federal and state, for forest resilience. And then noted, I'm hopeful that maybe we will have a governor's recommended budget to spend some time visiting with you about, and we'll know a few more details around that. And then we can do some report back around the progress that we've made with the grant application for the Klamath Dam restoration and that ongoing work with KRRC, and we'll just kind of build that into our agendas going forward. Anything else that would be of interest other than your normal business?
Yes. It's Liza Jane. I'm looking forward to our DEI statement, and I think our committee is getting together before, and I want to keep that in front of us. So please include that. Oh, Meg.
Sorry, Meg Reeves. Say more about acquisitions. Where are we in the acquisitions rotation kind of? The grant.
I'm making a phone friend.
Okay, great to be able to phone a friend.
Hi, co-chairs, members of the board, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager. We have just concluded the final open solicitation, land acquisition solicitation with, actually we received one application in September. It was referred to earlier, the Trout Creek Meadows project in Southeast Oregon. So that there are no further solicitations in land acquisition this year. We are planning to release a solicitation for water acquisition soon.
Okay. Is there anything about that? I mean, we have rules. We're just it's just going to be a normal cycle for water acquisitions. Is there anything unusual, I guess, about this coming one?
The Eric Williams, for the record, the only thing unusual about it is the additional general funds we have.
Yeah.
So we, as you know, we do have some funds in our spending plan for water acquisition. So with that additional 10 million, we have the potential for a robust cycle. It just depends on how ready projects are around the state, how ready our applicants are to put those projects forward. And we have been talking with our partners and stakeholders in that realm to kind of get a handle on that. And there appear to be a few projects in the works. So I think we'll probably see a little bit more activity than we have in prior cycles in water acquisitions.
And that would be, would the decision making on that be like in April then? Or when would we be?
We had hoped for that, but we had to, after we got the appropriation from short session, we had to go through recruitment and we had to stagger our recruitments. And so everything kind of happened a little bit later than with the drought and fire programs. And given the time that we need to put the review and evaluation process together, which does include some contracted services, and we had to go through the RFP process for that. It's likely that it won't be till July that we have board action on those applications.
Thank you.
Kelly?
Hi, yes, Kelly Coates for the record. Liza Jane, thank you for bringing up our equity statement and our DEI committee work. We'll definitely have a report out at that meeting, but I'm not sure that we'll have a full statement ready for the board because we are taking our time to make sure that we get it right. So I just wanted to set those expectations that we may need a little bit more time before we bring anything before the board to fully vote on or look at or review. We're trying really hard to make sure that we get this right, but we will definitely have a report out and let folks know where we're at with things. And then I also just want to say that I feel like Courtney and Eric have gotten quite the workout being everyone's friend that they phone for this meeting. And I just want them to know that if I ever need to phone a friend, they're at the top of my list now too.
Thank you, Kelly. Jamie?
Kelly, I'm not sure if that's it will be well received or not because just because of the work that is. Actually, Kelly, I really appreciate mentioning it. And I remember earlier in the meeting you talking about wanting to get that language right. If I can extend and ask to the DEI committee, if there are still steps forward that we can be taking as we're working on the language of this statement, and those can be brought back to the board. Want to really, I think to Liza Jane and many other board members' points, we still want to be moving forward and taking steps moving forward and getting feedback and considering potential steps. And so we don't really have to wait until we've got an absolute final package. If there's some really good best practices we could be incorporating now, I would encourage us and Lisa for the agenda, encourage us to consider those small steps so that we can keep the movement forward as we're working on the language that we ultimately want to consider for statement.
Any other agenda desires for January? Time? Okay, I would like to turn over the time to Bruce.
We're giving him the next.
Half hour, I think it is. Barbara.
Doesn't that need to be a vote?
Yeah, this will be our first no vote today, I think. Love you, Bruce.
Come on, Jamie. So, Liza Jane asked if I wouldn't mind saying something about our colleague, the Professor Emeritus, Brenda McComb, and this would have been her last meeting as a board member. I received an email from Brenda a couple weeks, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, that said she just had too much on her plate and she was focusing on the forestry work. And I had two very distinct and different feelings at the time when I read the email. The first one was, well, we did it to her. Yeah. They will ride a willing horse to death, and we certainly have worked Dr. McComb to the bone on that. The second one is I might have some slight abandonment issues. I really felt bad. I was like, now what do I do? Yeah. So for 2 years, and I think Jamie will attest to this, that we worked so hard on the climate resolution, every word of it. And she was at the center. She was the compass for the science and the principle and the ethics of climate. While she always kept a view of the big picture, she never lost attention to detail. She spoke fluent science, which helped the rest of us. We felt when the words were done and she approved them that they would pass muster for everybody. So shortly after that, I saw that she had just received her reappointment to the Board of Forestry, and I know that is near and dear to her. They have a new director. She feels the importance of working on the climate issues there in much the same way she did here. So I wish her well. I think we as a board and as an agency owe her a great debt of gratitude. I've heard it said that you can't be angry and grateful at the same time. And I am incredibly grateful to Dr. Brenda McComb as a colleague and a friend. So I'm not angry. But I will admit to feeling a little sorry for myself not to have her here. And given the appropriate recognition by the agency, I certainly would support whatever we do for the great work that's been done by volunteers. That when you send that along, we all sign on and thank Brenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Bruce. Agreed. Lisa.
Well, I just want to thank the staff and the board for this meeting. I think this has been a really fruitful meeting. Not only getting a lot of money out the door, again, we did a lot of background work to help us build toward that next spending plan and setting OWEB up for the next steps. I mentioned in my comments previously, October 1st was my 1-year anniversary. And I only recently discovered that there's a vending machine on the first floor of our building, like 3 weeks ago, because I was in those I need some chocolate modes. I also was introduced to, there is a closet that had supplies in it after being there a year that I didn't know about. And so we had some OWEB bags and a couple of things, and we've put those together for all of you, as well as there's a small token of my appreciation that I made for you. In my spare time, I do some crafting kind of things. And so that's in there to say thank you for a wonderful year, helping me with a really steep learning curve, and your patience and grace. I think I use patience and grace a lot because we roll with it when things kind of don't go the way they're supposed to, and it happens occasionally. And so I just heartfelt thanks for all of you and what you contribute to the state, but on a personal level, all the support that you have given me over the last year.
And I have to throw, I'm gonna do it and not stop. So April, Reagan, everybody who makes this happen, I know it's a ton of work and it goes so well. Thank you for taking care of us. Yeah. And with that, I believe we'll adjourn. I wish you all safe travels and I look forward to connecting again. Right.
Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Bye, guys. Bye.